Hello everyone. Looks like there's a few people here. I might be a little loud. I changed the sensitivity on my microphone, so I'm not entirely sure what I sound like. But I'm going to be leaning back. Still getting used to how I want to do... It's a lot easier when I'm at my desk, but when I'm doing this in my living room, still trying to figure out the logistics of what looks and sounds best. So you're going to have to bear with me as I get this sorted out here. I'm going to scoot a little bit so y'all can see my face a little bit better. So yeah, we're going to Platinum Babylon's Fall tonight. I have work to do. I have tokusatsu to watch for a podcast. So, you know, I hope this won't take me the entire night. But, you know... It might, and we'll see what entirely this all entails. Oh goodness, I guess I'll recap what exactly has happened since the last stream that we did. Kind of funny how I'm streaming like the very start of this game and also the very last bit of it. So basically, and I just realized I don't have my Babylon's Fall overlay active. Let's see if I can fix that. I don't know if, yeah, there we go. It was right underneath. Perfect. Beautiful. But yeah, so what happened last time? I don't remember where we quite left off, but, we fought the kid who's dying of the plague. We fought his dad, who had become one of the evil robot, corrupted dudes. And... he was actually kind of a cool fight. Honestly, kind of like this game's equivalent of a Virgil. And what ended up happening there is he throws his javelin at the sky and is like, I'll show you the truth of the world. And the sky is a giant screen that shatters, and it's revealed that the entire time, the real villains we've been fighting are these robots that are pulling the strings, and we have to turn the blue sun that's causing the plague into a white sun, which is the good kind of sun, I guess. I don't know. So then we did that, and then we just did the second story quest where some raider dudes from another culture that's like a warrior culture that everyone keeps saying weird racist things about show up, and they're up to no good. And then the leader of those guys is like, oh, I'll help you out in the tower, because we have to go back to the tower for some reason. And then Gallagher shows up. Remember Gallagher? He went Joker mode after the first boss fight. He was one of our two, like, little helper companion buddies. And he started, like, a new game called The Creatures or something. And then Evil Warrior Culture Man betrays the group. And then you have to do like a enemy of my enemy is my friend thing with Gallagher so that you can rescue one of his friends, but then also take them out so they don't cause any more harm. And then Gallagher's like, next time we see each other, it'll be as enemies or something. So, yeah, that is about as good of a summary as I can provide. I decided to explore a little bit more of this hub world. This is maybe... of all of these types of games that kind of have this, like, Monster Hunter hub thing going on, this by far has, like, the least amount of character I think I've ever seen in my life. There's this guy who really just seems like he's here as a lore delivery vehicle for things inside the tower. Like, this man feels like he should be, however this ended up, where all this text ended up here, it feels like it belonged in like an art book or a setting guide or something. There's a few other people that like kind of have personalities, I guess, but they're not really all that interesting. Like there's a lady over here whose family runs an inn, I guess. I'm going to a Jail of Joy. That's where Gallagher told us to meet him at the Jail of Joy. That's happening. All right. She's mad about the jail. So yeah, this game has like these characters to flesh out the world and stuff, but it falls so short. Like, let's see what Galimia has, or Galamaya. Oh. See, I probably should have talked to this person at the start of the game. Yeah. I had no interest in doing this. So I just have been ignoring these people. Yeah, the Iron Lions, that's the name of the warrior culture. They have like another name that starts with an M or something. I can't quite remember what it is. But every time we see them, they're up to no good in our little town of Neo Babylon here. Like drinking and being rowdy and bothering innocent civilians, and it's just not great. Anyways, let's get started with the third story quest. I believe we haven't started it technically yet. Yeah, it's time to take down the creatures. Let's see. The Jail of Joy. And yeah, we're at power level 200. Julian is a bit further ahead than I am. He said that he can see, like, the end is in sight. I think both he and I only have 3 more trophies to go, and it's all, like, the endgame upgrading material stuff, which you need to do, like, the endgame sieges and, like, raid stuff for. So, let's get started on this and see how this all turns out. God, I hate when the game makes you go underwater like this. If you... Okay, maybe they learned their lesson, but there are places here where... We'll see if I can get onto, like, a ledge or something where I can do this, but sometimes when you're underwater, you can tilt the camera in such a way that it goes above the surface, and, like, the visual effect transition happens, and it looks terrible. I'm at a point in this game where I'm just kind of mashing buttons, by the way, and getting pure platinum ranks, which is wonderful. Okay, maybe not on this one. Well, we'll see. I do not understand how the rankings work in this game at all. It seems so arbitrary. It's not satisfying at all getting a good ranking, and I never... More often than not, I don't understand what exactly the difference is between when I get a platinum or a pure platinum. If I'm doing, like, really bad, I understand if I get, like, a bad ranking most of the time. But there have been times where I thought, like, I've completely eaten shit and I still get pure platinum, so I don't fucking know. It really feels like sometimes if you just get a really big combo going... oh yeah, and they add Sonic rails for some reason. I don't understand what's going on here. Okay, yeah, so we couldn't show it off there. But if we get to another underwater part, I'll try to show it off. You can... There's some really jank-looking stuff with the camera filtering stuff going on. Yeah, you also may be watching this and thinking, wow, combat really hasn't changed much since the first stream. Yeah, it really hasn't. There is a thing you unlock that I guess I should probably try out, to be fair. Maybe I'll do that next mission. Where, after you beat, like, the main story, you unlock, like, 3 different types of modes for each weapon. Like, I think by default they're on standard mode, but then you also have, like, a power mode and a technical mode. Which makes it so that you, like... I can't remember exactly how it works, but, like, proper timing is required to get, like, full combos or something. It's like, designed to be more stylish and, like, more, you know, obviously technical. But I didn't bother with it yet, but I feel like I should. Okay, so here we might be able to show it off. So if I... Yep, so if I dip the camera... That'll happen, and it... Okay, this isn't exactly, like, the greatest showcase of it, but... yeah, I think they learned their lesson from later missions, because this doesn't actually look too bad. Oh, wait, hold on. Here, we can do it here. Yeah. So, like, there's a few areas where I was fighting enemies, and then I would move the camera, and then it would be like, oh, I see the surface of the water, not my character. Yeah, this just looks terrible, so... Okay, see, like, right there, actually, oh my god, I cannot see. Here. Let's try to free ourselves. Let's go on the Sonic rail again. Okay. Oh yeah, there's a thing over here. But yeah, terrible visual effect. Seems like there's a few more people in here. To be fair, every game would be better with Sonic Rails. Honestly, true. Let me know how I sound. Let me know how the game sounds. I want to make sure that everything is sounding okay. Let me know if the game's too quiet or if I'm too quiet or anything like that. Hello, Claire. Claire, I think I'll be able to make it to Pathfinder tomorrow night. Julian has given me hope. Fuck. So yeah, the thing I found too for the spirit weapons is it's really just nice having two big fuck-off hammers or like axes. Like the big heavy weapons really seem to work wonders with your spirit arms. Like you can just keep lobbing them at enemies and it just tears through HP. And it also like crushes them and makes them like stun. Which is nice. Like, even these big shield guys. See? You can see I'm just kind of stunning this guy into submission. And there's not much they can do about it. It helps, too, that you can get hit and still use these weapon attacks. This game just kind of becomes a mushy-mashy nightmare. And it's visually cluttered to hell and back and just illegible. This guy's just standing still and letting me attack him. I don't know what's happening. But this is all I'm doing, basically, by the way, for every fight. Sometimes I'm choosing to use ranged attacks when they fly away or something. But yeah, look at that. Pure platinum gameplay, motherfucker. Why? I couldn't tell you. It's just how it is. Yeah, smashy smashy indeed. This is... Oh yeah, I forgot I was underwater. Oh my god, where am I supposed to jump? Okay, there we go. Wait. This is... Okay, no. We have to go around. Wait, no, is this the way I came in from? Yes, it is. Fuck. Fuck me. It's easy to do that after combat encounters. Okay, yeah, there's a chest ahead. You gotta follow the conches. Still can't get over how much this looks like a PS3 launch title. Serious Lair vibes. Yes, this game honestly does. Like, aesthetically, you are so right. This game does give me massive Lair vibes. That's so true. Remember to self-care when Babylon's falling. Yeah. Also, yeah, sometimes I've noticed when you go to activate those, like, loot drop sigils or whatever, which I don't know why they drop those in sometimes instead of chests. I don't actually know if there's any tangible difference between the two. Like, your character will just kind of go, like, before it, like, fully sticks. It's really fucking goofy looking. I want to drink some soda, so I'm just gonna hop around while this guy does whatever. Okay, we're good. I actually wonder if this game does the... Like, let's see, if I point the camera away from the enemies, how likely are they to attack me off screen? If I go like that... Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to check. Yeah, that took a while. So for those of you who don't know, Devil May Cry, I believe, was at least the first action game of this style to pioneer this. I want to say around the time of 3. But typically in a lot of like these character action style games, you can move the camera away from enemies because the AI makes it so that enemies off screen are less likely to attack you. Just because otherwise, you know, that can be very frustrating for players. So a lot of these action games, if they have that type of feature, you can manipulate the camera to kind of cover your ass a little bit. And it seems like this game has that to some degree, which does not surprise me. Yeah, there are some, like, mini DPS checks. Like, there are these, like, green bars that occur where, like, you have to, like, stun an enemy. Like, right here, actually. Right here. So, what you do... I'm gonna kill this guy. Okay, no, I didn't kill this guy. They'll go into, like, a super mode or, like, start doing, like, a massive attack if you don't lower that bar in time. But you can most of the time dodge out of the way. It's a lot worse when it goes off for bosses than like these mini boss type enemies at the end of just these levels. But whenever you see that green bar, you want to just start going hog wild on your attack buttons and make sure they can't pop off. Oh yeah, I customized my banner and stuff and title, as you can see in the top there. Got the volcano background with the Icarus wing emblem and the Legend Seeker title. I'm a bona fide player. Ooh, we got a divine relic. Look at that. Ooh, okay, yo, let's go, actually. I fucking loved this weapon when I got it at, like, level 70-something. So I'm really mad at myself. I'm unironically getting excited about Babylon's Fall loot drops. Oh, no. That's not good. That's not good at all. Hello, Rosin. Didn't this game suck? Why are you hurting yourself like this? Look at my channel. I've played Drakengard, played Yik. Shin Megami Tensei and Kyuyaki Megami Tensei are good games, but, you know, not the easiest. I have made a video making, I'm not going to say career, because that's a load of bullshit, but journey out of playing dumb bullshit old, this game isn't even old, but dumb bullshit games that aren't necessarily fun to play. So, you know, this is right in line, and also this is important archival work. Who else is going to deliver the Babylon's Fall experience for all of you to enjoy? Historians will look back at this moment and see that this is what people were doing at the beginning of 2023. Anyways, let's equip our character appropriately. Yeah, so let's see. We got combo finisher, crit chance boost, perfect dodge, SP regen, enemies nearby, purge debilitation. I have no idea what the fuck that means. You know what else I don't like about this game? As far as I can tell... Oh, wait. Oh, no, you can't. Never mind. I was about to call this game out for bullshit. Let's see. 2 or more enemies within close proximity. Purge all damage over time and... Ooh, okay. This is nice. Now, granted, there are some things in this game where you cannot, like list out everything on the right-hand side, and, like, even those stats, I have no idea what impact does necessarily. Or Spirit Siphon, I can kind of guess at what those mean from how I've been playing. But especially when you're... Let's try technical mode out. But when you're trying to, like, go for upgrade materials and stuff and you're missing one... you can't just, like, pan over and see, like, where the, like, get a description of the item, which can be really frustrating. Julian and I discovered that last night. It will be old eventually, so I think it's fair to call Babylon's Fall an old game. True. To be fair, we've only watched the SFTLPs to any large degree. Yeah, that's fair. That's probably a lot of people. I think that there's a lot of people subscribed to me that are only here for, like, 1 or 2 things, and honestly... More power to you. Let's see. Let's equip Malice in standard mode. I don't know how these work. Let's equip the Grief Hammer in power mode. Do we want the Blast Rod or the Nova Rod? I don't fucking know. Here, let's equip the Lightning Axe in power mode. Okay, so... if I go to System and then Help... Let me see if I can get this tutorial message again so I can better explain the 3 modes. Oh, geez, we gotta connect. Oh my god, let's go. Oh, this just opened up the PlayStation browser. Let's fucking go. Okay, so if we go to equipment... Oh, well, let's learn about the rod types. So, rods are ranged weapons that fire magical bursts. This is so funny that this is just using the system browser. On the LP thing, I do plan on looking into the tabletop and Elden Ring stuff eventually. Maybe the Elden Ring playlist is sponsored. Hey, do not worry. Honestly, no pressure to check out any of my stuff. If it interests you, it interests you. If it doesn't, it doesn't. The fact that anyone watches even a little bit of my stuff means the world to me, so... okay, so rods are ranged weapons that fire magical bursts of elemental energy. Yeah, I've definitely used these before. I think I started with these. Light attacks can be used to regenerate SP, and their heavy attacks boast exceptional destructive power despite their lengthy charge time. Yeah, true. Spectral attacks also deliver an overwhelming blast of magical energy. Okay, and then what do Rod Novas do? Oh, these are the HP regen ones. And then these also do like the buff and like the buff zone thing. Okay. Okay, so here we go. So after you beat the game, you unlock... So every weapon in the game starts at standard mode. Oh my god. Why am I doing this? Why am I giving a lecture on Babylon's Fall here in my living room? Whatever. This is just how life happens. A basic attack mode, well suited for stringing together combos. So yeah, you know, you just kind of do basic standard stuff like we have been doing. So then there's power mode, which I tried out one time with one of my swords, and like, I don't know, you just kind of mash, so like I barely noticed this. But this is a little bit slower, less combo oriented, but more powerful attacks, I guess. Okay, so they drain more spirit. That's also good to know for the spectral attacks. So then technical mode. So this is like super duper combo bullshit. Timing a spectral attack to coincide with the flash that occurs after a certain combo finishers amplifies damage dealt. Okay. See, this actually might be... This might be the sauce that we need, everyone. Because maybe this will make me actually have to pay attention and not just mash things. And maybe this is how we get the most out of our Babylon's Fall experience. We'll have to see. I think I switched over to technical mode for these. Did I? Hold on. Wait, fuck. How do I... it'll help. Attack mode. Yeah, technical. Let me switch over to technical for this one, too. Alright, we'll try it out. Goodness. Still getting over this fucking cough. I feel completely fine. It's just... something in my chest. Okay. Are we going to the Jail of Grief or the Jail of Joy? Or are they are they the same? Let's see. No, this is the Jail of Joy. Let's see. I don't know why I keep singing. Here, let's just bum rush to the... I just want to try to catch up on the story so we can do these sieges and get this over with. We can experiment in here. I'm sure that it'll be fine. I wonder if the rankings board is any more populated. Let's see. Oh, hi. I hate fighting these dragons, by the way. This should be fine, because... oh my god, a shit ton of damage. Those tail sweeps can be kind of annoying to dodge, but I'm starting to get the timing down. So the problem with these dragons is that I actually just think that, like... they're designed interestingly, and they fucking try, but the game just does not support what it's trying to do, and the visual clutter of the game makes them very obnoxious. This one's more unique, though. I haven't seen the former dragon we fought do these types of patterns before. So, yeah, they stay in the air forever, which means that if you're not going in with a ranged attack, it's very obnoxious. You do have, like, the cool MMORPG-esque, like, AoE type stuff, which is neat. I like that a lot. But at the same time, we'll see if as this fight goes on, but there's some visual clutter issues I have with at least the last dragon fight that we got. I actually think it might be less bad with this one, because I think this gold sticks out more. The last one we fought has like this blue flame effect thing going on, and it just is terrible to keep track of on this type of arena. Like, this arena looks the same. And it can be hard to tell where exactly you can stand and not take damage. I also think that if I had one complaint, this game does use the MMORPG, like, oh, you know, like, AoE, like, marker on the ground to, like, warn you of incoming damage, and you gotta get out of the way. The problem, though, is that this game has verticality to it. I can hop in the air and do air combos and shit. And the safety of you in the air relative to those markers on the ground can be very often confusing, and also the fact that it seems like some of those AoE attacks you can just dodge with your like little teleport dodge thing, and some of times the game just doesn't, like, it seems like you really do not want to attempt to dodge them last minute. And yeah, like, they start doing the DPS check thing. He's in the air. This camera sucks ass. Here, I need a lock on. I'm gonna fall. Yeah, that's okay. But, like, unless you have, like, a full party going at this thing, I don't understand how you're supposed to, like, break this gauge consistently. It just feels like they do not give you enough of an opportunity in single play. See, like that, yeah, like these you need to just get the fuck out of the way of. Which makes sense, because this is, like, the punishment for not breaking the, you know, passing the DPS check thing in time. But... And that's the other thing with these dragons, is that they just seem to consistently go back and forth between this. And it's not fun. And then just flies away. Now I'm not going to have enough time. And see, like, you can't get close enough when it's breathing fire right in front of it, either, is the problem. And it's a conundrum. Here, I should heal. Okay, there we go. We might be able to get this one. Let's see if he flies away, though. Yep. Oh, no. He just lunged. Let's go. Got him. Okay. This isn't even the last time we fight a dragon in the story. No! No! God damn it. It's fine, we're doing good progress, and we already have like 4/5 out of the health through. Oh yeah, by the way, chat, Julian said he may pop in later, but he's been playing all day, so he wanted to take a break, which is completely understandable. But Julian may pop in a little bit. Oh yeah, this tornado you just need to run the fuck away from. Oh my god, he fell again! I posted a clip like that. Whoa, okay, well he's back up. Alright, thanks. That took a lot less long than it did the last time. Jesus. Yeah, these dragons like to like plop down and just kind of fall. But thankfully it doesn't like break the boss fight. I'll give the game that much credit. Shit, I tried to dodge, but I didn't have enough stamina, I think, at the time. Shit, yeah, now it's gonna fly away, and I will not have enough of an opportunity. Yeah. gonna heal up. The dragon tripped indeed. See, this is the thing here. Let's try to dodge. Okay, I dodged that too late. That was actually just my bad. And then, yep, right back to a DPS check. God, this was not the best mission to attempt to practice the technical mode. See, like that, you can dodge fine. I took no damage. I was in the AoE area. Oh, Jesus. I might be able to get this. Got it. Okay. Perfect. And this might be it, actually. For our friend, the dragon. Let's go. Oh, fuck off. Okay. Come on, buddy. No. Just barely out of range. Come on. Let me tap your toes. Please? Buddy? I did it. Wait, no. No, I did not do it. Friend? Oh my god. Okay, no. You're dead. You're fucking dead. See, the Kingdom Hearts freeze frame. Beautiful. Pure platinum. Flawless. Flawless gameplay. This fight has chariots and dynamos and 3-to-1 dodges like Titan bombs. Yeah, that's what Julian said. I'm not far enough into FF14 to understand your nomenclature. Ah. Goodness. Viper Greaves. Lightning Sword, yeah, a lot of whatever. Julian, I agree. I think this fight would honestly be fine, and honestly maybe the second best fight in the game if it wasn't for the flying thing. Oh, hey, Julian's online. Cause like otherwise, yeah, it would be like fine. But it's just not great otherwise. I'm switching this to technical mode. I might switch these back to... I think these are siphoning too much spirit, so I'm going to switch these back to standard mode. See, look, this is the endgame high-level decision-making you need with Babylon's Fall.
Yo, what up?
Hi, Julian. Julian, do we want to try that fucking dragon again? I think this time we can do it.
Honestly, I don't know. Hold on. So what I recommend is, so there's another dragon fight after, you know, as I alluded to, and I happen to have a really good bow equipped. I think the way the bows work is that you can actually aim them only if they're like a really good quality bow.
Oh.
So you know how when you like pick up the bows from like, you know, the dead bodies and
yeah, like the item ones.
You know how you can actually like aim those?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it turns out you can like actually aim this. I don't know if maybe the mode changes it, but at least I had a gold bow when I went into it, and I was able to aim it, and it worked out pretty well. But yeah, I'm down to try give it a shot.
All right, I just have a bone to pick. So after you beat the base game, you unlock these duels, chat, and they're basically repeats of bosses you fought, but like higher. You know, obviously they're harder and they provide better experience. So, as I posted on my channel before... Julian, did you see that clip I posted on YouTube and Twitter of the dragon falling, by the way?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think the dragon diving below is, like, a mechanic that it does, and then it, like, reappears somewhere else, but I think yours just got stuck.
See, it looked like, to me, what happened is I stunned it in midair, like, looking at that clip, and then I think it just fell, and then the AI will just, like, very slowly try to recover it. But I think it also, because it happened during the meteor shower, the game was like, oh, let's do the meteor shower first, and then the dragon will come back up, which is very funny. I'm happy that doesn't, like, completely crash the game or, like, make the mission like, impossible to complete, though. Uh, yeah, I have the mission prepped.
It's not showing up for me. Am I actually in the same lobby as you? I don't think I am.
Oh, fuck. Here.
Yeah, because I'm standing near the board and you're not there. So I actually might not be in the same lobby as you. Can you give me your
My code? Let's see. Shit. How do I
You probably just I
cancel quest? There we go. I finally figured out how to
yeah.
cancel quest. Okay. The lobby I'm in is... How do I find this again? Is it community?
I think so.
HQ code 974 28666. All of the Babylon's Fall gamers in chat, feel free to come to our HQ. Let me know if you need that again.
No, I got it. I'm just loading in.
Okay.
I will have to step away at some point, but then I can come back.
Okay, no worries. I'm gonna double check the rankings and see. Sandwich Time still at top place.
So I don't actually know what that like raid is. I don't know how to get it because I'm at the very end, and unless I need to clear some.
So according to the
make it
Babylon's
appear.
Fall website, it is a very hard Erishkigal mission raid thing that the recommended level for is 300.
I'm not sure if I'm invested enough to get that. I thought it'd be funny to be in like the top 20 Babylon's Fall players, but
I mean, hold on, are there even 20? Let me look at the
well, I
board
mean, it'd be
again.
like, I mean, I think there's like 16, but like,
There was 16, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh, wait, no, there's numbers. Yep, there's still 16. Just 16 people.
but like, I don't think I'm invested enough, especially since once you get to, I mean, it seems very clear that as they started adding new content, they kind of did like a catch-up mechanic, kind of, where they pretty much helped you get like way better gear. I'm still loading, by the way. I wonder if my internet's crapping out. Yeah, it seems like they kind of added like a catch-up mechanic where you can raise your gear levels really fast, but once you kind of get caught up, you notice that the gear levels you get just it slows down a lot.
Interesting.
So I think my game is just like not loading. I might have to reset it.
Yeah, reset it. Oh, now there's a Zaven who joined, just like my character name, Raven. I like how, like, in the past few months, I've just decided that the female rosin brand name of choice is Raven. There's just one letter difference. It makes sense. How many trophies left? I currently have 90% of the trophies. I just need 3 of them.
Same.
We need to get an accessory to level 3, piece of armor to level 10, and enhance a weapon to level 10.
Luckily, once you get to the sieges, which is, I guess, at the end of where the story ended, which I don't know if the story's actually done or if they just had to like stop it because
it sounds to me like
kinda
they had to stop it.
Scenes. Yeah, but it's farmable. You might have to farm it like 20 times, but 20, 30 times, but like it's tangible. We actually know how it ends because just last night we were like going through everything, figuring out how the hell are we supposed to. There's 0 resources about this stuff online.
True.
All right.
Did you restart?
I'm loaded. Yeah, I'm loaded in. Can you give me your
as a joke, I started playing Legend of Dragon. Let me close out. Oh, that probably just logged me out of Babylon's Fall too. Oops. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That was silly of me. I saw the icon there and I had to do the bet. Let's see. I like how as soon as I started playing Legend of Dragoon, like, people started shuffling in.
I should play that game at some point.
It's the most average RPG you'll ever play. I have a soft spot for it. It also
That's
has
fine.
it has some cool ideas that I think people kind of downplay because like the overall package is so generic. But like, there's some cool stuff there for sure.
I mean, this year so far, we're only 2 months into the year, and I've played like some awful games. So I feel like if I played
What else?
Legend of Dragoon, I'd like it because it's
True.
significantly better.
I mean, it's by no
Like,
means a bad game. It's just kind of, you know, stereotyp. Like, it's a very stereotypical RPG experience, which is by no means awful. I also like how I just loaded into the lobby you're in.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, I like how I see some like recurring names around here.
Like
though,
Drop Dead Fred.
Yeah, I've seen them around.
Yeah.
All right. Put
yeah.
up the mission then.
Let's get the mission up.
Like last month I played Sonic Forces. This month I play Babylon's Fall. I feel like I'm just gonna play like a bad game every month this year.
It's a good bit.
I don't know about good, but
Oh wait, whoops, wrong chapter. Fuck, which, it's the Civic Cloister. Wait, no. No, I need to go, I'm in the wrong, I need to go to the Tower of Babylon, not the Blockade, and then I need to go to the Thieves' Cloister, and then
someone's got a quest up. Someone named Zaven.
Oh yeah.
Or
wait, what are they doing? Maybe we should run it with them.
I mean, they're doing like a very, very early level.
I mean, do you want to do it or not? I'm fine with helping out a
If you
newbie.
wanna, if I guess we could pay back what's his name, repost for helping us by helping somebody else out.
Yeah, let's do it.
Assuming that this guy doesn't start the level the moment that I join, which I just joined.
Here, I'm joining.
Well, oh, actually no, I would have to like ready up anyway.
Here, there we go. Let's help out a newbie.
Okay, well let's see if they actually started though.
Let's.
Hopefully-
Oh, let's go. Okay.
Let's go. The bad game for March? I don't know. I'll have to. Whatever game's your favorite.
I will. I will say I have felt this weird sense of community through playing this game with randoms. I don't know if you felt this, Julian, going through any of this, but like,
I
it's
guess even though I haven't played with any of them.
I've played with
like,
a few
I've seen
randoms.
some-
Here, let's hold on. We gotta say hi. I really hope that this random person's just like, why is someone named Rosenbrand and someone named Raisinbrand? Suddenly, both seem...
Raisin Brain.
Oh yeah, Raisinbrand. I keep forgetting the I.
I feel like there must be like a sync feature because or else we should actually be like one-shotting these enemies. Oh yeah, I'm doing like a fifth of the damage I usually do.
They
so,
probably
yeah,
cap out your damage output.
Yeah, definitely seems like it. I mean, we're still melting everything, but
Yeah. Yeah, for context, there's a person named Repost who is like way like
post as in like not like a social media thing, but like RIPOSTE.
yes.
I don't even know if that's how they pronounce it.
I think it's Riposte. But they have a character that looks like Medieval Master Chief, and they're on like the rankings for like the endgame raids and shit. And they helped Julian and I out with a random mission one time, and we are just like, oh shit, thanks. We had a good time. So. See, this is why I enjoy.
Dragon, and then
What?
and then after we're done the dragon, we should, you need to get back to doing the story because
Oh, absolutely. I just have a bone to pick with that
you
dragon
still
fight.
got a bit to go.
Yeah. I really love the idea of someone checking out this game and just being thrown into the mix of Babylon's Fall experts all trying to rush the endgame content. We are experts in this game now, right? Like, I think we have to consider ourselves Babylon's Fall experts.
I mean, compared to, like, the people who played this game, probably, like, just, like, because I'm sure not many people got very far into this game.
No.
I still think it's crazy that, like, the longer you wait to play this game, the longer the grind is.
Yes. Because you need to do the endgame sieges, but they keep pushing back the endgame sieges.
Yeah, so you need to do sieges for special materials, different types of oils that you need to upgrade your items, and to get some of the trophies, you need to upgrade your items, like to the max, and the sieges are time limited, and they like remove them and then add new ones.
Yeah, they like rotate. They're on a rotation.
So you have to, and they kept adding like more like story to the game, which means that in order to get to those types of missions, you have to basically catch up on the story and play everything, which takes ages, and levels are very repetitive, and sometimes, and a lot of times you'll just repeat levels, but with the same enemies, but just like they do a little bit more damage and require a higher gear level.
It's just baffling to me because. So, like, dicking around in the hub world and, like, even, like, I know you've been skipping a lot of the cutscenes, but, like, watching a lot of the cutscenes, it's clear to me that, like, they really wanted all these different areas of this tower to have its own, like, character and, like, be recurring settings, but in practice, it just means that they're repeating levels over and over with slightly different enemy layouts, and, like, every now and again they change up some things, but it's, like, I don't know, this game is so curiously made, because I mean even with
I was gonna say, even with the different enemy types, I mean, you basically just fight them all the same way, even then. It's like the only thing that's a little bit different is, I mean, you might need to just time your dodges like a little differently.
And the thing that's so like funny to me about it is like as soon as you like, I don't know if you felt this way, but as soon as you get to like the stuff like with Gallagher and the creatures and like that like the post like launch story stuff that they added, you can just feel like, oh wow, like they stopped
caring.
They stopped, well, like, not even, I don't know necessarily that, but just like they did not have the resource to like make it like every fight is just a guy that looks like it could have been like a player character, and not in a cool way. It just feels like, oh god, they have armor assets and they're trying to use them.
Like, at least when you're going through the initial story, which was probably the launch story.
Yeah.
You know, you have unique bosses at the end of each world, and then once you finish that, it's just all the
it goes
bosses,
away immediately.
Except for one. There's one boss that is unique, but other than that, they're either just like recolors of like the dragons, or just like human enemies that just do.
And also the cutscenes just become slideshows, which, like, to be fair, there were a lot of those in the base game, but like, it's ridiculous. Like, the prevalence of them is
like there will be some that aren't just that too, but
they're
like,
a lot more sparse compared to the main game.
Yeah. All right, we did it. Hold on,
We did it. Make sure we like them. Make them feel good.
You gotta say yes.
Ah, I missed it. Oh well. Too late. Same pose.
Oh, I forgot to like him, shit. Alright, look at all this kinda crappy gear.
Oh yeah. We did it.
Alright, let's do the dragon, and then you really need to continue the story, because...
Yes. Oh, whoops. Okay. Hopefully we can beat it this time. I believe in ourselves. I am 55 power levels higher. It's up. than the recommended.
Why do you want to fight this so bad?
Because I keep losing to it, and I need this. I just need to beat it once. It's personal. I'm sure we'll kick this thing's ass this time.
Maybe. I definitely have like a good range attack now.
That's good.
Actually, hold on. My range. I think choosing power mode, or I think I may have needed to choose like a different mode in order to actually get aiming. So
that would make sense. Oh well.
So I can't really use my bow, I guess. Oh well. Hopefully, just do enough damage regardless.
Oh my god.
I mean, it could be that even with our gear, I mean, it probably just sinks us down, so it might not even be enough.
I don't know, maybe. We're tearing through it, though.
Well, that's until it starts doing its bullshit.
Yeah. Ow. And then I fell.
It just kind of sucks that like you can't even like try the weapons until you hop into like a mission.
I know. There has to, like, I wonder if there's a training thing somewhere that we just haven't seen, but like they do not draw attention to it, so even if it is there, like, you know.
Yeah, I don't think I ever mentioned it, but you know how you have like a gimmick where you can like tether someone, and then you also get like warp dodge. Like you get warps, I get like rolls. The gimmick that I have is that when an enemy is like stunned or knocked down, I can like push a button to do. It's kind of like it's not really QTE, but like it just kind of drains some of their. It does a big hit and drains some like SP and gives it back to me.
So here's my issue with this fight. So one, I think the blue flame like terribly blends in. But also, when those big pillars explode, they leave behind like a blue flame effect, and that one, like gameplay-wise, does not linger. But like it looks like you should be taking damage because they look identical to the blue flames that do linger and do cause damage. I just find this game very illegible in a way that frustrates me greatly.
Just like you have to be so close to lock on that like for me to use my range attack without like the free aim, I just basically need to get really close to it to even be able to lock on, and then the lock on just breaks so easily that it's like, what's the point, you know?
Yeah. Now it's gonna fly away. Okay,
we're not gonna break this bar. There's no way. Gonna fly away for sure.
Wait. Shit, I didn't dodge in time. I just kind of floated there awkwardly. Wait, no, we might got this. Let's go! Wait, no, embrace annihilation. Fuck. Oh, yep, and then it re-ups. See, and then it does that, like, while the lingering fire effect is there, so, like, you can't get to it even. I like this song, though.
I've muted all volume
Damn.
from this game to listen to my own music because it just
fair.
helps me bear it a little more.
Yeah, I've definitely, when I was playing solo, I was listening to a bunch of podcasts and stuff. God, into the tornado. Yeah, see, like, you can't hit it.
Don't you love that mechanic? It spawns one in the middle that blows up first, and then the ones
Yeah.
blow up on the outside in order. That's an FF14 mechanic. A very frequent FF14 mechanic.
Are people good at it?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I figured. See, and then sometimes too, if you just get like a natural stun like this too, it seems like the green bar just will go away on its own anyways.
Yeah, my bow is still this bow is still usable, like in the mode that it's in, but it's just like
God.
it's
I'm so
limited to
bad at I'm so bad at dodging the silly little like landing thing it does. Little dive.
I've gotten pretty good at dodging in this game. I don't get out of a lot of the AoEs because I could just like dodge through them.
See, the thing that's been frustrating me is, like, some of them, though, it seems like you'll still, like, when it does the fire charge, even if you dodge it correctly, it seems like you still take a little bit of graze damage from, like, the fire. Oh, shit, I didn't damage from the fire speak up, speaking of the devil. Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's like weird because, like, the timing's different depending on the attack. Like, so it's like, it shows you when the AoE's gonna go off by, like, when the yellow circle from the middle, like, hits the outside, but sometimes it doesn't feel consistent.
Yeah. I feel like there's like two types of attacks where it's like the attack will go off and you need to be dodging as soon like that. The attack, like as soon as that yellow hits the blue, you need to be dodging. Or then the other times it feels like, oh, this is when it's going to start the attack, and you have to delay it a bit. Oh God, I'm gonna go down. I'm alive somehow.
Do you have any potions left?
Not yet. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I am down. Oh, well. I think we may be able to power through this, though.
Oh, just teleport on my screen. I need to kill this little, like, bird that's right there.
Yeah, those fire, like, big eye lasers. This is kind of annoying. I don't know why this resurrection takes as long as it does, too. Oh jeez, yeah, fire. Then I'm stunned. Yeah, the game also likes to stun you a lot, and then you just can't get out of whatever bullshit gets thrown your way. And it's gonna fly away.
Got this blue fire.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I didn't even see it. Yes, for the best. I'm gonna revive into the fire. Okay. Got out of the way.
Get over where I am. It's doing the 3-to-1 dodge. The middle's gonna blow up first.
True.
Oh, I guess it's just taking a while to go off.
Oh!
They're all going off. Did they all just go off at the same time?
I think they did. That was kind of cool.
Well, I guess that's just a dodge check.
See, then it's like, oh, it's on the ground, but also this tornado is gonna fuck us up.
Be careful getting close to this dragon because there's fire everywhere.
Yeah.
Also, I'm about to die in a second.
Shit. Stay the fuck out of the way of these.
I can see anything.
I can't see shit, yeah.
Effect.
Okay, this might be our chance. Good dodge.
Oh, when they get close to it. Yeah, when the blue things are starting to spin, that's a good close to it.
I'm dead.
Well, only one of us can die.
Yeah.
If I die now, we're done. See anything? I think I'm dead too. Yeah, we're done.
Well, okay, you know, fuck doing that forever.
Yeah, like I had a feeling this was gonna happen again.
Okay, yeah, we don't need to try that again. That dragon wins that one. It's called very hard for a reason, I suppose.
It's also, I mean, it seems like it's balanced around having more people.
Probably. Well, okay, time to do story stuff.
All right, you can do a couple on your own. I think I'm gonna do a couple of the sieges.
Okay, that's fair.
Actually, no, I'll do them with you. I'll help you get through faster.
I just started.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Then I'll just do a siege on my own
Yeah.
and then hop in for the next one.
Yeah, Square did market this game, but not The World Ends With You. True. Hopefully these missions go by pretty fast.
Did you get to the Ben yet?
No. The last thing that happened is Gallagher and I went our separate ways.
I mean, I was skipping the cutscenes by that point. So,
I fought the guy who shoots out waves after wave of energy and keeps jumping in the snow area.
Oh yeah.
That's the end of the first, like the second story rather.
Did you fight the unique like enemy?
I don't think so. Is it like a big creature?
It was like almost like a spider kind of thing with a big skull.
I mean, that was one of the bosses from the base game.
Wasn't that just like a regular ass spider though?
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, no, there was a spider with a skull on her behind, named Moira.
Oh, then maybe it was just a recolor. Maybe I just forgot that boss was a thing.
And yeah, because that one definitely had a big skull. Here, so I'm not entirely sure what the sparks are I should be looking for. Like that, I think. I don't know. Because there's this, but I think those are just like effects from hitting the ground. Whatever. I can probably just keep mashing a technical mode and get the benefit from it. If I had to guess. I mean, I think there's probably only so many Fantasy Wolf sound effects to go around, so that would not surprise me. Oh, you forgot to get the Peeps Pepsi? Pyro, you're killing me. You had to take one for the team. Oh yeah, Julian, how do you feel about the fact that they just add fucking Sonic grind rails into this game?
I mean, they just kind of suck.
Yeah, they do. Oh, I got a Divine Relic. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm now invested in what loot I get in this game. I'm not really, but...
I mean, divines aren't even that great. You can only have like one weapon and like one armor, like divine equipped at a time.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. But you cannot put two on. You cannot put two.
It's...
So,
I'm
I do not know
surprised
why,
they care.
but
That's silly.
it is what it is. Too OP, I guess.
What distinguishes Fantasy Wolf sounds from normal wolf sounds? They're all fantasy now because there aren't any wolves out in the wild in the lands anymore.
Yeah, wolves don't exist anymore.
No. We killed them all. At least I know in Wisconsin the wolf population is not what it used to be. Oops. Actually, Fantasy Wolf sounds are just audiobook versions of the Omegaverse. I'm sorry, everyone. I've been saying a lot of cursed shit recently.
It'd be like that sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, Julian, you don't listen to it, but there in the Ultra Q podcast that I've been recording with friends, I forgot until I listened to the episode when it went live today that there's a monster that I called, or I said looks like what would happen if Salad Fingers got a pinecone pregnant.
I can picture that.
Yeah.
What that would look like.
Yeah. That's why we're friends.
Is it?
I think so.
Because I can picture your weird images.
Probably. This sounds a little skeevy now. Where'd it go? Recently, true. Listen, Claire, don't break the facade. I have a public image to keep up.
Is Ultra Q just like Ultraman, but like
So-
one series or something?
It's the first one. It's before Ultraman, and it's more like the Twilight Zones or like the Outer Limit. The Twilight Zones, what the fuck? The Twilight Zone or the Outer Limits, where it's just like, imagine the Twilight Zone, but like every week it's like a different kaiju monster or that sort of thing, instead of like a sci-fi story. It's very cool. I like it a lot.
That sounds neat.
Yeah.
Not
I
sure
actually
I'll
think-
watch it, but it sounds like a cool idea.
I actually think that it would be kind of fun for me to pop in a random episode or two and watch it in the group, like whenever we got a spare night or something. I think that y'all would get a kick out of it. And they're only 30 minutes.
When are you gonna watch more Common Riders series? The one that's ongoing right now is pretty good.
I actually, there is a sale for Kuga, and I actually bought the Blu-ray of it.
Oh, nice.
So I'm looking forward to that. I think I'll like Kuga. That's the one that's kind of more like almost like police procedurally, right?
I believe so. I've not
Yeah.
actually seen that one yet, but I mean the one that's current right now is like it's Kamen Rider, but
That's like the Battle
Fortnite.
Royale one, right? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. We just had an Among Us arc.
Yo! Oh damn, I got like a gear set going here actually with my character. Look at that. Let's see, what am I wearing? Oh yeah, the Viper set. Put on those Thor gauntlets. Hell yeah, we got a look going.
Right. I just finished the level I was doing, but I have to step away for like half an hour, so I will be back
All right.
later.
No worries. I'm all alone again, chat. Oh geez, I caused the camera to freak out there for a second. Well, let's keep going through the story. How many more of these do we got? Yeah. This should be the last one. I wonder if this will just be a boss or if this will be an actual level. The day Kamen Rider Double comes over, it's over. Yeah. I actually really want to watch Double just because I really like the designs from that one. I've actually considered buying some of the model kits for that one, but they're always like really expensive because I think they're technically out of print. But I really like the designs of the Double like suits and stuff I've seen. Oh yeah, she's one of the creatures, by the way. I hate to drop you all in on this game's exciting story halfway through, but, or I guess 3/4 of the way through, but. Or 2/3? Yes, 2/3. They destroyed the sun, you know. Wait, is she transforming? Oh shit, okay. Sure, why not? Wasn't expecting that. Well, I'll take this over fighting another... I guess it is just a spider lady again, but I'll take this over fighting just a generic human again. Okay, yeah, but this is, I think this is just a reused. I think this is just the spider fight, but reused. Yeah, it is. Wait, no, I don't think the skull was separate last time, though. Like, the skull is attached, I want to say. I could be misremembering, it's been a while. Ouch. Oh shit, damaging this also counts as damaging the boss. Like they're both shared. Whatever. Who cares? Oh, okay, no. They share a name, but they're not the same creature. Let's just keep going to town. Yeah, maybe. Okay, yeah. See, you just kind of wail on them, and then they stumble, and then you just wail on them more. Ah, goodness. Ooh, good dodge. Right on Wake Up. Oh, that was a terrible dodge, though. So you see, I mean, though, like, you can get hit and then just keep wailing the spectral weapons, and, like, it doesn't matter that, like, you just got punished for being hit and you're, like, knocked down. Oh god, the skull's coming back. Like, the spectral weapon will still come out, so, like, even when you're falling down or stunned on the ground, a lot of the times you can just still keep getting damage in. And it just feels weird and off, and not the level of polish or, like, tactile gameplay feel I want from a game like this. A lot of this game just feels loose in the worst possible way. I bet if I killed this main spider body, the full, like the skull dice do, yeah. Pure platinum. Turning the cleavers into a bow is kind of cool, yeah, I agree. Like, every once in a while, this game has kind of a neat thing, but... My overall thoughts on this game is that it is... I don't know. I feel like I have some words to write about this game, so I don't want to completely spoil my thoughts, and I have a bad habit, I feel. I just talked about this in that 3-hour video I uploaded celebrating the 10-year anniversary of my channel. But I do think I have a nasty habit of kind of not committing to writing long-form, more thought-out pieces, because I kind of just say what I want to through other avenues, and that makes me less interested in expressing it, so I might spare some of my more nuanced and complicated thoughts. But I do kind of have the feeling that this game has a structure, but there's no substance to it. Like, it feels like a framework for a game that just, like, the actual, like, anything that needed fleshing out or work and effort attached to it just was completely not given the time of day. It's like a very... It's like a skeleton is kind of what I wrote down. There's just not enough going on here, but they have like an outline of kind of what they wanted to achieve, and it could have maybe been something, but there's not even... I wouldn't even call this game missed potential, because it's like a blank piece of paper with a few bullet points written down. It's so uncooked that I don't even want to call it undercooked. It's just still kind of the ingredients, but some of them are mixed together. Yeah.
Her body couldn't withstand the Icarus phenomenon. It immolated her to ash.
I hate when I can't withstand the Icarus phenomenon.
Forgive us.
But you did get rid of the creatures, right, Scarecrow?
Yes, you're very right, Galate. And with Urumbagel defeated as well, I'd say this should reflect quite well on our sentinels.
The whole city should be celebrating.
True. The immediate threat has receded for now. I thank you for that.
Are you engaged yet by this exciting story? How's everyone's day? Chad, how you doing? Do anything fun and exciting?
Alone again, huh?
Oh damn, he's so sad.
Cannabis.
Canopus! Fuck! Okay, I'm gonna be real with y'all. I love the name Canopus. It's the name of a star. I'm mad that this game seems to keep using ideas or just random things that, like, I wanted to use for my own creative projects. This is not the first time this has happened. It makes me feel so owned. All your allies named after Greek things and all the enemies named after Babylonian things. I don't entirely know. I know you work for an empire that has control over Neo-Babylonia. Or Neo-Babylon, they call it. But here. I don't know if we want to use that. Well, I guess we can for this. Put that in technical mode. Do we just want to go hog wild on the swords? I think that'd be kind of fun. Probably won't break things as often, but... At work lamenting that I'm not home playing Destiny 2. Oh, there you go. I think I'd rather be playing Destiny 2 than this. Probably give me a very similar experience, but, like, actually fun. I don't know, are people over or under on Destiny 2 right now? I will say that trailer for Lightfall, that new Destiny 2 expansion that they showed at the latest State of Play, that was the worst goddamn, like, imaginable cover of Karma Police I think I could have ever fathomed. Just terrible. What the fuck were you doing? Oh my god. Don't fuck up Karma Police. That's just terrible. Yeah, I need to... Wait, hold on. Where do I need to go? Who do I need to talk to? Someone, I think. I have no quest marker. Fuck. See, this is just to fight Elpis over and over again. You know what? Fuck it. We're trying again. Let's see if the swords work. I think I just need to do a mission or something to try and come back. That seems to prompt things to start in this game. Started a Destiny 2 clan with some of your FF14 friends. That's fun. Doing pretty good. Did some right for a TTRPG setting earlier, and I've been experimenting with PS3 emulation for the past couple hours. PS3 emulation is pretty good right now. It's come a long way. All the Armored Core games are working pretty nice, I've seen. So that's pretty cool. I wish, this is kind of unrelated, but I mean, still emulation. I wish that they would fucking fix those issues with Shin Megami Tensei 4 and 4 Apocalypse, where, like, the games run basically, like, all the way, but then, like, oh, Jesus, the penalty for falling is dire in this fight. I should watch that. But then, like, the actual, shit, I'm trying to focus. Oh goodness, I cannot talk and mash buttons at the same time. No, the killing animations for the enemies are like completely fucked up right now. Shit, dodged too early. There we go. Jesus. I fucked that one up. Was 4 swords just the answer? Like, holy shit. Look at this, y'all. I think this might have been the answer. Oh my god. Okay. I just had the wrong build. This is pure skill, I promise you. Jesus. Man, that was fun. Well, no deaths yet. Where'd it go? God, the countdown is so fast. Shit. Misread that timing real bad. I think this is the run, though. Sorry, I'm not looking at chat. I'm very focused on this boss fight. Oh my god, I just can't reach. The countdown. Oh my god. Yeah, let's just heal up. And I'm stunned? No, I'm good. Get my stamina back. Hey, you know what? I bet we can break this before it blows up. Yeah, we good. That's what you're supposed to do with these. We're learning. goodness. Does the 360 emulate? From what I've gathered, not as well. I also believe, from what I've heard, there is a little bit less interest from the emulation community in getting it up, which is part of the reason that is. But I know that there is like a 360 emulator that people like go to for the things that they like need to emulate. I also think part of the reason I've heard that like 360 emulation isn't as big of a thing is because it's pretty easy to just get like a second-hand 360 still, because they're so ubiquitous, and just hack it and load it up with whatever ISO you want. It seems like that's kind of what people do these days for that. I think we got this fight done. Let's go! Yeah! Fuck yeah! Oh my god. Oh, holy shit. Incredible. We did it. We got a divine out of it. Anything good? Sure. I think it's just better than what we have. But whatever. Fuck it. Got a lot of money out of it that we don't need. Yeah, okay. It did prompt a cutscene. We just had to do a mission and come back, I guess. The Galus are the evil robot enemies, by the way. That are like the base enemy of the game. No, you all saw them in the first session, or the first stream of this we did. That's true. My brain is just mush after that dragon fight.
Shamilka, tell me you'll at least think about it.
I am unable to abide that request, even from you, Lady Sophia. The Kuftali Order do not share their knowledge of firearms with outsiders. I did once with you, as I felt I had no choice. But should I be too open with our secrets, I'm sure we would all be killed.
Tell that to whoever's been arming all those Galu recently. They're starting to get the upper hand.
Oh no, the Galu are better, even betterer than before.
Kuftali are working with the Galu?
I'm not saying it's you, but they're getting guns somewhere. That's a fact.
We've already sent a team to investigate the matter. We're waiting to hear back.
Sorry to interrupt. Just got word in from Pygmalion.
Love it when Pygmalion gives me word.
Lions attacked a Kuftali caravan the other day.
God, we have like multiple factions now. This is so weird.
Very interesting news indeed.
Don't be ridiculous. We had mercenaries there to back up the caravan. They would have...
What the hell is this? Oh no, is she in love?
Ajula? Why are you getting quiet all of a sudden?
Oh, no.
Oh my god, I can't believe they're doing this. Lycus does sound like a Victorian schoolboy.
Well, now I guess we know how the Galu got their pistols. We'll grant your request. 100 pistols.
That would be much appreciated.
But we have two conditions. The first is to retrieve the stolen pistols.
Okay, now we need to get stolen
Yeah, but-
pistols.
To help us bring your order here.
Doesn't sound unreasonable. Sylvie, can I leave this to you?
If it hits 8 o'clock, we're busting out the alcohol, by the way.
I've still got unfinished business with Iran Bagel, so it works out nicely.
I'll go too. They're hiding out in the ziggurat. And I've got a good idea where.
I shall join as well.
Okay. Why, may I ask?
Someone will need to check the IDs on the pistols after we retrieve them.
ID tagged pistols, tracked ID tagged Galu.
Wouldn't hurt to
War
have
has
them from our
changed.
side, I suppose.
We are gaming indeed.
Very well, Adula. You may join them.
Thank you.
I can't believe Lycus has a
But I
admirer
still
now.
need to procure equipment to climb
This
the
is
ziggurat.
bad. Lycus doesn't deserve this.
I've got you covered. Come to my room. I'll lend you what you
Lycus.
Thank you very much.
Kids, can't take your eyes off him for a minute.
How old is Lycus? I have questions now. Ah, goodness. Let's see. Okay, yeah, we looked at all this already. Yeah, fuck it. I think we should be good. Changing all this out. There's Julian still. Here. All right, let's do some quests. Third abandoned cloister. Okay, we got 4 of these. Let's see how long these take. I'm just gonna bum rush these now. I got my revenge on that dragon. God, it looks so silly going into this with just like 4 swords. Goodness. Yeah, I really like going in with just the hammers because you can just smashy, but like, the tracking on these swords is ridiculous. Look at this. Like, you don't even need to be close by, it kind of sticks to them. Though I guess the trade-off is I can't like break through these like shield guys as easy. Whoa. Okay. Sure. I did that intentionally, I promise. Yeah. This is maybe the worst implementation of like the Sonic rail mechanic I've ever seen in my life. It's so boring. It's not even like... It would be cool if it went fast, but like it's very clear that they could not make it go fast. This game does not support that. God, how cringe is it gonna be that I beat Babylon's Fall before Elden Ring. That's pretty cringe. Ouch. See, look, I'm knocked down. I've already killed this guy, basically. Oh, Julian complained about this last night, but yeah, this game kinda does a number on your fingers, too. Because you're just slapping the controller. Over and over again. Please tell me I'm getting close to the goddamn... Oh, there's a chest there. Well, we're not getting it now. Let me just get through the mission, video game. How have we been going for this long already? I feel like nothing's happened. That's not true. We beat my nemesis in this game, the dragon. In fact, we defeated 2 dragons. You beat Left Alive before the Front Mission remake. Oh, that's incredible. How did you feel about Left Alive, Earthbound? That's a game I feel like Left Alive is a very Rosin brand video game. Like the channel, not me, but you know, I feel like at some point I'm bound to do a Left Alive thing. You know what I mean? It just fits the mood and the vibe I go for here, I think. That and the other Square Enix masterpiece, The Quiet Man. Oh, I'm not done. Okay, looks like we got one more rail grind to go. Okay. Alright. Damn. Just like Shadow the Hedgehog. Love stealth games, and I like a lot of the ideas, but the execution was pretty terrible. Yeah, that sounds about right. I love when that game came out, people were like, this seems like the type of thing that, like, maybe years from now will be looked back on as, like, maybe, like, an underlooked, like, or misunderstood gem or something, maybe. And then the more people played it, the more they were like, no, this just seems pretty mediocre. That seemed to be the cultural conversation around Left Alive when it came out. See, I don't even think I, like, dodged there, and, like, that attack just, like, completely whiffed me. I don't understand what's going on. I also like fighting these guys because when you stun them, they just fall to the ground, like, and, like, they plop, and it's very funny looking. Let's see if I can get it to happen again. I'm sure if I keep mashing on it. I'm gonna get it to drop. Maybe not with my sword. Yep, there we go. Plop. Oh, it's kind of slow because of the swords, but when you hit them with the hammer, they, like, plop down, and it's very funny looking. Shit. I thought I had the dodge there. I did not. Come on. Come on. There we go. Alright, that's one of the missions. Yeah, I feel like a Quiet Man LP would maybe be a fun time. I feel like that would be a fun thing to show a friend. or do something with someone with. I don't know if I'd want to do it solo. I think it'd be funnier to get another person reacting to it. Okay. Yeah, I can definitely feel that the gear progression in this game is slowing down as we approach the end game. Goodness. Don't have anything better. No. Oh well. Oh, you know what though? Actually, I just realized I've been leveling up, so I can actually equip more like skill slots to my thing. Wait, is that how the Quiet Man works? Is there a silent and a sound version of the playthrough? I did not know that. That's remarkable. Here. Here we go. Let's reduce our SP consumption for attacks even more. That's what we need. You only get sound on the cutscenes in New Game Plus. Fascinating. The only like thing I really know about the Quiet Man is I think it was Patrick Klepek for Waypoint. Played like played a demo for it at an event one time, and the people running the demo station seemed to forget he was in there. So like he just kept playing and nobody was getting him. And then like a trophy popped, and they were like, no, you gotta be done now. And he was just like, am I just gonna play through this game at like PAX or whatever? I always thought that was a funny story.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back. I'm in the icy area again.
How far did you get?
I'm at Crawler's Ridge. I beat the dragon, by the way. Solo.
Oh, you fought the dragon again? Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry.
The very hard one?
Yes, so what I found out what I found the solution is just four swords. And I just mashed everything, and it seemed to have no trouble breaking it.
Oh, okay, I guess weapon type affects it then.
Yeah, I honestly think that the hammers and, like, the heavier, like, the wands and, like, maces and, like, the slower stuff is just bad in that fight. I think you need, like, exclusively, like, ranged and sword shit in that fight, which is ridiculous. But...
Yeah. I probably would have done a lot better if I had, like, my ranged attack working a little better, if I had, like, the free aim with it.
Yeah. I don't know, also, too, because, like, I feel like I'm reading inconsistent reports on what scales with multiplayer and what doesn't in this game. And I wonder if the duels do. But, like, I don't know, it didn't seem like it when I hopped in solo. So... no idea.
Who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, so I'm at, like, the 3rd cloister. How many more of these do I have before I get to, like, the Ben or whatever?
This might be the last one. Let me
Oh
double
shit, I
check.
went backwards again. Fuck me. I'm stupid. I keep doing this.
Yeah, so after the 3rd cloister, you have basically 2 more sets of 4 levels, and then you're at the sieges.
Okay. Do you have to, like, beat the final boss of the story mode thingy that they have set up to, do the sieges?
Kinda, I mean... It's not really that different from, like, other bosses. It's kind of just, like... an enemy. I don't know, but yeah, you just have to kind of... You just need to finish the story, I guess, up to wherever it ended, and then you unlock whatever the sieges are.
Okay. But yeah, I'm enjoying the Four Swords life. The swords also, like, track. So, like, oh god, I spit, sorry if that picked up on the camera, that was gross. The swords, like, track. So if you get a hit in on the dragon and it starts to fly up, as long as you're still mashing L2 and R2, the swords will keep slashing at its face, which is really useful.
Okay. I've gotten the hammers to track for enemies before.
Yeah, I don't understand.
I do that a lot. I do that on purpose a lot, because then it just, like, it basically keeps an enemy stunned and taking damage while I, like, stun and damage another one, and it just prevents them from attacking me.
Yeah,
As long as you keep mashing it, it stays locked onto whatever target you're hitting.
Because it seems like for me, sometimes shit tracks and sometimes things don't, and I don't entirely... like, I don't get what, you know, causes that. There are so many unsolved mysteries of Babylon's Falls gameplay that will never be solved.
I mean, some people probably know that the top tier players probably know a good bit.
Well, when we start our private server, when we start Babylon's Fall Community Edition, we'll figure
Babylon's
it out.
Rise.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so it looks like the final item you need for an upgrade is like another like oil, like it's like a gold rarity oil, but you need 40 of the tickets to buy it.
So how many tickets do you get per run?
10.
Oh, that's not the worst.
Well, that's just for one item. But to be fair, you'll only need one of that item. The one that you'll need a lot is 8 per. And yeah. But you can get it as a drop. As like I got one as a drop, which, you know, it saves you an entire run.
Are you using those item boosters too?
I will, but you can only buy one a day.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So I'm saving it until like you do it. I'll hop in and help you do the story whenever you're done this mission.
Okay. So do the sieges take substantially longer than regular missions?
About the same. I mean, actually, probably maybe even less time.
Ooh, okay.
It depends, because some of like some of the levels take a while. Some of them are very short.
Do you have like multiple sieges unlocked, or is it just like the one?
Yeah, you get multiple, but like there doesn't really seem to be a reason to farm the higher ones. I mean, they require higher level gear.
Yeah.
But it seems like they all just
for our purposes,
or at least
for our purposes,
farm the lowest one.
Yeah. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, there's one. The lowest one is like gear level 210. Then there's a gear 230, and then there's like 2 more, I think, and then
Okay.
maybe more you unlock from there. I have no idea.
I'm missing
Maybe
an
you have to
enemy?
do all of them
Oh.
to unlock whatever the raid on the leaderboards is. Aresh Kigal, whatever
Yeah.
that is.
Yeah, because I saw that one got added on the website. It's like, oh, this is power level 300. And it's like, Jesus Christ. I'm at like 207 or some shit. 208. But yeah, I noticed what you're talking about with like the power level, like the gear starts to really slow down past a point. I did notice though that when you craft gear, it always seems to be above what your power level is.
Yeah,
So I
I've
bet that's
made
what
a
you
couple
need to
things.
start doing. Did you do the thing where you crafted like 50 of whatever?
Nah,
That
I don't want to
That
accidentally.
seems a little.
I don't want to. I don't want to accidentally use up too many materials and then just not have any to get the
Yeah.
upgrades.
That makes sense.
I
It
made
seems
a couple
like
to like replace some gear, but like,
yeah.
it's very resource intensive to craft 50 things.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So if you do craft 3 things, you do get like some of the like oils. There is like a mission for that.
Yeah, I got that. I didn't know if the 50 was gonna be worth it or not.
It's probably not worth it. I mean,
We'll probably.
that'll be enough to like. I mean, you could just farm the levels a couple extra times, and then.
Yeah.
But if you spend more materials, if you accidentally spend too many of one type of material, it's like you might just be out of luck. You'd have to farm things just to like get the material back. So it's like.
Yeah.
I don't know. For
Just
safety.
not worth it. Yeah. All right, I'm at the final chapter of this area.
Yeah, so what bad game are you gonna play next? I think we should play Sonic Forces. It's not very long, so
We're talking about me doing a Let's Play of the Quiet Man in chat.
I don't even know what that is.
That was a Square Enix beat 'em up where you play as a deaf man who people are mean to, and it gets involved with like some people doing crimes, and you like beat them up, and it's apparently very bad. I learned that there is there are two. You do 2 playthroughs of that game, like Nier. There's one where the game is silent, and there's one where the game has sound.
I mean, that sounds like a cool idea.
The gameplay was very bad. See, I will say, I actually do kind of appreciate Square Enix in recent years just doing a bunch of weird shit and seeing what sticks. But boy, have they also put out some fucking clunkers. I would rather... I appreciate them being a little weird with shit, though. That being said, I don't appreciate them also focusing so much on making shit like Forspoken and like the Avengers and just like all this like generic AAA sludge that just seems to appeal to nobody. And
I should play.
doesn't seem.
I played the demo for Voice of Cards, but I should just get the game proper and see if it's any better. I was not impressed by the demo. It wasn't very fun to play, but.
I feel like people have been pretty lukewarm on Voice of Cards. There's 3 of those fucking games now.
Yeah, I know.
I remember.
I wonder if there's actually something like. I wonder if there's actually something substantial in the fact that there's like 3 of them. Maybe there's like something cool being done, like at least with the story regarding that. I don't know.
I just remember when the second one got announced, someone was like, "Didn't the first one just come out?" And the official Twitter account was like, "Yeah, and."
Oh. Yeah. I do want to try Octopath too. I've heard apparently it's like the first game, but just way better.
People seem to really like the new Octopath. I'm gonna be honest, I never beat Octopath 1. I think people were kind of hard on it. But I know that's an unpopular take.
I think people were hard on it for the wrong reasons.
I can agree
But
with that too.
I am hard on it, but not for the reasons people mostly complain about.
Yeah, I can definitely
I don't
agree
really
with
take
that.
much stock into. I don't take much stock into what a lot of like JRPG fans say, because I feel like a lot of them focus on the wrong things in those games.
I can also agree with that.
But
Okay, this armor looks a little neat. Oh damn. Yo, we looking cool as hell. Ah, goodness. It's very funny that love people who both love and hate
I think
Octopath
there
2
might be a
said,
typo in there.
yeah. It's just for Octopath. That's funny.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things is, see, that's one of the things that
2 does look a lot better.
people hate on it for the wrong reasons. In that the fact that people who like talk about Octopath be like, oh yeah, I love the visuals, but I don't like, you know, so and so other thing. I'm like, well, the visuals are like the worst part of that game, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't.
But that might just be, that's just me. But like,
I don't think it looks particularly great. I think it looks all right. I think the problem is like the bloom is a lot in that game. I think
it's a little
2.
much.
I think 2 looks a lot better.
I don't hate, like, you know, going for that pixel art, but in like a 3D environment type thing that it went for. But
I think it's just the effects and like the blur and the.
If you want to start the next mission, are you out?
Yeah. Let me put it up on the board, and then I am going to grab another drink.
All right, maybe we'll get another person joining us while you do that.
True. It'll be like 5 seconds because my refrigerator's right there. But let's go to yes, Yagid Boulevard. All right, it's up. I'm gonna grab that drink.
All right, I'm in.
All right, I'm back. Did anyone join?
Welcome
Oh, wait,
back.
Stella's looking at the board. Let's see if Stella... Oh, I like Stella's hair. Damn.
Oh yeah, I was seeing them yesterday. They've got like, do they still have like the
They got the
2B
long...
outfit?
Oh, are they wearing a 2B outfit? Oh, shit, yeah. 2B outfit. Let's go. I forget. Yeah, there's the Nier Automata event in this game. Oh, I'm off. I'm way off center. Ooh. Goodness. Oh, let me blow my nose.
But yeah, I mean, I think
Okay, I'm back.
Octopath is. I think Octopath is one of those games that it can be fun. I think the level design is not very good. Like anytime you reach like a cave or like dungeon, it's very much there's one way to go, and then there's just a bunch of little dead ends. Like if you go the wrong way, you quickly hit a dead end, and it's just like, okay, it's not very interesting. Oh yeah, yeah, we are fighting a dragon again. By the
Oh
way.
my god. Kill me.
Yeah, I told you there was gonna be another one in the story.
True. It's okay, look at how much we're doing to it though. This is fine.
Oh yeah, I mean this one's considerably easier.
I mean, yeah, it's not like quote-unquote on-game content. So we're gonna kick its ass. The Gamer Brothers. I love how the target thing lets you, like, lock onto different parts of the dragon, too, as if that matters.
Yeah, now that I think about it, you know, I'm trying to think of, like, what recent Square Enix JRPG has, like, a design. Like, for dungeon stuff.
Probably dungeon encounters. If I had to guess, you know. I mean, that's all that game is.
Oh, yeah, I haven't played that.
I haven't either. I know I would love it. Holy shit, we just fucked this thing up.
Like, even thinking of, like, recent Final Fantasy, like, 15 doesn't really have... I mean, actually, 15 has a couple cool dungeons, but they're, like, post-game, kind of, like, end-of-the-game type of stuff. There are some really cool ones for, like, as part of the scavenger hunt, but, yeah, I would say a lot of... It doesn't really have any...
I don't have much nice things to say about 15, but...
I mean, that game has cool... It has cool, like side, like, optional areas, like, for, like,
Yeah.
the weapon scavenger hunt.
I didn't do
saw
any of
those.
that stuff, so I missed out on that.
Those were actually... Those were unironically really cool.
The only thing I feel like I've heard about, like, 15 side stuff is I know a lot of people really don't like the Adamantoy Super Boss, but they're like, oh god, it just takes too long.
Oh yeah, I remember I did that one in the Discord call. I think it took me like over an hour.
Oh yeah, that's right, I was there. I'm pretty sure I remember because you referenced it, and we were like, "You're still doing it," and you're like, "Yeah, I've been doing it."
Yeah, it's... But, you know, even FF14, you know, a game I play all the time, the dungeons are the worst part of that game. They're kind of... They're pretty ass. But I don't play that game for the dungeons.
I do agree, though. I feel like
No.
the PS2 era was the last time I feel like dungeon design for RPGs was pretty good. I feel like as games have cared more about fidelity and like making big worlds and stuff, I feel like intricate dungeon design has kind of been a lost art just because that's not what modern RPGs seem to want to focus on anymore.
Define intricate. Like, what do you mean by intricate? Because I think there's still modern games that have good dungeons.
I mean, like, when I think about it, it's just like anything that's like AAA, it feels like more than often than not there's like it's like a lot of rooms connected together and like tend to be more linear, very streamlined. There's not a lot of avenues for exploration necessarily. Kind of like streamlined or simplified compared to what we used to have. Like, I can't think of a big RPG dungeon.
I mean, we get... How many AAA, like, JRPGs do we get?
Like, Final Fantasy VII Remake was, like, the big one I was thinking of. I mean, like, even Nier Automata.
I don't know if that game really counts, like...
Hey, I consider it an action RPG.
Oh, there was an... Did you start it without me?
Shit. Fuck, I hit triangle too fast because we were talking. I'll cancel out. I'll cancel out.
I clicked on it and it's like, oh, there was an error.
But like the other thing I'm thinking of too is, and I know these don't really have dungeons, but I know KH3 people didn't really like the level design either because they felt it was very flat compared to like the other games.
I wouldn't think Persona 5 counts as AAA. Like, I mean, it's a very pretty game, but I'm not sure if I'm not sure if anything Atlas has made can be considered triple. People are. I'm not really sure.
I think Persona 5 is reaching it. I don't know if it's quite there, but it's definitely the most expensive thing they made.
People are quick to call things AAA if the games look pretty. That's basically the only thing, or if it's like if it's a thing like a lot of people are into.
Yeah,
But,
I wouldn't call Persona 5 AAA, but I think the Sega money is definitely there, and it's reaching it, but I wouldn't say it's quite
Persona
there.
6 is probably going to be AAA though. But
Fuck
like,
yeah. Here, let me post that quest again.
like I mean, Persona 6 is just. I'd imagine its budget is going to dwarf P5's.
Probably.
But yeah, I personally wouldn't consider, just like, I personally wouldn't consider any Atlas games AAA unless, like, but I also don't know their budgets. You know, I haven't really like looked into it. It's just I'm assuming just Atlas based on like their
I still
size.
think they're kind of in. I feel like they're just starting to now break out of that mid-range, like, you know.
Yeah, maybe that's why I'm saying Persona 6 could be. But like Atlas, like if you think about AAA developers, you know, that's your obviously your like Nintendo, your Bethesda's, your Bungie's probably, and it's like would you put Atlas on the same level as those in terms of like resources and
The complicating factor of this now, though, is that they are owned by Sega.
well, yeah, that's what, but like, did Persona 5 come out when they were owned by Sega?
Yes,
I don't even remember
it
what
did. It super did.
So it's like, I don't know, but even then, like those companies are like not everything they put out has that AAA like budget, you know.
Yeah, and I guess also too, for the sake of this conversation, I was using AAA just for the sake of like a catch-all, but I guess I really just mean more like mainstream notable JRPG releases that aren't like the indie shit. Like, I would throw SMT. Like, I don't think SMT5's dungeon design is particularly great. You know. Like, especially compared to something like Nocturne, or I guess 4's wasn't particularly great either, if I had to give that game some crap. I like 4 a lot, but those dungeons were, I mean, when they weren't flush mazes, they were, like, Lucifer's Palace was cool. Like, some of that, like, Endgame stuff was kind of getting to, like, what I wanted, but a lot of those dungeons were not the greatest IMO. Oh jeez, I haven't been looking at chat. Here, let me just smash and look at chat. The thing about Sega money is funny to me because I'm sure Soul Hackers 2 is the most double-A JRPG ever. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, though, is like, I mean, even like, hey, I mean, this game's made by Square Enix, this game has no fucking, like, you could tell it did not have the time or resources behind it.
Yeah, like, just because a company is behind a game doesn't mean it's AAA.
Yeah.
Like you can't look, like, for example, you can't look at all of Nintendo's output and say all those games are AAA.
Yeah.
Like Nintendo is basically a household name to like any person that plays video games, but and like, you know, those games sell like crazy. But also like, I don't think a lot of those games get as much budget as like other games do. At least I don't know for sure. That's just my assumption. But like, just how I feel, just like, you know, playing some of those games, like obviously you've got your Zeldas, your Smash Bros, your Marios that like all, you know, are obviously getting all the attention, all the focus.
Yeah.
Kind of stuff.
But then you have like what was the like thing that was basically like a collection of a bunch of like board games and stuff that they put out? Like, remember that? It's like sometimes they'll do stuff like.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
I think it was Nintendo. I'm pretty sure it was first party Nintendo. There was like a game thing they put out that was just like I think a collection of like 50 like card and like board game, like, you know, like stuff that like the rules are public domain type shit that they put out.
Okay. I want to see companies try more like weird stuff. It seems like, I mean, this is kind of just a media thing in general, especially with like movies where people. I think it's more of an executive thing. They want what's safe. They don't want to.
Yeah.
They don't want to put money into whatever is into like fresh.
I
Or
mean,
new
hey, did you
ideas.
see that
You
we're
don't- you
getting
don't
more?
know if those are gonna sell.
We're
Yeah, I
getting
was
more
about to
Lord
say
of the
Lord
Rings.
of the Rings.
Yeah. For people in
Yeah,
the
like
chat who
Lord
don't
of the
know,
Rings.
we're
It's
getting
like-
we're
it's
getting
like,
more
come
Lord of the
on.
Rings movies for no fucking reason other than they don't want to try anything new.
Meet again, Sentinel.
Here
But
for a
it's
fight,
like,
a romper
and
down.
it's kind of like that with video games too, where it's like
My dragon. Remember,
Yeah, Clubhouse
It's-
Games 51. Thanks, Pyro.
we're getting so many nowadays. We're getting so many sequels and remasters of like old games and like sequels to games that haven't had an entry in like so many years because they're names that people recognize.
I'm gonna
Like,
be
even
honest.
Soul Hackers 2.
I was about
Like,
to say
I haven't played Soul Hackers 2, but like, what
promised to
connects
lock you
it to the first one? I'm sure there's some superficial connection, but it
I-
just seems so different that isn't really like
Yeah.
a part of. Would you
I
really
agree.
say it's a follow up to that game?
I
And
think
it's also made by a completely different team, made by different people. It's
I
like,
really wish they called it something else too. I like just make new shit. Like I know why they did that, but I think it was very corny that they called they not only call it Soul Hackers 2, but soul hacking is a thing in the game, and it's like, come on. We could be a little
yeah, like I think like. I mean, you have like times where trying something new pays off and it doesn't. Like for Nintendo, for example, Splatoon paid off big time.
yeah.
But then for every Splatoon you have a code name Steam.
True. Yeah, not gonna lie, I do
Remember that
appreciate.
game?
Yes, I do appreciate that. Like Square has been really good about like re-releases and like making sure their old back catalog is available. But I feel like that's also like a weird problem with like how these companies making hardware just do not give a fuck about like any sort of backwards compatibility or archival anymore.
You're
It's just
bashing this guy right now.
yeah.
This guy cannot do anything. We just literally pushed him into a corner, and he can't do anything.
It's also a weird thing too, where it's like, especially with Square, some of those remasters are given a lot more love and care than others, which can complicate things.
Anyway, speaking of new versions of old stuff, did you see the RE4 trailer?
Yeah,
The remake?
I'm very excited for that game.
That's making so like my experience with Resident Evil is I played a couple hours of 4 and that's it. So I think I'll go back to 4 and give it another shot now that it's been like over 10 years since the last time I tried it.
Yeah, I'm very so like I was the type of person that like when rumors for that were out, I was like, I don't like need a remake of 4. Like I'm not like super like I wasn't like, oh yeah, like I'm super excited, like that game needs revisiting. Because, like, I love RE4 Classic or whatever, and then as soon as that first trailer dropped, I'm like, oh, this looks fucking incredible, let's fucking go.
Is this game worth getting the pop for? It's absolutely not, but if
No.
you're doing it for the bit,
Yeah.
it's more so, like, it's more so because the game is going away that it's just like, well, if you get the platinum now, no one else can, it's like...
We're
there's
doing
little
it for a
novelty
joke,
to it.
basically.
Also, sometimes it's just... And also, sometimes it's entertaining to just play a bad game. It reminds you of, like, all the good that you have with the good games.
Also, I'm gonna be honest, I legitimately think, unless you have nothing going on in your life right now, I think if you start right now, I think it may be too late to get the platinum.
Jula, are you hurt?
Like you have less than 72 hours to catch up to where we are, and I think like I don't know how many hours we put into this, Julian, but like probably
I don't know. I don't want to think about
20-something.
it. I don't
Yeah.
want to think about it.
Here. You should be the one to give it back to Shamilka.
Thank you, Lycus.
Yeah, this game's pretty bad.
It's like I can't think of any part of this game that is like good. Like, I don't think this game has any redeeming qualities.
Like, the thing that I was telling the chat, and, like, again, I don't want to talk too much about it because I might do, like, something else with this. I can't even do the thing that, like, people want to tend to do with, like, really flawed games like this, where it's like, oh, it had so much potential, and it's like, this game feels so undercooked and half-baked that it's like, I don't even see, like, the potential in there, because it's, like, such, like, a rough, like, and coarse, rough sketch of a game that, like, it's like a blank canvas that was somewhat doodled on, and there's, like, a vague shape of a video game there. It
Yeah,
just...
I mean, like, a lot of bad games have at least a redeeming quality. Like,
You haven't forgotten,
let's
have
see,
you?
you know, like, for example, I brought up Sonic Forces earlier. You know, it's got good music. It's got good music, and it doesn't look ugly.
Yeah.
And I think that's basically all I can give that game.
Smart like us.
And you know, you even have games that are considered bad, but then they become like cult classics because they have like a really good story or something. Like, you know, for example, Nier has
See-
good story and good music, and people don't care for the gameplay, and also the formatting of that game, having to replay everything like 4 times,
Yeah.
is not exactly the best.
We wouldn't have to stop at a
Chris, I'm gonna go a step further and say I don't even think this game is a rough draft. I think this game is like the outline for the rough draft. It's so obvious that, like, they had to rush this one out, and they just, like, they just couldn't make what they wanted to. It's so...
It's a very beautiful route, though. And Ben
Like, just the fact that, oh, yo, Ben, that's the name drop for the place.
You must be joking.
It's just so obvious to me that, like, this team could not accomplish anything they wanted to do, so they just said, fuck it. And that's how you get, like, every mission basically just being a button mash fest where you just get pure platinum if you're alive at the end. They did not have the time to refine any single element or really flesh this out, or even tell a proper story and introduce the world and develop these characters. That guy just disappeared.
So you'll give up.
Or really do anything that this game set out to achieve.
I think I mentioned it on your last stream, but it's like, I don't necessarily hate the idea of like a multiplayer, you know, like action game. Like we have like, you know, like there's different version of this with, let's say, Destiny, but I mean, instead of an action game, that one's a shooter where, you know, I know several people that really love it. I think I would also like Destiny, but also I can't get invested in another like ongoing MMO
Like
type
live
game.
service type thing, yeah.
I can't, because I know it won't be healthy for me.
Yeah.
But like you know, people like Destiny, or at least Destiny 2. But so I do think there's potential there with like a more action style game, especially one with like Platinum's combat. But like this game just kind of flubs that,
Yeah.
just in every way. Yeah, so you've got 8 more levels to go, and then we could start the grind.
Oh boy.
Those 8 levels could take us about, I don't know, maybe 2 hours. I actually don't know how long the story takes to go through because I was skipping all the cutscenes at that point.
Yeah, we will see.
Yeah, you don't even need a story to be particularly good. This game probably didn't even need a story, really.
No.
Like, I think an easy format for a game without a story is to just kind of lean more into like the gamey aspects of it. Like oh, you just descend into the dungeon and fight shit. I mean, Monster Hunter is very gamey, which is why people don't really care too much that it doesn't have a story. I haven't played the last couple entries of Monster Hunter, so I don't know how much that's changed. But
Yeah,
like,
they're still about the same, I'd say.
But like, they're very gamey, and people go into it knowing that. So, and it doesn't really take itself seriously, you know, with it's more so just everything's just kind of aesthetics and like set dressing to like actually fighting the monsters.
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah. But this game's actually kind of tries to tell a story. Well, I feel like tries might be generous, but you know what I mean. And it just doesn't work.
Yeah, the quest is
It's
up, by
not
the
very
way.
good. Oh, okay, thanks.
Yeah, that's the other thing is like the market's just getting saturated with too many of these, and like realistically, the type of people that have the disposable income to really invest in these types of games like publishers want are also the people that probably only have enough free time to really invest in one, and chances are they found which one that is already, and getting them to switch is a uphill battle to say the least.
Yeah, I'm really curious how that Suicide Squad game's gonna do.
Yeah, I
feel
don't have
like
much
there's
faith,
not-
but
Consensus on it is that just like, yeah, I mean, it just doesn't look very interesting, but also like it's a popular superhero property, so there might be like a huge casual
you're cutting out.
following video game news.
You're
that is just gonna play it, but
cutting
then
out.
you never know, you know, it's not going to retain those people maybe.
Okay, I think I got
It's
most
like,
of it.
I don't know. I
think
try not to go off of like what people are saying on social media or on like YouTube or like other places, you know, congregate. Oh, I'm cutting out.
Yeah, I think we got most of what you're saying
Like it
though.
now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
the only
but
thing
it's
that
like-
I
it's
would
like-
say is like if the Avengers game couldn't make that happen, that I feel like Suicide Squad is going to be a real uphill battle.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I forgot about Avengers again.
I don't blame you. I think we all forgot about Avengers. Though to be fair, it seemed like people
Yeah.
didn't really like how that game played, and it seems like Suicide Squad, you know, who knows, it could be more fun.
Yeah, maybe.
I just don't know how
Like-
much people
like,
care
I
about,
try not to take too much.
like, I don't know how much people care about Suicide Squad.
I try not to take too much stock into like what people are saying online in terms of like how that will affect like the way a game is either perceived or like how much it sells. Because like for example, you know, basically it's like the game Days Gone. You know, no one cared about it apparently. No, like I haven't heard anyone say any good things about it, but it sold millions and millions of copies. So it's like, okay, well, you know, somebody had to buy it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a point
So-
where, like, these things get, like, so fucking big that, like, you know, it's unfathomable to, like, perceive the amount of reach that, like, these marketing budgets for them can, like, achieve and shit like that.
Exactly, and that's why, you know, you never know with Suicide Squad. I mean, like, I don't think the Avengers game was like, what kind of game was it even? I don't even know.
It was like a
like
it was
a-
like
was it
Babylon's
like a-
Fall, honestly. Like, it was like a multiplayer, like, beat 'em up, like, action game with, like, gear and, like, shit that, and, like, raids and stuff that you did.
Oh, okay, but like,
Also from
Suicide
Square
Squad's
Enix.
a shooter, and that's very. Yeah, Suicide Squad's a shooter, and that's very popular in the West. Like, especially among casual audiences that like probably aren't discussing video games online.
Yeah, the only thing I'm worried about is, like, again, they're coming in late when people already have, like, Warframe and Destiny and, oh god, why can't I go into the room?
Yeah.
And
Oh, you have to,
Borderlands.
like, interact
There we
with
go.
all-
Yeah, for some reason the circle prop wasn't coming up. But if they can, I mean, if they can.
Yeah, but it
pull
is a very
people-
it's a very oversaturated market. Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like it almost seems like everybody who plays video games has at least like one games as a service that they play.
I mean, even I do now with, like, 14, I guess, as little as I do play it, but, like, it's hard to, like, not, you know, like, this is just what video games are, which, like, I'm not a big fan of, but, it's just kind of, I guess, how it's gone. But it does make it hard, like, there's, like, a lot of time, like, honestly, like, I bet I would like a lot about Destiny, and I did try out Destiny 2, but it's just, like, it's so much to learn, and, like, such a time sink, and it's just, like, I would like more video games that I can just play for, like, 20 to 70 hours and then put down and be like, yeah, I got my money's worth. But the problem is, though, too, is that these things are so expensive to make that they need to keep getting money out of people, though, too, right? With, like, battle passes and expansions.
Yeah, I mean, that's also why, yeah, even the games that aren't, like, online and consistently updating, they do get, like, DLC.
Yeah. I mean, that's why so many games have subs and stuff, too, like, even with, like, upkeep for MMO stuff, right? These things are expensive.
That was a rail sequence, and they're kind of just whatever.
Yes, they do have Sonic the Hedgehog rail sequences in the like, they added it after the story for some reason. They're like, this game needed Sonic
it's
rails.
like they added it. It's like it's not in, like, the initial, like, stuff. So it's like it's clearly something that they felt they needed to add, like, at some point.
It's really weird.
It doesn't really add anything. It's just. Yeah, I mean, the Destiny 2 thing of them removing content really sucks, but...
yeah, that's such a weird thing that I also don't like that, but... that was one of those eye-opening moments for me where, like, I just realized that what I like out of video games and what a lot of people that are into that sort of thing like about video games are just completely different. Where, like, a bunch of people, when that happened, like, a bunch of Destiny 2 fans, when that happened, they're like, I don't get what the big controversy is. Like, it's old stuff, who cares? And I'm just like, oh my, like, what the fuck you mean it's old stuff? It's stuff you paid for. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, just, like, completely different ways to view video games and how to enjoy them and interact with them, right?
Yeah, Christian. I mean, that's basically what it seems to be. Like, games take so long to make that the games we're getting now are, like, the games that are the product of, like, what was popular, like, 5 or 6 years ago.
I think it was
at a time where everyone's so sick of like online games and games, as a service, where people are so sick of it. Yeah, we're getting all of them right now because they started in development so long ago.
Like, who was... Jason Schreier had a tweet the other day that was like, the average AAA game that started development today would not come out till, like, 2028 or some shit. Yeah, like... fucking wild.
Yeah, I wonder what the trend of today that will, be in games 6 years from now will be.
Elden Ring stuff. Just like how in recent years we started to see the trickle effect of Breath of the Wild, I think Elden Ring will impact a lot of stuff. But here, let me get the next quest up.
Keep forgetting Breath of the Wild comes out in like 3 months.
Yeah, I think I might stream that one. It'd be fun. I had a good time doing that first LP, and I was like, yeah, you know what, I might as well do the sequel and do like a stream thing, have Jack keep me company. Might be fun. I'm curious. I checked out, there was like an art book that leaked, and I checked it out, and I was like...
I looked at it.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, it looks like fun.
It's cool,
it's not a lot of big stuff.
It's cool, but it's not super substantial. Like, I think some of it does hint at some stuff.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it like destroys the whole game. It's more so just like some town. It's got some towns. It's got some.
Yeah.
It's got some like potentially like lore relevant stuff that's just out of context, doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah, it's one of those games that I'm like I'm excited for, but I'm not.
Okay, kind of.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I think did you see the one page from that art book that is just cheese?
Yes, incredible.
Okay, yeah, that's the best page in the art book. And,
I love how all of the in like the thread I found that on, all of the comments were just like, why is there just a cheese page? No, but like,
really...
oh, if there's like a cheese mini game or subsystem of some kind, that would be fucking incredible. But yeah, that's one of those things where it's like I'm looking forward to that game, but it's also like I know it's one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, I'll probably enjoy that game and have a good time with it. None of the trailers have really gotten me excited, and it's just because they're like kind of been nothing trailers, which I think they're doing on purpose so that there's a lot of surprises left, which I appreciate. But
Maybe. I
yeah.
think that if it can be, if it is just Breath of the Wild but more, I think it'll be good. Because my problems with Breath of the Wild is that it just it's really fun mechanically. It's really cool mechanically, but I feel like it lacks in the content. Where you have like 6 enemy types. You have like
Yeah.
a third of the shrines are just
Did
combat
you
rooms.
have the thing
You
that I
have,
did with that? Did you have the thing I did with that game where, like, you were really enjoying it, and then, like, 60 hours in, it's like the magic kind of goes away, and, like, once you understand how everything works, it's just kind of like, oh, it's this again, you know?
I mean, I was kind of feeling that way, I guess, somewhat from the beginning.
That makes sense.
Just like, I mean, it was fun. I was having a good time, but just like I could could kind of see the cracks.
The thing that hit me was like when the transition I made where the dragon stopped being this cool majestic thing living in the world to, oh, this is a thing I farm. And it's just like, oh, these stopped being cool, you know? Or it's just like, oh, is there a cool hidden thing? Or, oh, it's just another Korok seed.
I'd say the one big thing I want. Yeah, I'd say the one big thing I want is, and the thing that I think would improve the game like the most, it just in my personal opinion, is more substantial rewards than just weapons. I don't hate the weapon durability thing, but I just don't like it when it's used to justify literally every chest you open being another weapon.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think they could put like more outfits, or even if there's not more outfits, have repeats of outfits, but then you merge them together to make the effect stronger. I don't know. So that way,
just more variety,
more rewards that aren't just more variety. I think, and that's just kind of what I want in general. Is more variety, more enemy types, more variety for the dungeons.
I hope that game is weird.
It's just more really.
I really want it to be like other follow-up games they've done in the past, like Link's Awakening and Majora's Mask, where they're like, okay, we have like the base thing. Let's make this follow-up one weird. I think Zelda's at its best when it's fucking weird.
I feel like they have to. If they're reusing the same world, they kind of have to. It seems like they're using the same world, but just probably like slightly remixed.
I would also enjoy more focused dungeons, but I'm not.
I think the weird aspect might be doing.
I'm not expecting the
personally
dungeons
think,
to
like,
be better.
If this game can have more than one Hyrule Castle equivalent, like in terms of like how it's designed, I think that'll be really cool.
Hyrule Castle is so fucking cool.
It's like the coolest thing in the entire series.
It's very neat. I love how many different avenues to like tackle that there are. I mean, I love the fact that you can use it as like a danger loot run. Like that's what I did. Like really early on into that Let's Play, I was just like, fuck it, I'm gonna like go into Hyrule Castle and see if I can grab some shit. And like we found like the Hylian shield, and it was like, fuck yeah, like that shit just ruled. Something like that would be great. No, what they need to do is they need to add a little helper that spoils the puzzles for you if you take more than 5 seconds trying to think of the solution, like the new God of War. Have you seen that?
Bro.
That's so fucking funny. I think they added a menu option that like tones down the help banter or something because enough people complained, which is really funny to me.
What else is even coming out this year? I don't even know.
Resident Evil 4 Remake, Tears of the Kingdom. Oh god, I know there's Lord of the Rings Gollum. For all of you Gollum fans out there.
How long's that game been in development? I feel like I've been hearing about it for years.
Probably. I mean, the last Middle Earth game was like a while ago too. Let's see, game releases.
At least in terms of new stuff that isn't like remasters or remakes.
Hollow Knight Silksong's due out this year, apparently.
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah. Redfall, which is like that like vampire co-op thing that Arcane's making, I think. A new Amnesia's coming out in May, I guess. Oh yeah, Dead Island 2 is a thing. um, the Star Wars Dark Souls game sequel, Street Fighter 6.
Oh yeah, Street Fighter 6. I
Oh,
forgot
duh,
about that one.
FF16. How could we forget?
Oh yeah, duh.
Baldur's Gate 3. Uh, that's
Yeah,
I'm
Baldur's
scrolling
Gate
through.
3 seems like it could be cool. I do
Yeah.
want to try playing one of the other ones though, and I need to go back to Divinity.
Oh, I keep
I just
forgetting.
need to.
Part 2 of FF7 remakes due out this year as well.
Oh, okay. Okay, well,
Right at the end,
that's a
like
lot of stuff so far.
Q4. So, yeah, decent year. It seems it'll be.
Let me know when you got the next thing up.
I'm gonna. I think I'm gonna actually run to the bathroom real quick because nature is calling. So, let me entertain the chat, Julian. I trust you. Let's see. Don't get me banned.
Okay. I don't. What can I not say on YouTube? I mean, I probably can't say slurs, but like, is there anything that's like not slurs that I can say that would get them banned?
I don't know. Go with God. Find out.
All right. I don't know. I don't really have anything to say. Let's see. What's chat saying? Yeah, I don't think I could ever be a YouTuber, at least not a live streamer, because it's like I don't even know what to talk about when I'm by myself. I just play games in silence. I'm not used to having to voice my thoughts as I'm playing video games. Controversial gaming tapes. Oh, let's see. Let's see. What's something controversial that I think? Um.
I'm here to stop you from being alone.
Okay, thanks. You should just keep staying with us, and so we have someone to talk to while we're playing through this boring video game.
Yeah, it's fine. I've been giving a lot of opinions in chat anyway.
Yeah, what are some of my controversial takes? Because I can't think of any. Like, just being put on the spot, I can't think.
You think
What?
like Xenoblade 2 has good character designs or something?
I don't think they're bad, but I think people hate them too much.
I don't know. You do
Okay,
think Brigid has a bad design, even though she's one of the two good ones in that game?
I think that the reason why Xenoblade 2 gets a lot of hate for its character designs is because it gets a lot of hate because Nintendo doesn't have very many like anime style games. So I think it's just like Nintendo fans not knowing what like anime style games look like, because it's like Xenoblade 2 like character design isn't really like that like it isn't really even bad compared to like a lot of anime games. So I that's what I think is the reason.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, I think Xenoblade 2 has a few bad designs, and for the most part, they're competent. But I also think it's fun to hate on Xenoblade, so...
Yeah, I mean, understandable.
I do think Rex looks 12, UT is right, though. He looks like a fucking toddler.
I mean, he's 15, but yeah.
I know, but, like... He looks like a baby.
Yeah, I mean, when most JRPG protagonists are like 17, you know, there's like JRPGs like I mean, you know, ages are weird. It's like when you're like 15 or younger in a JRPG, you look like a baby. If you're like the normal is like 17 or 18, and then like if once you're like 25, you look like you're like 40, you know?
Yeah, Pyro is right. Morad's design is so fucking good.
Morag's really good. I like Zeke too. They're
Yeah,
both great.
UT, I don't think Xenoblade 3 Rex is hot. I don't really think any Xenoblade
we
characters
saw
are
one
hot
shot.
except for like Morag and Brigid. I do agree. It's better than Disgaea. I'll give you that.
There are some character designs in 3 that are like really fucking good, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
one of them which I probably can't say. Hold on, let me send you a GIF or like a picture of a character, and you tell me how you feel about their character design, because I guess it's somewhat of a spoiler
Yeah.
character.
I guess I like Noah's design a lot. That's the main character, right? Noah.
Yeah.
Actually, looking at the Xenoblade 3 cast now, I actually like all of their designs except for that gray guy.
Oh, Lance. I think he looks pretty cool.
It's just
So
like he's supposed to be like a mechanical guy, right?
yeah, kind of. But so
I think he's
a
just
thing
like
with a
a
thing.
sauceless version of that.
So the reason why he doesn't have anything that matches just like his race is because 3 is a game about war, and a big part of that. Well, I mean, it's about many things, but one of the aspects of it is war, and it tackles about how people lose all, like you kind of lose culture when you focus on war. When you focus on it so much, you kind of lose a lot, and all these people don't really know where they came from because they're born and fight in the war, and then they die. They're all child soldiers in that
Yeah.
way. And it's really interesting because a lot of what the game tackles, especially through side content, is kind of when you're not fighting anymore, what do you make of your life? How do you bring stuff back? And tackles that through different colonies and stuff. And one of them focuses on food production, one of them focuses on trade, one of them focuses on morale, one of them focuses on like shifting power dynamics. um
And
and yeah, it's
what I'm
so it's
getting
like,
is that
and
this
it's like,
game is about the events that led to the European Renaissance. Uh,
yeah, maybe. But I guess where I was going with this is like the characters don't even know, they don't even understand the concept of race. Like they don't even, they're like, "Oh yeah, I guess you do have like wings on your head, huh? I never really thought about it." Or "Oh, I think they don't even acknowledge the fact that that one character looks different." So it's like the fact that like his outfit is kind of ill-fitting him, it kind of just adds to it a little bit, if that makes sense.
I see. I'm sure, like, probably in game it's like better and has reasoning, but I just look at it, I'm just like, this is a Homestuck troll.
Yeah, and also their jackets change depending on the class. So yeah, so like they wear whatever jacket belongs to whatever class they
I'm
are.
back.
Welcome
Which is cool.
back.
Yeah.
Brandon.
Oh, would you be surprised to hear that when you left, we started talking about Xenoblade?
No. I turned the stream on while I was going number 2 because I like to hear Julian's voice when I poop. And Claire
Oh.
was there, and it kind of ruined the mood. So, thanks,
Oh.
Claire.
No
Anyways, hey, Claire,
problem.
how are you doing?
I'm doing. It's very weird looking at the stream and it's behind.
So, you're seeing past me, not
Yeah,
talking to you? Yeah.
But yeah, I'm doing fine. I thought I would pop in so Julian wasn't struggling on his own.
Well, you should stay and join us for our Babylon's Fall experience.
Yeah, I didn't have anything to talk about. I was kind of like pressured to talk on my own to people who I'm not actually talking to because they're not in a voice call with me. And I'm like, well, this is weird. I'm not used to this.
Hey, how do you think I feel?
But yeah, I mean, stay with us, Claire. One more person to talk to while we're going through this game helps.
Yeah.
But yeah, let me stop talking about Xenoblade because I can talk about it for hours and hours and hours.
I think I'm gonna treat myself to actually wrapping up that Xenogears playthrough when I'm done with this nonsense.
Yeah. Anyway, to answer the question of how I'm doing, I'm alright. I spent my day working on that tabletop dungeon. I am at a weird place where
like the one we're in or the next one. Wait, no, we finished the one. We finished the one already.
You finished the one much faster than I thought you would.
Yeah,
so
I'm not used to clearing a whole dungeon in session 1, so that didn't seem right to me. But then I remembered, wait, no, we just went through it.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened.
That was yeah. I kind of was like, oh damn, did she do that on purpose? And then you're like, oh huh, I guess we just finished. So.
Yeah. What are some other controversial gaming takes that we have? I mean, I guess one that would.
Everyone knows mine. Mine are boring.
maybe not between the three, of us, but like I think Tokyo Mirage Sessions is like one of the best Atlas games, and like
Oh yeah, I mean this is
one
just
of the better ones.
this is just a man's
a
core ass
while.
take.
I honestly just really, I don't know what it is, but I really like that game. I think it has fun.
It has a lot of heart.
It doesn't particularly like excel at anything like super well, but it's just like solid and like everything.
Yeah, I agree.
You know.
Okay, you
got
see, they
solid-
weren't trying to speedrun the dungeon, they were trying to do it normally, and they just got it done now.
Yeah, I'm trying to see how far I can go with my character being Jack from Strangers of Paradise without Claire being upset. I think I've struck a decent balance after some experimentation.
I mean, I did say, if you keep doing this, I'm going to kill you.
Instead of chaos, he just really hates the undead.
Yeah, like UT, I could see that. Like, I don't think it's perfect, but I don't know. There's a lot I like about that game. I generally like the writing, even though I think the protagonist is kind of lame. I generally like the writing. Like, it's just kind of cozy. I think
Tsubasa
it's
really
not bad, but
should have been.
It's not bad.
MC.
It's not bad writing. It's not bad writing. It's just kind of entertaining. You know, it's as long as you don't go in expecting like anything groundbreaking, I think you'd have a good time. Just people in general would have a good time with
I
it.
will say, knowing that the TMS team is the one who did Soul Hackers 2 has made me way more interested in playing Soul Hackers 2 than anything else has.
Yeah, I still need to get to it.
I graduated high school, and I was like, I think I'm done with SMT. It wasn't like a conscious thought I had, it was just like, this series appeals to me less, and I don't know how to describe it other than that once you graduate high school, the end of the world just seems a lot further away.
Damn. That's profound.
Listen, being a teenager sucks. Of course I'd be into the games without the apocalypse, because I'd be like, surely this will happen soon. And then I didn't have to live with my parents for several months and was like, you know what, maybe shit isn't so bad.
Claire, are you sure you're describing being a teenager or being like a subsect of a weird branch of Christianity in the late 1800s?
I mean, if you think about it, what are teenagers if not Christians? I mean, kinda, yeah, I grew up an edgy teenager phase. And then I started an edgy adult phase within the past, like, 2 years.
I mean, I think everyone kind of has, like, an edgy teenager phase. Some are more intense than others, but, like...
Yeah, like...
I know I did.
I think
feel
that's just what being a teenager is like.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it is, absolutely.
See,
like,
the thing that...
Even just, like, in the media... Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was gonna change topic, so you should keep going with your thought.
Oh, I was gonna say, like... Yeah, so just, like, even, like, the media, I notice, like, me and, like, a lot of friends consume, it's just, like... It's less about, like, oh, you know, these kind of more edgy or more adult themes, and it's just like, yeah, you know, sometimes it's fun to just, like, go through something really simple, or, like, something even just, like, not particularly deep, like, you know, like me and some friends, like, watching Kamen Rider, for example, or, like...
Girly Air Force?
You know, some people...
Girly Air Force.
No, I mean, not that. No, but like, just like random, just like, you know, people...
Julie, were you there when I learned that Girly Air Force Season 2 isn't actually coming out this year? People just were like, I bet it will come out this year.
Yeah, I think I was there.
Yeah.
So, for everyone in the chat that's like, what the fuck are they talking about? Okay, let's start from the beginning. One day, I was hanging out on this very couch, laying down on those pillows, and I was on my phone on Discord with these goobers, and I was looking through a Right Stuff discotheque sale, and I was looking for some dumb bullshit anime to buy. I ended up buying Legend of Black Heaven and a few others. The one Blu-ray on sale that caught my attention because its name was fucking ridiculous was Girly Air Force. And then we started talking about how we should irony watch it, and then we ended up irony watching it. It's a bad show.
It's probably like
It's-
top
it's-
5 worst anime
it's
I've
like-
ever seen.
I
and
will
I
forever.
deliberately
I'm
watched
also
it.
forever going
imagine-
to. I am forever going to associate it with one
so
of
the
the most
basic idea of
traumatic
it-
events of my life too, which is hilarious but also awful.
Like, I mean, the basic premise of it is that, like, real-ass airplanes that are, like, actually based on, like, real ones are, like, anthropomorphized into just, like, anime women, but also
What
the
if the
planes still exist on
autopilot
their
system
own.
of a plane was an anime girl? There's no
Exactly.
justification
just-
for why they need to be anime girls either, they just are.
What was the name of that one character with, like, the best name? The American guy. What was his name?
William Schenkel.
You know who I'm talking about, though? William Schenkel. The
Yeah.
like, fakest American name in existence. I love it when, like, Japanese games have, like, or, like, Japanese media have, like, American characters, because it's always just, like, the funniest, like, the most generic, but also, like, fakest American name.
Yeah, like, I love when an anime introduces a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, 6-foot Chad of a man, and then he goes and introduces himself. He's like, "My name is Daryl Baseball," and it's like, yeah.
Yeah, like, I mean, even, like, Tokyo Mirage Sessions has a guy like that, a guy who's blonde with, I think he had blue eyes. His name was Barry Goodman.
Yeah, Barry.
Barry Goodman.
Ooh, I got a divine chess piece. Yeah, I keep moving goalposts, and I apologize, chat, but I think at 9 o'clock I'll start drinking.
Oh.
Yo, I got an
Well,
achievement, Deus Ex
Still got a while to
Babylonia.
go. Oh, that's for 10 divines.
Oh, that makes sense.
Okay, so is item level
Going.
not, like, the most important stat? Because I know sometimes you pick gear that's a lower item level.
I mean,
so it's like sometimes the
I
subsets seem worth it. It's hard
yeah,
to tell,
like
though.
spirit regen
Sometimes,
is
like,
what I'm
the
focusing
subsets
on
make it
right
worth
now.
I see.
It depends. I think at some point there is, just from like the way it's felt, there's kind of like a break point where, okay, well, it's better to just take something if it's like 10 levels higher, for
Yeah.
example. I don't remember what the number is. You just kind of have to feel it out, but sometimes it's better to take something a little weaker if it has like way better stats and like
I've been feeling
to
it out
what you're trying
hardcore.
to accomplish. Alright, what are some other controversial takes that I have? I don't even know. Because I don't even think of them as controversial, they just are.
See, the problem is that we talk so often that, like, I don't even know what to bring up to normal people. Like the
Yeah,
chat.
like, I know what my most controversial gaming take is, but the problem is I have that conversation with someone at least once a month. And I don't want to do it on the stream.
I think I know which one it is.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. Because I'm at the point where whenever
Is
it
your
comes up, I just go, I'm
Is
not
it-
going over this.
Yeah, I do. I know which one it is. Anyways, quest is up.
What is it? You
Don't
say
bring it
gaming
up.
Just like in general, is it like D&D?
No.
No.
We'll tell you after.
Yeah,
I probably heard it. I just can't
Yeah.
think. I just
Julian,
can't think
you're
of
one
who
of the
it is.
people I've argued with this about the most.
Oh, is it something that I don't agree with?
Yes.
Okay, I have no idea then.
We'll tell
I
you
do not
after.
remember.
I immediately know what it is.
Yeah, like, it is something
how
that
about-
I would say if I didn't want people in the chat to immediately be like, how could you say that? And I have to go over my reasoning for why I don't like it. Like,
I mean, you can just say it and not explain, and we just won't elaborate, and that's, you know, that's
No,
just-
but then
it is
Claire has to deal
just
with the
what
chat.
it is.
yeah.
Well, we can just ban everyone who argues.
Yep. This is what is healthy for me, the small channel with a head full of regulars.
I mean that we're warning them ahead of time, so.
Damn. That's true. This is a loyalty test. No.
Yeah.
Let's see. What else? My hot take that Chrono Cross is better than Trigger.
I still haven't played
a lot.
Trigger.
Claire,
It's not worth it.
Yo, that is a hot take. Claire, I think that would be actually a fun game to let's play someday if you'd be down. I make too many promises to do this, so it'd probably be far.
Yeah, I guess that's another hot take that I have. That
Yeah, I mean, you also said we would do Silent Hill and a podcast about aliens, so like...
Well, it seemed like you never wanted to do the alien once I stopped asking. Just
Well, that's because I was in college and was constantly busy.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I already have another podcast about aliens. It's called LGQ. American Prometheus bringing the truth. I can't do that bit without the audience that already knows the bit, so...
Yeah. Like, Rosin, I think the last time you asked me about that, it was the same October my grandfather was in the hospital and dying, so I was like, I can't do this.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense.
Uh-huh. But yeah, I have lots to say on aliens.
This would be a not serious. We would be probably taking the piss out of it. By the way, I don't.
Oh,
believe in aliens.
you didn't take the alternate path. I'm above you, and you didn't
I
come
mean-
to get this chest.
My stance on aliens is the same as any paranormal thing, where it's like, probably not real, but I say I believe in it because it's fun.
Well, I mean, I do believe in aliens and the idea that I think the idea
Just not
that
in the like,
not in
little,
the
little gray men
flying around shit. Yeah, I don't think they've shown up here, but like, I mean, there has to be life in the universe outside of us, right? If not, that's horrifying and sad.
Okay, my thing is that, like,
if
I don't believe in alien visitation. I do believe in crop circles, though.
See, that's the work of the Fae folk.
Exactly. Like, maybe the Earth just does that sometimes.
Did I ever tell y'all? I mean, Claire, I'm sure I've told you. Did I ever tell y'all about the, like, one maybe paranormal experience I've had? Babysitting?
No, I have literally asked you, have you ever had a paranormal experience, and you said no.
I mean, because I don't think it is, but also I'm just like, So, but, like, this is the cool... I'm sure I've told you this story. So... And also keep in mind, everyone, I'm the type of person that I don't believe in ghosts, but if someone has a ghost story, I will listen with whole ears because I find them fascinating and I kind of love listening to them. My cousin, who for context is kind of one of those, like, Nightmare Before Christmas, like, American Horror Story people, lived in this house, and she and her husband are always like, oh, it's super haunted. And apparently, like, had, like, a rocking chair move from inside the house to outside the house one time, overnight. And apparently had a cop show up at their door to be like, hey, and, like, a cop who, like, kind of knew them, be like, hey, just so you know, like, I saw, like, an old woman inside your house or something, which, like, when he was out on patrol or something. I don't know. Honestly, I always thought the stories were kind of bullshit. But, they also apparently always heard, like, people walking around in the attic when, like, they didn't. They heard stories about how, like, apparently an old woman had died in the house around, like, World War II time, and her husband had, like, never returned from the war, like, he was MIA. Yeah, so there's all this, like, spooky, like, ghosty stuff or whatever. They told, like, a lot of the adults in the family, but, like, none of the kids in the family, like, knew, probably because they didn't really want to scare us or anything. But there was a time I was watching my cousin, like, my cousin's daughter, so, you know, also my cousin, inside the house, and we were watching Dora, and the TV volume started going up and down on its own, and I was like, well, that's really annoying. And I turned the TV off, and then the TV turned back on, and the TV volume kept going up and down on its own. So I unplugged the TV, then an hour later turned it back on, and it was fine. Years later, my mother tells me all about this ghost shit that my cousin claimed, and I think back to the TV and I go,
Interesting. I actually don't think
I
you've
feel
told me
like-
about that before.
That's the closest I've come to ever saying
feel
I
like
have a
if I
ghost
was-
story, but...
I feel like if I was a little bit more superstitious, I would have so many ghost stories. But I think I just chalk it up to like just hallucinating.
When me and my friends were stupid teenagers, we were like really deep into the shit, and we would like break into cemeteries at night and like dick around. Like we weren't taking it super seriously, but like the first underage
Like
beer.
I live in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
I live in the middle of nowhere, and my room is kind of weird. I have ceiling tiles, and sometimes I will just hear stuff above my ceiling tiles.
Yeah.
And also when I drive, I hallucinate sometimes.
That's not a good
Like
combination.
I just like
Yeah,
see
that's-
things. Well, I've mentioned this before.
I think
but,
you
like-
have, and it's... You know that clip where Dan Reichert is like, I've started using my mirrors on the highway, and everyone is like, what? That's how I feel about you saying I hallucinate when I drive.
No, it's not always. It's only when it's like I mean, it happens. It happens sometimes.
Well, okay, what do
well,
you
I won't
like? What
just,
do you see?
I don't know. I just see like a figure in like the middle of the road.
I mean, I think that's normal. I don't know if that's hallucinate. I don't think that's hallucinating. I think that's just like seeing. You know what I mean? Like I think everyone has that. Like I mean, even when I'm walking around my apartment at night or whatever, sometimes it'd be like I'll see like a shadow move
But, like-
funny, and I'm like, oh god, is that like someone? And it's like, oh no, it's just like whatever.
I don't know. This feels different than that.
Oh, okay. I do not know that. I cannot describe your experience. But like I was saying though,
It mostly just happens when I'm tired and driving, which is, to be
That-
honest, a lot.
makes sense, and also is another reason why driving while drowsy is not safe. But what was I saying? No, like the very first beer I had underage drinking was when me and a cousin and some of his friends were out in the ruins of Summerwind Mansion, which is a kind of famous like northern Wisconsin like old haunted house. It was like a summer home mansion type thing. That is infamous because it is one of the few ghost stories where someone attempted to shoot at a ghost, and there was a door with bullet holes in it as a result.
No, it's just like the Hammersmith
I think-
goes.
I think my favorite like quote unquote ghost story is still the one story called what is it, Beyond Belief. The one
the
with
mirror
old
one?
lady in, like the door.
Is it the mirror?
Oh yeah, the door that
door-
didn't
the door
open.
one.
Oh,
The one where she couldn't open the door.
That's so. If
We gotta get back.
we gotta
to
get
that.
back to Beyond Belief with
so
Jonathan
funny.
Frakes. That show is incredible.
So for context, there was basically a story where every time like someone wanted to wish this old lady some kind of like harm, you know, in some way or another, like the door would just lock on her and she could not open the door for them.
It was the door to her apartment, by the way.
Yeah.
So she'd be
The door to her
inside.
apartment, yeah.
She would be inside and would not be able to open the door and like let someone in if they wished her harm.
And it was just it just the way that story was presented was so funny. Like that old lady just looked like she was trying really hard to seem scared.
Yeah,
and
the
it just like seemed it was just like it was really funny.
The actress's performance was just so funny because she's just like, it won't open. Like she's just so like, oh, like it's hard to explain why it was like so humorous, but
Yeah.
her performance was really good.
Yeah.
God, I
That
keep
show has
forgetting
some
your.
really good bits and some that completely suck.
I keep forgetting that your fucking title is Yeet Lord.
Oh yeah, it's so weird that that's like a title in this game. It's
Yeah.
Meat Lord. Yeah, it's like okay, well, why would I never not use that? Oh, I just got an achievement for something.
Wait, what was
Let me
it?
check my. I think it's a Gavian legend. Oh, Gavian is like my race
In
or
other
like my
words,
class, I
you're a
guess.
sore loser.
Oh, I thought you meant like a trophy, but no.
Getting back to
No,
my business
in-game
proposition.
achievement. Let me try.
Yes.
Let me put on some better gear.
I don't see it happening anytime soon.
Alzius of Platina.
Someone like this guy
Planted?
could pop out at any time. Too high
So this is so funny to me because, like, with each of these story expansions that they've done, it's obvious that they're trying to bring in different cultures and different factions from other parts of the Babylon's Fall, like, world. And it's like, oh, this was built into something, wasn't it, you fuckers? They so badly wanted to make this a big, huge universe.
I don't think they really did, to be honest. I don't think they really...
I mean, I think that's probably how they would have fueled making more and more story bullshit. Because they keep, like, introducing new factions, and then they're, like, result in this weird, like, they introduced, like, Gallagher's creatures, and then the, like, warrior tribe people, and they got into a weird civil war thing, and, like, I think that's their excuse for, like, adding more content, is, like, pulling in different factions from different parts of the world.
Maybe.
But when the world centers around this hoveworld in a tower, it does not feel alive.
But so Leon has brought up in the chat the guy we met playing Pokemon Go. I don't know if I've told you guys. I probably have. So summer Pokemon Go came out. At the time,
good summer.
Yeah. At the time, my phone was old and couldn't run Pokemon Go, but because of some stuff happening at home, I really did not want to be home, so I would go out with my friends and play it anyway, and just kind of, hang out.
Yeah.
Let me know when you have the next quest up.
Okay.
So, we go to a nearby college campus, because there's one just down, like, the street from where we all lived-ish.
Wait, were you in high school at the time Pokemon Go came out?
Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ.
And, so we go, and there's like clearly other people out and about playing it because it had just come out and everyone on the Earth was playing it.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy comes up and starts talking to us. And my friends put down like their lures to get the Pokemon to come out. So we're stuck there for about 30 minutes. And this guy, he keeps talking, and he just goes like, yeah, I used to mess with witchcraft a lot, and that's why I have a demon living inside of me. And I was like, huh. And he was like, no, it's okay, because I have, you ever read the Bible? And I was like, yeah. Which I love the phrase, you ever read the Bible? And he was like, well, I've also been possessed by the angel Melchizedek to help suppress that. Which I also don't think is actually how you say that. I think it's Melchizedek. But, like, he just started talking about, like, all the different demons that, like, possessed him and the various angels he had to suppress them, and I was just like, yeah. And because everyone else is looking at their phones trying to not make eye contact with this guy, I am the only one having to talk to him. And he takes out like a really nice looking cigar and starts smoking, and one of my friends was like, hey man, I have asthma, can you, like, put that out? Which was bullshit, he was just trying to get the guy to go away.
Yeah.
And the guy just went, oh yeah, sure man, and he puts it out, and we were like, ugh. And then he keeps going, and he starts talking about how he has the power to control electronics, because he was watching Netflix one time, and started buffering, and he was concentrating really hard, and it stopped buffering.
Oh, this guy rule. I need this guy as my friend.
I love this guy. We should get him in the stream.
True.
Yeah, and then...
You got his number, right?
No. And then we were like, okay, our lures are up, let's leave, and then while we were walking back to, it was actually Bump's car, he was the one driving us around, but we were walking back to his car, and the guy started following us, and we were like...
Jesus.
Yeah. Good to see you. We
Cluster's
are
up, by
leaving.
the way.
Oh, it turns out I had a cutscene I could go see. I wonder if I just unlocked new content, actually. I may have just unlocked more content.
Maybe. Let me know when you're done.
I just skipped the cutscene, but I just want to check to see if I unlocked more story quests. Not
Okay.
that I need to do them, but like I'm curious.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was the time I met an angel and a demon.
Oh yeah,
and he
I
called
actually just
himself
straight up
Warlock.
I have another area I could go to. Okay, well I'm not gonna do that. You know what? Do you want to, after we get this platinum, do you want to just like grind this out tomorrow and get on the leaderboards?
I don't know if I'll have the time because I have a deadline for work coming up. On top of
I know.
Yeah.
I'm just like it was kind of half a joke. I would have done it if you would do it, but I don't particularly want to do it.
No, I don't know if we
I do
belong in
think-
the Hall of Legends.
I think it would be incredible to like just be in the top 20 Babylon's Fall players.
This is true.
Listen, I think you're already in the top 20 just by virtue of the fact that you've played it.
Yeah,
No,
but
there are
not on
people
the
that
official
do.
ranking board though.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
there's some like ranking.
So the problem is
There
that
are
we'd
only-
have to get to power level 300, and at the rate we're now going, that's a lot of time, I feel, probably. Like, what power level are you?
Probably. Like 240.
Yeah, I don't think I'll have the time for that. I need to, at some point, do work stuff tomorrow, on top of recording a podcast in the morning, then doing Pathfinder with Claire at night, so...
Oh yeah, sorry, Leon also reminded me that dude claimed he was like Blade from Marvel.
Yo! Some
And, like,
motherfuckers always try to ice skate uphill.
And like, the way I'm describing it, like, you would think he was, you know, like, trying to fuck with us, but like, the look on his face at the time, like, he was so serious about this. Like, that dude was either like in the world's most incredible liar, or he just very genuinely believed every word he said.
Yeah, I mean, probably had some issues going on, if I had to guess.
I mean, yeah, like, in retrospect, definitely, but at the time, I was just like, I am 16, and a deranged, actually I wasn't 17, I'm 17, and some deranged guy is talking to me.
That's a scary situation when you're a bunch of kids to have to deal with, too.
Yeah, it was
I feel
weird.
like this would be a scary situation regardless.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, when you're young, it doesn't help.
Yeah. Like, he wasn't, like, threatening or anything, he was just, like, weird.
Yeah. Shit.
Did you fall all the way down?
Yes. It's fine. I'll ride back up. Shoutouts to the time when I was in Chicago and a woman turned to me when I was walking with my mom down the street and just said, "You better shut your mouth or I'm gonna slap you." I was 10. I also was not talking.
Oh yeah, by the way, earlier you were saying that like these like symbols on the ground, it looked funky when you were like because you had to press it a lot. It's just a hold. You hold the button
Yeah,
for this right here.
I know, but sometimes I've had it hold and like it doesn't seem to hold right.
Oh, I've never had that. No.
I think it's just like a range thing.
Man, there's just so many effects.
Yeah,
I can't
yeah,
fucking
there are.
do anything.
Who needs clarity when you have DPS?
Do you know how much of a delay this stream is on?
No.
I see. Roslyn, flip off the camera and I'll start counting from when it appears on stream.
Okay. Dude. I did it.
5, 6, 7. Was it when it went black?
Yes.
Okay, that was like 25 seconds.
That seems about right.
Nice.
From my experience, it's about 30 seconds.
We're doing science in this call.
Yeah, YouTube used to be really bad with that back in the day. I could change it to ultra low latency mode, but that comes with some downsides, so I just leave it on the standard.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's not like a big deal. I was just
Yeah.
curious.
Whether people watch it like 30 seconds from now or like 10 seconds from now, it doesn't really change anything. I'd say it matters more if there's like a level of like a greater level of interactivity, like if you need it for like a game or something, like with whoever's watching. But
Yeah. Like Claire.
Yeah. Listen, if I really wanted to be interactive
Yo!
with this call, I would join.
it's this big
which
rock guy I
did,
fought
so.
like 50 times.
I know, I'm
Boy.
so fucking sick of seeing this guy.
Yo, big rock guy.
Yeah, I was noticing that, just like even from what I'd seen on the stream, that like they use
repeat
that
the
rock
same.
guy a lot.
They repeat some of the fights like a bajillion times. Like everything's just kind of reused over and over and over again. Even like the levels are reused.
Yeah, like none of these areas, like visually, are new from like the base game.
That's
Like, and like going into some of the side stuff, you can tell they really wanted to try to make each of those areas have like their own character and personality, and like they just did not have the ability to do that. Like different like types of enemies like live in like certain areas, and like I don't know, it's like, I mean, or even in the like the base story, it's like, oh, that one had its own like religion, but it just does not go anywhere.
yeah. This game definitely seems like the dev team had ideas, and then it launched.
Not good ones.
I mean, yeah, they didn't have good ideas, and then it launched and did poorly, and then they're like, okay, it's time for updates, and then they looked at their budget and they were like, oh, we can't do that anymore.
Like how we still have the same pose.
True. I don't know if I've
Same
seen anyone
victory
with a
pose.
different pose.
I mean, Repost did, remember?
He did.
Shoutouts to Repost. So what are y'all doing in tabletop tomorrow? Tabletop stuff.
I don't know. That's for Claire to let us know.
Yeah, they gotta find out.
What have you guys been doing lately?
We just started a new campaign because the last one ended.
Yeah, they fought a bunch of zombies and skeletons. And that was more of like an introductory dungeon to get them used to their characters, or their new characters. The actual main plot starts in the next dungo.
God, I don't have any better helmets with better spirit regen. I hate this.
I mean, look at this outfit I have right now.
Let's
This is
see.
quite the outfit.
Better ranger boots, I'll take those. Power 215. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, I actually kind of like how my character looks like this. It's alright.
I like your really gaudy looking rock armor. Yo, Pyro has the Pepsi.
Ooh.
Pepsi.
Yeah, Pyro, you need to report back with the Peep Pepsi taste test.
Also, I also still need to try Starry. Maybe I'll try to find some tomorrow if I remember.
Like,
I'll be
Assuming-
honest, Sorry just sounds
assuming
like
that I'm not-
another line in Fucked Up in the Crib. Fucked up in the crib, drinking Sorry.
so is this Aru transport transport area like after this is this like the final bit of the story, I guess?
If you're in Ben, right?
I think so.
You're in the like Tower of Ben, right?
I couldn't remember. I think that's what this is.
Is this the 4th level?
No, this is the second. There's 4.
Oh, in this area?
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah, after this one there's 6 more.
Okay.
What was this called? The Aru transport area?
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, if you're gonna look it up, you're probably not gonna find anything useful.
Yeah. There is not
getting like
anything.
rental trucks in my local area.
There is
like
nothing on this game.
Yeah, I mean, last night we were literally like trying to figure out how to get the items we needed to do upgrades, and it took us so long to figure it out because the game isn't very helpful and the internet isn't very helpful.
Yeah, like this also too, kind of going like whenever I write about this game, I also like this game hammered home for me how much the success of a lot of these types of games also hinge on community investment to make resources like that, because this game has nothing, and it is such a dramatic blow to how it plays in a way that like honestly kind of took me by surprise.
Yeah,
like there's
honestly,
nothing to help
not
you with
many
this
games,
one.
A lot of games don't really do much better regarding that. Like maybe just a little bit better they do, but yeah, like a lot of games rely on community,
Like people
like,
creating extra life shit, you know.
like especially for
I
like,
actually think that's like can be very interesting. Like Final Fantasy XI, a very fun part of that game is just like
the community had to come up with so much of the solutions.
Yeah,
how to go
and
through
even,
shit.
like-
which obviously I wasn't there for because I was 4 when that game was.
even like 14 has a bunch of like different websites and resources. Like I have a couple different sites that I use.
Yeah, or
that
like
people have made tools, and even like like World of Warcraft has a ton of different shit. Like
yeah, like World of Warcraft, you have to get like add-ons to show you where quests are if you want to play Classic, and I think that's a very interesting way to kind of pull communal resources together to like understand things. Or like before Monster Hunter had whichever dog shit wiki that's the one that comes up when you search for stuff. I hate it. It's called like Game8.co. It's probably still around. We have Coronica, which like you could just look up a monster and you could find its weaknesses, which is also built into Rise now, but
I was about to say like World, they just had the book thing.
yeah.
Yeah, I didn't really play much of World.
Yeah, like even like 14, like I could start listing off resources like, there's Gamer Escape, which has a lot of item resources and quest info. If you want to do hunt stuff, there's like Faloop. There's the balance in terms of like rating.
Yeah,
and
there's
just,
the
like,
balance
actually
there.
playing the
Used
game.
question mark to be Salted 14. I think that one went down, or
I think
is
that
it
one. I think that one blew up due to drama. That's the thing in 14. There's just a lot of petty drama where people kind of power trip and then like fuck over people that use their resources. So there's a lot of drama, and that has kind of caused a lot of things to be splintered into many different resources. Because like WoW has like a very comprehensive resource with like WoWhead, for example.
Yeah.
Where 14 does not have an equivalent to that because everything is just so split. And also, WoWhead has the benefit of having been created like so many years ago that it was kind of it kind of came from that realm of the internet where everything was centralized, and nowadays everything's
so fractured. Yeah.
Everything's
Like,
fractured.
I remember when we were playing Burning Crusade Classic, like, we would look up something on BBC Wowhead, and then I would see comments from 2007 of people who were confused by the same things I was.
Yeah. I've seen comments like that before. It was kind of cool. It was kind of cool seeing like stuff that far back.
Okay, so I've been noticing this about the enemies. Why are they all lime green and blue?
These are
it
the Joker-fied variants of them.
It's just, like,
You don't have to go over there.
No, I need it.
You can jump while you're like riding it.
Oh, is that how you get over there? Whatever, I don't need it.
Yeah.
The duality of Bran.
Assaulted 14 still
Yeah.
have
Like, there's been some efforts to like try to do something for 14, and we'll see if that pays off. Like at least in terms of like recruitment resources, it's kind of gotten a little bit better because there's a new recruitment site that's been being pushed by like different people. It's kind of been somewhat of a community effort to push. Like I forgot what the actual like URL is, but
man. Shoutouts to the early days of Elden Ring where I got to relive the, like, playground experience of, like, did you go over here yet? Like, that shit.
Yeah, that was so much fun. Like, just a very, like...
Very innocent, magical moment.
Look for Mew under the truck.
Yes.
It's really funny because, like, FF14 has something similar to that when it comes to spawning S ranks, where a lot of them can have, like, weird conditions. So people, as a community, try to, like, figure out what are the spawn conditions. And, like, just to give some context for like some spawn conditions for some S ranks, one of them is you have to fall and almost die from fall damage. You have to die in specific spots wearing this one suit of armor. You know, it's just like weird.
That's
wacky stuff
wild.
Or you have to toss out 5 of this specific item, while in the zone. You know, it's like, so it's just for the first like 2 weeks of like an expansion coming out. It's just like this big like, oh, did you try this? You know, so that does still kind of exist.
Yeah.
It seems like Pyro is not enjoying the Peeps Pepsi.
Damn. As someone who doesn't like Peeps but enjoys Pepsi, I was wondering if maybe it would somehow cancel each other.
Just thinking about it hurts my teeth.
Yeah, right.
Like, I mean, I don't drink dark sodas in general, and just...
Oh, I just got an Exterminator 4000.
Ooh,
That
congrats.
should be more materials for like the upgrades, right? Yeah, because you get like 5 of the.
I'm pretty
oils.
sure, yeah.
Nice. By the way, once I have enough to finish upgrading all my shit, I'm leaving. You can do the rest by yourself.
No, fine. That's okay.
I'm already helping you go through these story
That's
lines,
true.
and I've nothing to gain by doing this. I'm just
That's
like,
true. You were
suffering
being
for
a
no
good
reason.
friend. That's true. I cannot complain. You had to look for the guide for Monster Hunter to know damage values. Oh god, yeah, true. See, and then, like, yeah, like, you know, fighting games have their versions of this too. Like, Marvel vs. Capcom 2 has the Iron Man Infinite video.
True.
That video, like, is a transcendent part of internet history. Like, I've only ever seriously tried to play one fighting game, and it was not in Marvel vs. Capcom, but I've still seen that fucking video. Rules.
It's crazy to me that this battle pass has what 100 levels,
I know, right?
and is that like, and it like changes per season because this is the season 3 battle pass. So it's like, how the
I need
fuck?
to claim.
Have we played this game for like, I don't know, over 20 hours at this point, and it's only level 13 in the battle pass? Like, I understand, you know, maybe Endgame gives more, but still. That's crazy. I mean, I don't know enough about. I don't play enough. I don't play games with battle passes, but like, that's got to be a little ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
Like, even for other game standards, I have no idea. How long does it take to max out? Like, I don't know, like an Apex Legends battle pass or something. I'll join the quest in just a second.
I do think that typically, like, to max that shit out, you really gotta know life those games, but, still. Even so, yeah, I do agree this feels glacial.
Can I make a confession that shows that I'm a fake gamer?
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck is a battle pass?
It's like, oh yeah, you wouldn't know what those are, huh? Considering the types of games you play.
So they're
So
usually for live service games.
Yeah.
Games that like periodically release updates, they have a thing where it's like you unlock. It's like a thing where you get. It's almost like an experience system where when you play the game, you build up credit and you like level up, and as you level up this like meter just by playing the game, you get like different cosmetics, you get different rewards and stuff.
Okay.
And the point of that is that
and
they're
it like
time
cycles
limited.
out like usually seasonally or like every so many
Yeah, and
weeks.
They're time
Halo
limited.
4 had something similar back
Yes.
in the day.
Yeah, like
So
that
it's a
sort of
way
This
stuff.
is how
getting-
I relate things.
It's a way of getting stuff. It's a way of getting stuff in the game, usually like cosmetics and stuff.
Yeah,
like
like-
that. Where the FOMO aspect of it is what gets people to play the game more.
Like
Especially
Claire,
when it's the type of game, like Fortnite or Apex, where like the game is just playing multiplayer.
yeah, like
It's to
Claire,
get
if
the
you
people to
Claire,
come
did you
back
ever
and
play a
it.
Call of Duty back in the day?
No.
Well, I mean, you played Halo, so like, yeah, you know how you'd unlock like armor pieces and shit in Halo, or like skins for whatever. So imagine you have that, but then also on top of that, you have exclusive shit, or just like random stuff that like you can like do on like a separate XP track, and like it changes every like a few weeks or months or whatever.
Okay, imagine wanting to play as Goku in Fortnite, but then you only have like I don't know how much time.
This
but
is
let's
just
say
gotcha banner. She
three
understands. this.
months to get him, and you have to like play like 100 games to get Goku, and you only have 3 months to do it. That's
Okay.
basically what it.
Okay. Actually, now that I
think
think
Goku
about
was
it,
really
I have
bad.
seen mutuals who are like, I wish I played enough of the Battle Pass to get, like, Dr. Doom in Fortnite, so...
Yeah.
And in some of the games, what I don't understand is you have to pay for the battle pass in some games, right?
So
No.
typically, what they do is like how this is how Babylon's Fall did it, but they don't let you buy it anymore. Typically, there is a free battle pass, and then on top of that is the premium battle pass, which you pay for, and it gives you more shit on top of what you get with the free one.
Okay. Yeah, because
That's
it's like,
the model right now.
Let's see. Why are you walking Julian on a leash sometimes?
That's like soul bonding that like provides him with benefits or something. I guess I don't know. It doesn't matter. We don't do it.
It doesn't really. We're not like. It doesn't really.
We
matter
don't need
really.
it.
You're not parsing. You're a Babylon.
Oh, that'd be funny. I mean, these are basically just FF14 dungeons. You go in a straight line, get to a big room, fight a bunch of enemies,
There's
but
enemies to show that people are aggroed on you. They're like lines.
There's like their line. There's line. It's got the FF12 lines.
Yeah.
I mean, those were in 11, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, but did 11 do it first? I guess 11 came before 12. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yes, Julian, FF11 did come before FF12.
Yeah. I mean, shut up. Shut up.
Oh, we love you, Julian.
I wasn't thinking.
It's actually weird how much 12 takes from 11.
I mean, so the answer to that is that, like, 11 was a very fucking expensive game for them at the time.
That makes sense.
That's what I had always heard, is that FF11
All
was...
the way down.
No, I just jumped late, and then I decided to hop back on instead of fall. Because I missed the platform with all the loot and shit. But I think I got it because you got it anyways. But, no,
I just fell.
the thing I had always, heard was that, like, 11 was always, like, fairly successful, like, even early on. But they reached a point where, oh god, where do I... Oh, Jesus, I hate this.
I mean, it's where all the bits are.
Yeah.
Conscious.
Oh, 12 runs on the 11 engine?
That I've heard that before, too,
Okay,
yeah.
that makes sense.
But basically 12 was like, oh god, we have all of this shit we made, and it took us forever and took a shit ton of money. We can make something else using this as a base too. Which is why there's so much shit there, which I completely understand.
I need to play more 12. I spent too much of this week making money.
I mean,
stupid low gun
11
game.
was until like about a year ago was like the most profitable game
Yeah.
from Square. Like 11 was like the most profitable game from Square Enix until
Yeah.
14 like passed it. But like
I was
took-
honestly
it took-
surprised it took 14 that long to
Well, the
surpass
thing is,
11.
you got to remember that 11's also been running for like
a lot
I don't
more,
know,
a lot
a
longer.
lot longer. Which I mean, it's been making
It came
less
out in
money over time. But
2004
like,
or 2003.
I
So,
also bet there are
20
people
years.
subscribed to 11 that have not actually played in years, but still like just have never let the sub run. You know what I mean? I would be curious how many people are inactive players, but just keep the sub live for whatever reason. I also love how sometimes to vary up areas in this game, they're just like, oh, there's random lightning strikes. One of my favorite things in this game that I thought was so fucking funny is that when you're going through the volcano area in I think it's one of the post-game like DLC things, it's like, oh, you're gonna go down the magma lightning corridor, and it's just like a volcano cave, but like random lightning strikes happen inside.
That rules, actually.
Yeah, I'm just like, ooh. Most video gamey ass thing.
sorry, I had to talk to someone for a second. Which game?
This game. There's like a magma, like when you're going through the volcanic cloister
Okay,
again
okay.
or whatever, it's like,
Oh,
there's
yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
lightning, like the magma lightning corridor or some shit. This guy's cooking. Don't let him cook. Oh, I think we let him cook. Oh well. It doesn't matter. Pure platinum.
At least
Yep.
some of these enemies seem to like be going by faster than old ones.
True.
It's like it varies. Sometimes they take up the join year. I mean, it's also going by faster because we're two people, and
Yeah.
it does not seem like these specific like story missions scale. So we're actually going through them pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I'm reaching 248 gear.
There you go.
Maybe I should try to get on the leaderboard. No, I won't.
Dude, listen to your heart. If it's telling
No.
you to do it.
First of all, it wouldn't even be my name on the leaderboard. It would be Raisin Brain.
True. One of my favorite things that I saw was that on the Babylon's Fall website, they're like, please note that there will not be rewards for those who get ranking on the boards, as the game will close on February 28th.
Oh, incredible.
Yeah. I do think it's kind of neat, though, that, like, they would give out, that's a fun idea. Like, you get, like, in-game rewards for ranking high in, like, the raid list or whatever. It's kind of fun. I'm sure everyone who actively played this game got the rewards.
Alright, let me
Wait,
go into
isn't
that.
the leaderboard like top 100?
It's top
Yeah.
100, and as of right now, last time we checked, there were 16 people ranking.
Oh, someone's trying to do the last boss of the main story, the Heart of the Blue Sun.
Oh, well.
They had the mission up. Dang, we could have helped them. Nah,
Yeah.
honestly, we don't have time. Maybe after we grind, we can help people. Nah, I don't even think I wanted to.
I think I'm good. I think we've paid it forward enough between the two of us helping out random people.
Is this the 4th level?
Yes, this is Lambda 12, the
Okay,
4th level. I'm in a
okay, I was
cutscene.
gonna say, if we're getting a cutscene, then what is even happening in the story? Are you even paying attention?
The Galu have guns and advanced equipment, and the people from this inventor culture seem to like know something about it or are trying to help out to figure out what exactly is going on.
Who's this lady? Brunette.
Like in the green?
Yeah.
She's one of the people from the new place that showed up, and she has a crush on Lycus.
Lycus looks like he's like 16, and she looks like she's like 35.
She in like the ship or like by the table, she looked way younger than him. In my opinion.
Oh, in this cutscene, she looks a little older.
Yeah, this arc is just like, hey, why do the robots have guns? It is true.
Shoutouts to Lycus. You should make Lycus your profile picture.
No.
Lycus kind of seems like a loser.
I wonder if there are people that are like really into this plot. There's gotta be at least.
There's the
one
guy
person,
who
right?
made the Wikipedia.
Yeah. So they changed that. Someone went through and was like, fuck no, we're not doing this, and it's a lot shorter than it used to be.
No.
I know. I was like, oh damn.
Which
What?
Rosin brand subscriber did that?
The what?
The Wikipedia page used to have like 3 story sections for this game that broke down like the base game, the first expansion, the second expansion. And like someone went through and obviously was like, okay, someone wrote way too much for this, and like trimmed it down to just a summary for each of them. But like you could tell someone who really fucking cared had written like a lot.
How do you know they? How do you know they had changed it? Like,
because I checked it again today, and it's a lot shorter than what it used to be.
oh, so someone changed it like today or like yesterday.
Yesterday or something, yeah. I'm sure that Wikipedia page has a lot more attention on it now because the game's closing, so like people are, looking at it and stuff. But
Yeah, I'll be honest, like, there's still way more than I thought there would be.
oh, this isn't just a boss. Damn it. Oh, it is a boss. I just thought he was a regular enemy.
No, yeah, I mean we just fight this guy.
Then you said I have like 2 more things to do after this?
Well, we have like one more like zone of 4 levels.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm kind of obsessed with this. The most recent edits to the Babylon's Fall wiki were all done by a guy called the Final Babylon.
Oh, he's on the ranking board.
Oh, there's a guy called like the Final Babylon.
Yeah, he's like ranked number 6 or 7 on the board.
Yeah, I have greatly altered the story section, greatly reducing its size. And that was done the 21st of February, yeah.
So like 4 days ago.
Time to make my
seems like it's
rosin.
mainly just been, like...
See, this is what I'm talking about, a sense of community. Here at the end.
Don't tell me you're gonna...
Beam us.
Beam us. Oh my god, fucking beam us again.
Oh, Lord, beam us.
Actually, a lot of these edits were just done by
Fine.
the Final Babylon. Like, I'm looking through the whole edit history.
Seems Publius was a heretic after all.
Not my concern. Everyone has their own beliefs.
Interesting.
Regardless of what he's fighting for, he's risking his life to buy us some time.
Or at least a lot of the recent
We should be
ones.
grateful for that, huh?
The older ones were done by, like, it looked like somewhere between 3 to 5 consistent users. but just within the past month, everything was done by the Final Babylon.
Right, I know.
If you're watching this, the Final Babylon, shout out.
Yeah, real one.
Shimilka?
I know this game's definitely got its fans. I wonder if they all know each other, though. I wonder if it's like such a small community that they
I
all, like,
really
talk
hope
to
that
each
two
other.
people started dating because of their shared love of this game.
Sorry.
I'd like to imagine everyone playing Babylon's Fall as a single polycule that just got into it together.
Yo! Now Julian and I have an entryway in. Oh no, a woman's been kidnapped. This game loves to unironically do damsels in distress, too, I've noticed.
Like, my favorite fan-made AD&D class, the Damsel.
Shut the fuck up. Oh,
Must
that's
be
so
a woman
cursed.
in
What
less
context am I
spider-like.
I found so there used to be a magazine called Dragon Magazine that was like semi-official, kind of, sort of, like, it was like the big D&D, like, publication back, like, way in the early days or whatever. And even beyond, like, going into, like, when the game was pretty popular. Someone wrote a, like, class called, like, the Concubine, and then someone in, like, in response wrote a class called the Damsel, which is just the most sexist thing imaginable. It's basically a character that exists to get into trouble and to help out other characters in the party so that they get more rewards and experience points. It's really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. The last issue of Dragon Magazine was 2013.
That's wild.
You know, I know I've said a while ago I want to do like a one-shot. I should just do it one of these days, find a good one-shot system and do it.
You should. I'd love to play in a Julian tabletop thing.
I probably wouldn't be very good since it'd be like my first time, but...
And we all got to start somewhere. Like, looking back, like, when I ran Dungeon World for y'all, like, I was pretty fucking terrible at it, but we still had fun, right?
I was talking tabletop stuff with a friend the other day, and I like realized, like the last like 5 tabletop characters I played were all extremely violent, huh?
Yeah, Christian, Dragon was run by Paizo from 2002 to 2007, and then when Wizards of the Coast decided to do their big movement to the internet, they didn't renew Paizo's contract. The last print edition was actually done by Paizo, and then they announced 4E. And you know what I have to say? Letting Paizo do that Dragon magazine for a bit there, maybe the worst business decision Wizards of the Coast ever made.
Izuki, I don't know what you mean by this early into the game, because we are nearing the end.
Yeah, yeah, this story basically has had like 3 campaigns, basically, where, you know, they obviously like came out with the first one with the launch, and then they slowly kept adding stuff. The high-tech reveal is like near the end of the first campaign, and we're like towards the end of what's there of the third.
Unless we're
because they're fucking sick.
we might, Julian, we might be at the end of the second, because if you're unlocking more story stuff.
Yeah, maybe. Honestly, I have no idea. But I got an achievement for finishing like the second like story.
Oh.
Like, cause let me check. Yeah, story. There's 3 achievements for story. There's I remember I got the first, and then I got the second one, and now there's a 3rd achievement for the story, A Tale of Two Ziggurats, and I do not have that one completed.
Okay.
So yeah, there is still more story, but we do not need to do it to get the platinum. So I'm just not gonna worry about it unless you're invested in it and just want to see how it ends.
I do want to see the story of this game all the way through, because I'm sure it's a cliffhanger.
Well, I guess be happy that you didn't call the stream until I finish
The
platinum
story.
trophy and the story, because
Yeah.
then once you get the platinum,
That guy's named Elion.
we can
Yes.
just
Elion.
we can just call it for the night, and you can go back and finish it tomorrow or something.
Hell yeah. Temple of the Sun. Temple of Malice, Temple of the Sky. Okay.
Oh, did you select one?
Oh, god damn it, did I start without you? Shit.
Yeah.
My brain is fried. Wait, I never grabbed the alcohol.
Oh,
Don't-
there's someone who's farming the first siege, James Riov.
Oh shit, hopefully they're still doing it when we're around. Do you want to... honestly, Julie, do you want to do it? I can just do this mission alone.
Nah, I'll do it. Oh, well, okay, I guess you can.
Yeah.
I guess since you already started.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, I mean, there's no harm in keeping you know what I mean? So,
I guess.
you can make progress on that while I make progress through this. I mean, honestly, I'm streaming through... I'm, like, devouring these enemies, at this point, too, so...
I'll just do the one with this guy, and then I'll hop into whatever next one.
Okay. Just it'll save you time. Exterminator 3000.
Yeah, but like all my tabletop characters have been violent. Like what was my Beam Saber character's name again? Was it Gale? I don't remember.
Yes, Gale.
Like
I want to say
they're all just different flavors of violent. Like Gale was like just like kind of like, I mean, like you said, it was basically just like a new type, traumatized, just really violent due to his upbringing. And then I had what's his name?
Chase.
Yeah,
Chase
Johnson.
Iconic.
For some reason I was blanking. Yeah, he's just kind of a quote-unquote normal
God, I really
guy
need to
with
fucking
the violet streak.
edit those.
I kind of miss Chase. He's probably like my favorite character I've played.
He's one of, I think, the favorite ones I've had the pleasure of GMing before.
He was a very fun character.
And then I had what's that kid called again from the Halloween thing?
I don't remember your full character's name off the top of my head.
I'll look at the.
I do not remember. And then I had like.
You had the Valkyrie.
He was kind of yeah. And then I had the Valkyrie character.
Baxley Richard.
Baxley, that's what it was.
That was yeah.
And I had the Valkyrie character that was more of like, I guess, like an honorable, like revenge type of violence.
You almost killed a kid. Oh, I guess spoilers.
I mean,
but
yeah,
we recorded that nearly a year ago.
True. God, I still love. That still maybe. I think Dissy one time tweeted this or whatever, but the interaction we had that episode where it was like, I think I'm gonna roll to decide if she's gonna kill this kid, and I was like, I think that's a pretty big decision to leave up to fate.
I'm actually a big fan of just like rolling for things and then just like rolling with things.
I do. I'm pretty partial to that myself when I'm between two ideas for like characters and stuff in games.
Because it's like, well, I could see it. I was gonna see it as it's either like a big moral dilemma. It would be a big turning point if it happens, or
Yeah. Something that I've done before is like I'll make my character make like a morale or will save depending on like the system to see if they would give in to their impulses, or if they would do the quote unquote better choice. I think that can be like that side of the thing can be fun.
That's why I'm really excited to eventually play Disco Elysium, because that has a lot of like
absolutely
dice rolls where I guess you could like restart or reload maybe, but like I think the fun of it is just like, okay, well, you got to just roll with it.
Yeah, I think there is very much a lot of fun in things don't always go the way you want, and sometimes that creates a more interesting narrative than
exactly. And I actually like I tend to like I think saying that I like limitations is like the wrong way to say it, but I like having to be given a set of circumstances and having to work
Yeah.
with them. And if
I mean,
it's
that's
fine,
just a good
especially-
fun, like that's just good fuel for creativity.
Yeah.
yeah, and that's what makes it fun because I do tend to realize that I tend to settle into like the same way of doing stuff a lot of times. So if I'm given like a situation where I need to handle something a little bit differently, you know, I like that. You know, like for example, you know, Babylon's Fall, I can handle literally every fight matching buttons, so I don't have a reason to try anything else really.
True.
Yeah, in the tabletop system I've been bouncing around with in my head, it's kind of been like a deliberate choice, and when I say in my head, I mean my phone's notes app. I lifted my phone like you guys could see it.
We can.
Alright, I'm out
we
of
have,
the level, I'll wait for you.
Alright, I'm at the boss, so.
But it's been a deliberate choice in my design process to be like,
Oh, this
we
guy's
are
got a
still
title.
using dice rolls with fairly large ranges because I like the kind of luck element of it. I think that is kind of a fun part of adventuring is you need to be a little lucky sometimes.
I feel like I've grown to semi-dislike D20 because of how swingy it is, but I do like the dice element overall. I think that I'm more partial to, like, dice pools than I am the single die. Just because I think I like the bell curve versus the flat distribution.
Yeah, so like in the kind of urban horror system I was bouncing around with too, which is less likely to be done because I am always running some type of fantasy tabletop game. I am not always running urban horror. Like, that was not D20, that was... I basically just stole Blades in the Dark's dice system.
To be fair, is good. I think, honestly, even more so than the D20 thing is I think there's actually just... I think that there are a lot of games that don't have interesting results for when things go bad with rolls, which is why I actually kind of appreciate, like, Powered by the Apocalypse and, Blades. Yeah, like, Forged in the Darks is pretty much an extension of, like, the Powered by the Apocalypse stuff. I wish that there was more work done with a lot of the more traditional systems to integrate some of the lessons learned from that, just so that, like, I feel like it's very easy to get stonewalled if you don't have a talented DM, like, you know, making sure that things, like, stay the course, where, like, it's just like, oh, a bunch of people try to do something, and it's just like, oh, things are just, like, you are prevented from, like, making any sort of progress or interesting development happening because the failure states do not give you enough to work with, which is unfortunate. I think more games should steal clocks, actually, is I think what I'm getting at.
Clocks are such a good mechanic.
I just realized I got one of those, like, really expensive to buy drops for the upgrades, like, just as a random drop. Hell yeah.
Fun.
Okay, well, I'm finishing fully upgrading one of my things.
Alright, I'm going to attempt to,
Alright, well, there's an achievement.
I'm going to attempt to enhance some stuff while I'm here, actually, too, just to see where I'm at with this stuff.
So one of the things
so I just have one of each type of thing favorited, just so I don't mess up. And
that's what I'm doing, too.
But something I want to do in that system is I want to incorporate, like, when you fail, the dungeon reacts in some way, because I want to be like a very dungeon crawly system, not like the heroic type of fantasy, which is like, I think my one problem with running Pathfinder 2nd Edition, like, it's not the only problem with the system, but like thematically it lends itself to a very heroic fantasy.
Yeah.
And I kind of want like a grittier.
Yeah, that's anything in that 3rd edition lineage just assumes that you're super fucking cool and, like, better than everyone. For sure.
And something I want to work in is, and I'm not entirely sure how I do this, is just that, like, the dungeon reacts to your failure, and the dungeon is kind of a living entity.
Someone's asking how rolling
how
dice
dice
pools
pools
works.
work.
Oh, okay. So dice pools are basically just like, so say in like D&D when you want to do something, you roll a d20. That is literally just one dice. Typically, dice pool is kind of a loose definition. Typically, how it works, like in Blades in the Dark, is that like you have, say, like a specific skill like skirmishing. You would start at like 0, and how that would work is if you're at 0 for that skill, you would. I'm accepted a quest, by the way. I haven't posted.
Yep.
You would roll 2 dice and then take the lower result. When you get a 1, you would roll 1 dice, and like basically as you get better, you roll more dice. Like so you have a higher chance of succeeding. Another way to think about it too is or I guess another way that games handle it is Powered by the Apocalypse does a thing where everything in that game is based off of 2d6. Now, statistically, if you look at a graph for the possibilities of results from a d20 versus a d6, a d20 looks like this, like it's like a pyramid. I'm getting 2d12 confused. I was just looking at this the other day for my own tabletop stuff. But like a d20, everything has the exact same chance to, like every single number has the exact same chance of showing up. When you roll 2d6, it's a bell curve, like it's actually like a slope or like a hill, because things in the middle have a higher chance or a higher probability of getting the result. So that will impact how hard things are to do in your game and how reliably you can do things in your game.
Yeah, to simplify that a little bit, it's the idea that if you roll 1 d20, that's one source of RNG. You can get screwed over by one source of RNG. If you have multiple dice, then you have multiple instances where you need bad RNG in order to fail.
You can get screwed over by multiple sources of RNG.
Well, you can also get screwed over, but it feels a little bit better because then you're not relying on just one source of RNG with the 1 d20.
I also so I don't want to talk too much about I'm trying to talk less about things I have in the works, because I found that it makes me less likely to work on them, because if I express the idea to the world without completing it, I'm like, I lose part of the drive to work on it, you know? It's just like, this is actually something I touched on with my therapist in my recent bout of working on stuff.
That's how Vancian casting works. I don't know how you've applied Vancian casting to motivation, but...
No, it's just like, if I talk about something, I get the same fulfillment I do as if I actually make the thing. So I need to limit how much I talk about things. I think this is a reason a lot of video ideas have not seen fruition on this channel.
But that's what we were talking about, T-Dolls, basically. I don't know if I pronounced that T-Dolls.
Yeah, but basically, I want to make a system, maybe inspired by a video game, where there is a core role mechanic for characters on the ground and a core role mechanic for mecha that are piloted. And what I found, and specifically what I want, is that when characters get high enough level, they can start to, as characters on the ground, tackle like low level like mecha. So like the scales are separate, but at a high enough level at the low end of things, it starts to bleed into the low level of the high scale. And what I found is that the best way to achieve this mathematically was if the low, like, on-the-ground scale uses a 3d6 resolution system, which is actually, like, its own set of game design, and then the high scale uses a 2d12 distribution curve. Because they are just separate enough that they're not touching and you can feel the different curve and scale. But also it means that the high scale mechs are more swingy and more chaotic feeling, which I personally just like that depiction of mechs in general as being unreliable and kind of terrifying. Whereas, like, you get a little bit more detailed and intricate, like, on the ground, like, things are a little bit more reliable when you're working with actual bodies of people. You can tell I put way too much time thinking about this, but it's fun.
I couldn't do that. I get way too anal and constantly go back and forth and become decisive. I couldn't do that.
I mean, that's part of the reason that we'll see if this ends up getting made, but yeah.
I've had this.
I have too many tabletop
yeah,
RPG ideas and
like, I
shit
mean,
that I'll never make.
You kind of made like you kind of said, you know, inspired by a video game with like a voice, and I don't think that's necessarily like a bad thing. Like everyone's influenced by different things.
Yeah, it's just
know,
in this case. In this case, the inspiration is like so on the nose that I'm like, I need to. But I don't know. Sometimes it's fun to lean into that
man,
shit, though.
Icon has a mechanic called limit breaks. I think.
True.
Like, I mean, I've had like this idea for like a story. It's not tabletop, but just like a story in general bouncing around in my head that is literally just a fusion of like 3 things I like.
Yeah, I mean,
so, like,
if I ever write that fantasy
that's
novel, if I ever write that fantasy novel, it's just gonna be like fantasy
like
sharks
a lot
counterattack. So
I feel like if everyone was more like if everyone kind of knew what everybody was influenced by, like all the media that they like was influenced by, they'd see that, you know, a lot of things are like directly pulled from other things. You know?
Absolutely, yeah.
The most original work of all time was the Epic of Gilgamesh, and we've just been derivatives since.
Like, yeah, like the story that I had bouncing around in my head is like inspired by like 3.5 things.
I really thought you were gonna say 3.5 Men, even though that isn't actually the name of something.
But like, I mean, I'll see if maybe I like ever decide to try to do something with it. I don't know. It would also be like very personal, so it's not. I'm not sure if it's the kind of thing I would want to.
I mean, it's okay to create things for yourself too. There's so much to like fulfillment to have from that.
Yeah.
That's something I feel like I want to lean into a little bit this year too. Is sometimes I feel like this channel honestly is very bad for me in this regard, where it's like, oh, I have an avenue to share everything I make or want to do with the world, and like sometimes it's like, no, maybe I should just like take the time to like do some things for myself more often in terms of making things and expressing myself, because like that's its own reward too, right?
Yep.
I have not been looking at chat. I'm sorry, everyone.
All we got was someone saying Gilgamesh is the OG, and
true.
Oh yeah, this part's like, these spiders. If you don't have like a bow or something, pick one up. If you shoot these spiders down, they'll stay down.
Oh yeah. I picked up the sword.
Yeah, that's actually a good point, T-Dolls, that the thing about influence is anything has the chance to be someone's first thing of that genre theme vibe, and like...
True.
I definitely had that with Berserk, where I was like, wow, this is very original, and then I reread it after reading the first couple Elric books, and I was like, oh, Myra took so much from Elric.
There's a huge lineage of, like, everything, practically.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, yeah, like, a lot of things that people may have... That's why I'm saying if you knew what all your favorite things were influenced by...
I mean, it's,
probably,
again, like this is...
what derivative things are.
That's
just how things work.
In my neck of the woods, too, it is such a common experience for people to fall in love with Ava and then experience other mecha work, and, you know, to varying degrees be like, oh, like, a lot of what I thought was unique about this was actually... you know, a piece of, like, a long line of, like, other works that have been experimenting with and talking about the same stuff, right? That's, like, every genre fiction piece.
Yeah, that's part of why I want to get into, like, pre-Tolkien fantasy a bit. Like, just for the record of the chat, I really like fantasy in an abnormal amount.
I cannot wait to sink my teeth into that fucking first D&D book, which is an isekai.
Yeah!
I do wonder, like, where do you draw the line between something being, like, heavily inspired by something and something being just straight up, like, a rip-off of it?
I think it's such a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, but, like, but it's interesting because, like, you know, I feel like with games it's a little easier because, you know, it's not as much about the story but also the gameplay, so there's like multiple aspects of the game that need to be imitated for it to feel like a ripoff. You know, like like for example, you could say that Hollow Knight is a ripoff of Dark Souls, but it's different enough that you can't really say that. You could say that's heavily inspired, but you can't say it's a ripoff. Meanwhile, it's like you can look at something like Genshin Impact, which leans a little bit closer to Breath of the Wild, than like Hollow Knight does the Dark Souls. But it's still got like gameplay different enough that you could see it as kind of being heavily inspired.
The combat system is very different, yeah.
But it's like,
you have touched upon a topic that, within like the sphere of fine arts, has been a problem since like basically a bit after the Renaissance. There was a case where, I want to say in the 70s or 80s, like, some graphic designer, based his design on an Art Deco painting from the 30s, and, the company ended up getting sued, and the guy lost his job as a designer because, the people who had the rights were like, no, you stole our design, and what the guy's trying to get at was, I was trying to go for homage, and the question there that kind of arose was, where does homage end?
Yeah.
Intellectual property theft begin. And a lot of the conclusion a lot of people came to, like, what's the difference between styling something after that poster versus the Mona Lisa is age or how well known something is.
See, I think I'm gonna be safe because what I'm gonna run into is that most of the shit I'm drawing from is niche dumb bullshit that nobody will ever have any chance of knowing.
Yeah, like T-Dawes, like, yeah, it is about, like, kind of the experience, which is a case-by-case basis, because some people might have, like, the same experience with one thing as they do, like, a derivative version of it. But some people might be different, you know. It's just like Ronson said, it's like a very case-by-case basis. But I think it's an interesting question because there's definitely a line for people, and that line shifts for people.
Like, think about that
what it is.
Aragon to, like, Star Wars and like Lord of the Rings. Like, it's. But then also too, those books still sold massively well and were super successful because for a lot of kids that was their first fantasy book. I mean, I read Aragon when I was a kid.
Is that the dragon thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, it's also.
I think I saw the movie.
It's
like
like
very good.
No, it was not. It's like a three-way combination of Dragon Riders of Pern, Star Wars, and Lord of the Rings, and it's very, very obvious. It's those three things.
Let me know when you got the next level up.
Yeah, I'm equipping some.
I wonder if there's any like art or I guess more so literature historians that like try to track all the connection, like almost kind of like a family tree,
like a genealogy.
Of the Holy War.
Like a genealogy of just like, all right, well, this modern piece of fiction just came out. Let's trace its roots to see, you know, what it can be traced back to in terms of its influences. I feel like that's got to exist for something in some capacity, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely, like, a thing in art history, like...
Yeah, that's...
I mean, I would argue to some degree that is also, like, depending on the type of critic you are, I think that's definitely an element of modern criticism that, like, people need to...
the next level?
Yeah, because, like, you do need to be, I feel like, to gauge something, I do think the context of work exists in, and, like, kind of the role it's playing in the world, like, you know, is an important element to consider. And a lot of the times that, you know, is important, like, the previous work that it's kind of, you know, riffing on or, you know, succeeding, I put it up.
When I think of Aragon, I actually think of something different. I think of a movie I watched when I was a kid. I remember really liking it as a kid. Obviously, you know, I don't know if it's actually good because I was a kid. But,
are you thinking of the Aragon movie?
No, not the Aragon movie, but it just, I don't know, for some reason made me think of this other movie. Did you guys ever watch this movie? I think it was called Stardust.
No. What was it
I feel like I
about?
never. Don't even remember the details. I just remember really liking it. I think it was called Stardust. Okay, yeah,
Was it from
2007 movie.
2007?
It was like a fantasy movie. Yeah. I think this was it.
I've never heard
I
of
don't
this.
remember. I don't
Henry
remember if
Cavill
this.
was in it?
What?
I remember liking this movie as a kid.
I've never heard of this, I don't think.
Is it
What
Cavill?
kind of reviews did
Cavill?
I get?
I don't know anymore. I feel like every time I say one, someone else corrects me and says it's the other.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Carson, for-
Ian
for looking
McKellen
at-
was the narrator, damn.
I think it's Cavill, for what it's worth.
He was Humphrey.
I guess while you're looking at it, you know, other two of us are playing this game. Like, what kind of reviews did you get? Was it actually good, or was it just kid me thinking it was good?
It has like a 7.6 out of 10 on IMDb.
It's alright.
Okay, I mean, that sounds pretty good then.
Oh, holy shit. I need to show you guys this picture of Henry Cavill in this movie because it is wrong.
But like,
Sorry for
remember
the
this
viewers
movie.
at home that can't see our Discord.
you can.
I mean,
post
you
the
can
link
post
to
it
the-
on YouTube.
Post the link to the image in the chat.
Oh yeah, I can. Alright, chat. In roughly
Oh, there's a
25
lot.
seconds, this will make sense. But it's
But like, I remember, you know, I should just find this movie and rewatch it and see. I just remember it being like this really cool fantasy movie. Now I don't remember too many details. I have like loose scenes in my head about
That's how
what
I.
it was.
That's how I feel about my experience watching The Black Cauldron, and like.
Well, yeah, I've got like loose scenes of that in my head too. I do not remember what it was actually about. Other than, you know, the
Julian, we should
cauldron.
watch The Black Cauldron. I bet it will not live up to memories.
I remember it having some like kind of like scary kind of stuff. For
So
it.
that's the thing,
Like-
is that I saw that movie actually when my family went to Disney for Halloween one year, and it was on the TV in the hotel room. And I remember being like, what the fuck is this? And my sister's like, oh, it's The Black Cauldron. How do you not know what The Black Cauldron is? And I was like,
T-House,
like a
I
child.
think they're like 3 achievements away from the platinum.
Yes.
Oh, did I miss that? Oh, okay, I just want to miss
Fully-
it. Yeah, we're 3. It's
Fully
basically
upgrading
just
the
upgrading-
accessory, 1 piece of armor, and 1 weapon.
Yeah, so it's just upgrading gear to the max, and in order to get some of those items that we need to reach a specific type of content that is you can only access when you reach like the end game, because what it is the piece of content that was like they would kind of remove it and then re-add it to like the end game. It was like a time limited thing. So that means that if you're coming into this game late, you need to play through all the story content
Yes.
that they added in order to get to be able to do any kind of upgrade whatsoever.
At least
So
most
it's
of
like-
it. I think that the third. I think once we reach the end of the second story is when we unlock it. From what it seems like, because you still haven't completed the third story time.
I haven't. Okay, so I haven't finished the story, but what it is, it's the current. It's like whatever the quote-unquote current story is.
So you have to
know,
catch up to the
obviously.
current story, basically.
Yeah, and then you get access to it.
Interesting to stumble into a basic gameplay loop at the end of the loop.
Yeah.
It's really weird because it's like you unlock some stuff by doing it. You get a currency that lets you change change your class. Like you know, Rosin, you know these things on our back, like Gideon's coffin things.
Yes.
You use some of the currency you get from that to change them.
Yeah.
Like what kind you have. It's weird because it's like pushing a gameplay feature back, and it's like less interaction like at the beginning of the game. It's weird. It's like what if FF14 just like deleted the raids after they weren't relevant anymore, and for you to do any of the
God,
raids,
I
you
wish
have to
they
like
do that with some of them.
and in order for you to do any raids whatsoever, you had to like fight every single expansion. But yeah, I mean, So it's actually kind of like harder to get the platinum
It's
trophy now than
funny.
it was when it came out.
It's funny because playing through 14 right now, there was kind of this error or feeling to it of like, oh god, I have all this work to do to catch up before I get to like the stuff that people seem to care about. But like playing through this, I'm like, oh no, I was just wrong. This is what that actually feels like. Goodness.
I hate any kind of fight that involves a lot of these flying guys.
I know.
I love the
It's just
mock
like
tunnels in this.
it's
They're
just like
so
I don't want to have to
funny.
think. I don't want to have to think about jumping and hitting them. At least if the gameplay is boring, at least just let me max at the enemies that are on the ground. You know.
Yeah. Claire, you love the what tunnels?
The mock tunnels.
Oh yeah.
Like, this game takes a weird amount of inspiration from Sonic.
It does. It's so funny.
I mean, it's.
They should have
Sonic's
given
not
you a
that-
spin dash.
Oh, did you see that? Did either of y'all see that tweet that person made where they're like, Paper Mario was better when it had the spin dash, and it was like a video edit of Mario in Paper Mario 64 doing a spin dash. It was very funny.
Oh.
You know, I've never played a Mario game that isn't kart or party.
Like even the platformer ones?
No.
Wow.
You know, when are we gonna play Mario Party? Like, there's gotta be like some like online version we can do, right?
I mean,
like,
I'm sure you can do like N64, like
Dolphin can definitely do it.
Dolphin can, yeah, do that at this point with like Warpipe or whatever.
Some friends from high school and I
play Mario Party
had
on
a
Parsec.
Dokapon Kingdom game going for a bit, and we kind of dropped it, but it's coming to Switch.
Actually, I remember my friend Llama and a few other friends. We did Mario Party 3 way back in, I want to say, like 2012, doing whatever netplay thing that like Mupen or whatever had back in the day, and it kept fucking desyncing on us, and we were so mad because we would get like multiple turns invested in, and then like the game would just break, and then we just gave up. But I mean, emulators have come a long way since then.
We really need to get back that 3D World multiplayer with Big Bang. That was really fun. That's just so chaotic as a multiplayer game because it just doesn't work in multiplayer, which is what makes it great.
Yeah, have either of you two played Dokapon Kingdom?
Nope.
I played a little bit of it a long time ago, but like just like single player, and I didn't really like. I don't really remember how it plays. I have more experience watching Wooly and friends play through it at this point.
Yeah, it's like a more bastardized version of Mario Party.
Yeah, like the new Mario Party being online is pretty cool, but also it's like it's the kind of game where it's like, don't you need like, it doesn't everyone need to own it, which makes it like, it feels like it's like kind of a weird, it's kind of hard to justify buying that game just to play online with friends that aren't able to play with you all the time.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like that would benefit a lot if you could just have like a kind of like a guest pass where if one person has it, then you know one other person can like join in with you. So if you want 4 people to play, only 2 of you need the game or something. You know, like there's some games that do that where if one person buys it, they can play with another person. So it just makes Mario Party hard to justify, where if you want to play with 3 other people, then you need to collectively spend $240.
I have mission rewards.
Oh yeah, Leon is right. The AI in single-player Dokapon just straight up cheat.
That makes sense. I'm almost certain they do that in Mario Party too.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Dokapon has RPG elements, so I
Yeah.
think it's more obvious when they do.
Oh, holy shit,
there-
my battle pass just went up by like a fuck ton.
Yeah, I know. Mine did too. I have no idea what happened.
Are they just giving us free shit? What the fuck's going on?
I don't know. Maybe I missed that. Maybe there was something else that maybe you got an achievement that like gave you a lot of points, because I've had something like that.
Weird. I mean, did the battle pass thing just happen to you too?
Well, I just claimed rewards, so I wasn't paying attention, but I did go up a level. But I think Yeah, are there any good like Steam like party games that are like I don't know, like a couple bucks, because that's something that
You
can be
ever hear of a
justified.
little game called 100% Orange Juice?
See, I own it, and I don't know how I own it. I just have it.
There's one I own that I could not tell you the name. I'll have to. There's like a. There's one I own that's like a board game thing, and I think it has online. That seems interesting. I think it also
Yeah,
has
the
like.
next quest.
What?
Bastard
Oh
of a
fuck! Did
battle.
I? God damn it! I started it. Hold on. Let me. I'm just gonna abandon right away. I keep doing this.
Okay. I mean, that's fine. We're just kind of autopiloting.
Oh shit! Here.
Well,
let me skip.
yeah, like I have a couple games on Steam that I have no idea where they came from. Like I must have gotten them from some kind of bundle or whatever.
I impulse buy so much shit on sale that I just always assume
Like,
that's where shit came
I
from.
have this one game that I was thinking about trying. It's like a Square Enix game, like Square Enix JRPG.
Oh, hi Liz.
What's it called again? I think it recently got a remaster too.
What are you talking? A party game? That's a Square Enix
No,
thing?
no, just a Square Enix JRPG that I randomly have on Steam.
The Last Remnant.
Like that's what it is. I don't know where I got it.
I love how I pulled that one out of my ass.
Yeah, I was trying to remember what it was called. I was like, it's
that's the game made by the Saga guy.
Yeah, I've heard it doesn't. Oh wait, I just joined somebody else's level.
Who's again?
I just left.
Oh, okay.
Let me boot up Steam and see which games I don't recognize.
Yeah, it was Lost Remnant. I haven't heard very good things about it, but I do want to give it a shot just because I own it. You know.
The OST is very good. The remaster of that game looks way uglier than just the real game did. So that's unfortunate, but
I remember hearing some whack things about the combat where you actually don't control what any of your characters do. You kind of imagine just like Persona 3, but like really bad.
It's very inspired.
You give your characters like general guidelines on what to follow in battle, and they choose their targets and like what they're doing. But also sometimes your directions can just fail, and they'll just do like whatever other thing or like something that you really don't want them to do.
Yeah, it's a peak Kawazu game. Kawazu loves to make RPGs.
The last level?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Kawazu loves to make RPGs where you need to trust the system, and sometimes that system will just let you down. But when they like get going and things like get rolling, like they provide experiences like nothing else.
It just seems like the kind of game that's really frustrating because it takes away basically almost all of your agency.
See, I kind of like games that do that, though.
It's like it kind of goes into the idea of like AI in games, and like it's like if AI does something you don't want it to do, it's really frustrating. But also, if AI does everything you want it to do, then it's too easy. You know what I mean? Like especially in like, you know, for example, like trusts in FF14. When they do mechanics in dungeons, they will basically just always do the correct thing, and then you just either follow them or you just, you know, or you don't have to deal with any like, oh, if you're healing, well, you don't have to make up for anyone's mistakes and heal them and stuff like that, or like, but also if you make them fail sometimes, then it's just frustrating to the player because they don't have any control. So it's kind of like it's like on one hand
Uh-oh, did we lose?
like this really like I feel like a very hard thing to tackle, and I'm not sure, and there are probably some games that have done it well, but I feel like that's something difficult.
So is Galaga a dragon now?
Yeah, when something
really shit-looking dragon.
when like the Gideon coffins, like when people's Gideon coffins like surge and like they're not properly maintained, because like these people defected from like being conscripted soldiers of an empire, which like to be fair, yeah, they like become like Ixiom or like these weird monster things.
Interesting. I mean, not really, but
Yeah, Babylon's Fall does have a story. It's just not very good.
Yeah.
I understand your pain, And I see the kindness in you when you say you're trying to make a place for those who don't belong.
Yeah, I'd say if there's one trend I don't like in a lot of media, is that there's just like all the proper nouns, like just all like these made up kind of like terms.
I think
like
that
it's just,
I think that's inevitable in sci-fi and fantasy to some degree.
it is, but there's also a lot of video games, for example, that ask a lot of you right at the start with a bunch of like wacky terms. You know,
Yeah.
like I can understand like introducing them slowly, but like you know, like for example, years ago, I think I was playing Code Vein, and they were just saying like so many like things right off the bat. It's just like, well,
I do think Code
you got-
Vein and God Eater are really bad about that. I don't think they
Yeah,
do a
like-
good job of introducing you to the world.
and it's just like you know, it's the kind of thing where it's a little too much, and it's like hard to like get invested when people are just kind of saying all these like proper noun
As
things,
much as
you
I
know,
love
like,
it, I
weird
think Pillars
terms.
of Eternity can be really brutal with that for new players. Like
Also, when like the terms are just like really weird, like in this game, like Gideon Coffin, like what the hell is that even?
No, that
supposed to
fucking
mean?
rules.
See, I actually kind of like Gideon Coffin.
I do not like it.
No, I've been, as mentioned before, I've been reading through the Elric Saga, and Michael Moorcock, not only is he really bad about using fake words to describe things, he is also very bad at making them up. Like, they just sound kind of stupid.
I'm definitely like a fan of in terms of like, instead of making like fake words or like terms, I like compound words, you know, like especially like in fantasy, you know like in terms of, especially with names and stuff, like character names, just like compound word last names, you know.
Yeah.
Just like
I like a mix,
like,
because I there was a time where I found that I was starting to only use compound, and then I was like, this really flattens, like this started to flatten.
yeah, I mean a mix is good too.
Yeah.
But I'm definitely like, if I had to go one or the other, I like the compound ones more.
One thing I fucking hate is when it's like, I need to
like an
name...
example, Porter in the chat said like Smallwood, you know, something like that.
Yeah, something that I fucking hate is when people, it's like, I need to come up with a name for like an ogre, and it's like, his name is like It's like, no, we don't. I hate this. Please just don't. We don't need to do this.
Yeah,
Okay, well, now we can do the thing we've been looking for, which is the sieges. So
yeah.
The end is in sight, and the alcohol is in my fridge.
Lycus, this too is destiny.
Yeah, I can bring up my copy of, Bane of the Black Sword right now, and,
Pentament's
there's
one
a
of those
guy
names
called
that
a
I'm like,
Follow Guard
right?
Fat. Like, how am I supposed to... Actually, Follow Guard Fat is actually kind of funny. But, like, the fact that they refer to dragons as Thorn, and, like, the first time they say that, I'm like, what the fuck is a Thorn? And then they're like, it's a dragon. It's like, why did you need to call it something different?
Yeah, like, that's also, like, one of the things, that's one of the problems I have with just, like, those, like, fake terms. It's just, like, there's a point where you're just doing it for the sake of it, rather than to be interesting, you know?
I also think it can vary from thing to thing. Like, I find mecha things that don't have their own proper noun for their mech, I feel like they're doing it wrong. If it's not a mobile suit.
So I think that's fine, because it's like it's mechs don't really exist in real life, you know.
Yeah, it's also
like,
kind of a tradition of the genre. Like, you come up with your own name for it.
Meanwhile,
Julian?
and just like all that kind of stuff that I feel like if you're gonna come up with like a story and you're gonna call the dragons something other than dragons, it'll be a little wacky, you know?
Yeah, you cut out for the first part of that, but I think we got your...
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The worst part is that whenever Morkov gives a thing a name in like actual English,
Did you accept
it's
the
the
next thing?
coolest shit you've ever heard. Like the creature that is doomed to live.
Ooh, that's good. I was.
But that's in the same book as Grizzizz. I'm not exaggerating. That is how it is spelled. That is literally how they spell it.
Hold on, I'm gonna upgrade some gear real fast.
Anyway, shout out to the Elric Saga. It's really good.
It's a fun time.
Yeah.
Oh
I like
boy.
Bane of the Lord because Elric tries to be a good person, and he's like, I'm rid of my cursed sword, and his wife is like, should I tell him that the cursed sword just kind of reappeared while he was gone?
Do you get, like, generic upgrade materials from the sieges too, or will I just need to recycle a shit ton of crap?
I think you get some, but I mean, at this point, you've probably gotten so much gear that you can recycle so much of it and get whatever items you need.
Okay,
I don't know. So yeah, you just go back to like the last place we just did, and there should be just like it should be like a branch off the last level we just did.
Called so it's gonna be a siege. Hall of Light Onslaught. Yes. Okay, we're here.
Yeah. Yep.
Let me grab my first drink of the night.
Put the quest up at least before you do that.
Yes.
So I can join it.
And we'll see if anyone else wants to join us for the siege. Who knows?
Yeah, that XCKD comic, The Elders or For Oz, is very dead on.
Using common genre terms is a struggle in lit RPG stuff. I read a lot of Korean lit RPG comics. They use a bunch of gamey terms like guild, and it's like, would non-nerds go with that? Yeah. I don't, I tried a lit RPG, and I just can't. I don't think that genre's for me. I think I like RPGs, and I like fantasy literature. I think I like them better separate. I don't know. There's something about it that didn't work for me when I tried it. Anyways, I'm going to grab my first drink of the night. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I think the best combination I've seen of like stories that try to use game elements was in the worst arc of Hunter x Hunter, because instead of it just being like they're just in a video game world, there are actual game mechanics they have to follow, and I think it makes it much more interesting, except the arc still sucks because the main villain is really lame and has no swag, and then they play dodgeball, and it's incredible,
Dodgeball's
and then
cool.
it goes back to the lame-ass bomb guy.
Yeah, like I mean, I think the general consensus of that arc is just it sucks ass, but the dodgeball is really, really good.
Yeah, no, Hunter x Hunter is great.
I am back. We're gonna... Oh, hey, someone joined.
Oh, hey, someone joined.
This is Mega Cherry Slushy from Lion's Tail. Let's, I'm gonna... Oh, that's pretty good. There's a warning on the back that says, a friendly warning from the folks at Lion's Tail. Due to the large amount of real fruit added after fermentation, this beer can still continue to ferment in the can and could rupture if not kept cold and consumed immediately. Contains lactose.
Yeah, Greed Island is better than most isekai. Yeah, isekai's not a good show. There's like a clear point where isekai goes from
This is a good
what
beer.
if you were a silly little guy in a strange world to what if it was legal to own women slaves?
Yeah.
Like,
oh yeah, like
the
that
delineation
the one
on
about
that
like
is so clear, and it's like, oh.
It's just like it's one of those things where it was like, you know, kind of back to the inspiration thing, you know. It's like where there's a very clear, you know, well, there probably is a really clear like source of inspiration for like where all this stuff came from, but then it just people ended up just taking that idea and just becoming so derivative and not really doing anything with it.
Shoutouts to Dunbine being such an incredible work of isekai. and just like nothing modern really taking the lessons.
I still need to read Three Hearts, Three Lions, which is like, it was a pre-Tolkien fantasy book where
I want
a
to read
French
that too.
soldier dies in World War One, and then when he wakes up after dying, he's one of Charlemagne's paladins in a kind of fantasy world, and like, that's fucking cool.
Claire, did you see the Claire, did you see the shit I retweeted about the Napoleon RTS game?
Because I'd actually seen that before, yeah.
That fucking rules. I want to play that. I bet that game sucks.
Also on the topic of like just mecha names, which is why I like I think it's cool that people come up with different names for them. Somebody in the chat said, once when they're called javelins. I just like how a lot of the times the names are kind of used almost as kind of like metaphors.
Yeah. What was the name? What was the name that they pointed out? I didn't.
Javelin in Anthem.
Yes,
Or they're almost kind of like where usually the names that are used are almost kind of like extensions of the body. Like suits is like like an outfit you put on, or like javelin is like a weapon you hold, or stuff like that.
Yeah, they do a good job of conveying
really cool.
What the setting cares. Like Titans and Titanfall evokes an image,
Yeah, exactly.
So in my TRPG setting, I have taken the mecha naming convention of giving gravity to things and applied it to God. Like if I just use a god named like Boingo or something, that would actually be very funny. But like that means nothing. But like I name it Hyperion, and like that's a cool ass name that even if you don't know the literal origin, it has some type of historical basis, and also that it sounds cool.
I really enjoy Vadam's. The mechs are called Scope Dogs, which is just which is just so gritty and like tells you everything you need to know about the universe.
Yeah, also, Christian, you're right, Shield Hero has a lot of stuff like that. So, Shield Hero, redo of healer, and how not to summon a demon lord. I think.
Is Shield Hero the one that has the really racist goblin stuff?
No, that's Goblin Slayer.
Oh, Goblin. Okay, yeah, obviously.
But they
amongst a litany of other issues with Goblin Slayer that we'll not get into.
So like. Those all kind of fall into the same type of isekai where it's like incel revenge. Also, so does Goblin Slayer, but people get really mad when you call it incel shit because they're like, it's just Berserk, and it's like,
no, Berserk has a story, and you're too stupid to understand the difference between
Berserk
the two.
Berserk has a story, and Lyra had read a shoujo manga, and that's why Berserk is so good. He had read at least one shoujo manga.
I cannot imagine being so fucking stupid that you read Berserk and your takeaway is, oh, this guy's a badass who kills all these, like, it's just unfathomable. But that, like, those people exist.
Reading Berserk and seeing everything Guts goes through and goes, wow, this guy is so cool, his life rules.
Yep.
I should really give it another shot. I was really turned off by the beginning, though.
I mean, the beginning of Berserk sucks ass. Yeah.
I know that's a thing, though.
Yeah. No, Goblin Slayer also has a very bad beginning, but I don't think it gets better. Like, Goblin Slayer, within the first 15 minutes, has, like, multiple rape scenes.
It's bad.
And I was like, okay.
Isn't that how Berserk opens, though?
Berserk opens with Guts having sex with a demon, which then retroactively doesn't make sense.
Yes. That is the most out-of-character thing in the world.
Like, Berserk, early on especially, has a lot of problems with sexual violence, but it clearly chills out, and in interviews, Mayura was like, yeah, I
went too far.
I just overcapped on inventory, so give me a moment to recycle some stuff.
Yeah, Black Swordsman arc does do a disservice to Berserk, I agree.
Give me a moment to
it's just not representative of the whole. And also, too, I think the one thing I do think is that it is important to keep in mind that Black Swordsman arc is I think he's like 19 or 20 when he's writing that, and he's trying to figure out what the fuck he's doing.
Yeah.
So, like, I can give it some leeway for that, just because, like, he was very young. No, this slush beer though, very fucking good. I just love cherry beers in general, but
See, the thing is that, like, even if Goblin Slayer chills out with it later, is that, like, nothing else in that series is particularly appealing.
no, it just seems kind of dog shit.
Like, it really is just, like...
There is this, like, new brand of fantasy, like, power, like,
yeah, so Goblin Slayer
wish
isn't
fulfillment.
But it, like Rozan is, I think, about to say, it's very similar in terms of wish fulfillment fantasy.
Yeah, and, like, I don't fucking care or want that in my life. It's, like, I don't know, it's just the most lowest common denominator shit, and it's like, no, please write stories about the world and things that are actually interesting. I'm fucking begging you.
Like, what is probably my favorite fantasy series is The Black Company, and, like, no one in that group is powerful. Even the wizards are, like, shit-ass shit wizards. Everyone in that story is just a guy who is part of a mercenary group who gets drafted to the wrong side.
And I mean, even, like, I like a lot of Gundam shit where, like, ostensibly the main character is, like, a young boy who is thrust with this, like, responsibility of having, like, the most powerful thing, like, in his immediate universe. But the shows are about interrogating what it means to have that power, what it does to a person, what they decide to do with it, and what they're upholding by choosing to commit to acts of violence, and just, like, so much modern, like, light novel shit and, like, anime and manga just, like, does not fucking care, and, like, it's I need more materialism in my fiction.
Materialism?
Yes, historical materialism in terms of, just, like, being about, like, understanding where power comes from, the roles of states and the role of class and the role of, like, the struggle between, like, those varying factors, and having an understanding of the world and what these things mean rather than just representing themselves for the sake of it, basically is where I'm getting at with that. But, a lot of fiction is unwilling to negotiate where power comes from or really cares about what it means outside of making people feel good.
All right, I'm good to go.
Okay.
I want to put it up.
So, Dr. Grinnell, I will confess I did not get very far in Goblin Slayer just because it did not seem like I would like it, so my impression of it may not be accurate, but just kind of seemed like, oh, he's the cool guy because he's really good at killing monsters,
yeah,
and all
like,
the women like him.
That's the dumbest, I fucking hate that shit. Oh my god. So we're just gonna keep doing this 210 one, right? Like, there's no reason to not?
Yeah, just, literally
Okay.
we just do this until we have enough materials and then we're done.
Wow. The end is in
Like,
sight.
so, anyone who knew me back in 2017 knows about Phone Isekai because it's the second worst anime I have ever seen. And it is the most exemplary problem of Isekai of, like, they set it up like the gimmick is the guy goes to the afterlife and it's a fantasy world, and he gets to take one thing with him, so he takes his phone. And,
oh, also... you finish that, then I'll respond to what's going on in chat.
And instead of doing anything with the phone, he just uses it to take, like, pictures of the girls he wants to fuck, basically. Or the girls who want to fuck him. He's a pure chaste boy who would never do that. And, like, they introduce a magic system, and they're like... And occasionally, there's a very rare type of guy who's good at all of them, and he's immediately good at all of them, and he's immediately good with the sword, and he immediately becomes, like, the king's most trusted knight, and it's like, there's no conflict here, it's just...
I kind of like the idea.
Silly every episode, because he's
I kind of like the idea of having a character that's really good at everything, as long as, one, it's not the main character, and two, they have some other, like, problem with them. Like, for example, you know, you were talking about Hunter x Hunter. What's his name? Kurapika's, like, guy who's really good at everything, but you know he's got other shit going on. With
Yeah,
it,
or like,
you
there's
know.
a Guts can, you know, kill his way through basically
But he's a mess of a man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That dude has suffered so much, and like his internal struggle of wanting to be happy with Casca versus wanting to get revenge on Griffith causes more conflict than any of the actual enemies.
Yeah,
no,
and
but
it's the kind of thing that like I was gonna say like it's kind of the kind of thing that made me fall off of like One Punch Man. It kind of once the novelty of the main character, you know, being able to just kill everybody.
it really overstays the welcome.
Like once you get over that, that
because
character,
it's the same premise, but he has all the problems of being a 12-year.
Yes,
now,
I
now
like
the-
Psycho a lot.
now what's his name? Like Saitama.
Yeah,
I think
Saitama.
what's his name. It's like maybe they improve it as the series goes on because I know it's like still ongoing, but like it's just like once the novelty wears off, it's just like I don't think he's an interesting enough character. But I know the story. A lot of the story doesn't really revolve around him per se. There's other characters for that, but still, it's just like he's still basically the main guy, and it just kind of gets a little bit boring because he's not that interesting of a character. But I mean, that's partially by intention, but I just don't think it's as entertaining because of it.
I did want to point out, so in chat, we're talking about, like, someone asked, like, what next series in particular I was talking about, someone responded to Ivo. So, the thing is, I'm actually just talking about all of Gundam as a franchise. Like, from the original Mobile Suit. Yes, even the bad ones on it. The bad ones, but to some degree. Gundam Seed is a show about how the main character is a special eugenics boy, and his final argument to the villain is, yeah, maybe I am the special eugenics boy, but I'm also cool on top of that, and then kills him. Terrible show. But like, from minute one, Mobile Suit Gundam is a show that, like, showcases a young boy who is, thrust into the role of, like, being a super soldier with the most powerful death machine that, like, currently exists. And then the responsibility of piloting that, and also fighting for what he believes in and to protect his friends, but also by doing that, he is furthering, like, he is working for a massive corrupt, democratic, federation that is, does not necessarily have the best of intentions as well, and, like, Zeta Gundam further complicates that. Gundam is all of, like, in a lot of ways, it's about the tragedy of coming of age via being thrown into a war and using borrowed power from an entity and basically becoming an avatar of state violence and, like, what that does to a person.
I just feel like a lot of isekais are just like, you know, they do the bare minimum to engage, like, to tell like a story, and the bare minimum is that it goes into the
my fundamental problem with isekai is it feels like soothing stories for people that were not popular in high school and are still very hung up about that years later. And I'm sorry, I don't fucking care. Like, it's the most boring shit in the world to me.
Like, there can be some cool ones. Like, there's some examples of, like, really some, like, good ones. For example,
like,
you know,
I really like Dot Hack, which is a series that is ostensibly about how humans relate to each other in online environments, and I think does a really good job for the most part of, like, litigating that.
Yeah, exactly.
I also think a lot of isekai centers around guy goes to a fantasy world and is immediately like, this is fine. Like, that's actually something I
that in every single
Titus in FF10. Fuck everyone who says Titus is a bad character. Titus in FF10 is great.
Yeah.
Because he gets sucked into a fantasy world and he's like, this is bullshit, how did I get here? And everyone's like, what do you want me to say? And he's like, no, I need some time to process this, but I have to kill Moby Dick because my dad is an ass.
Honestly, I love 10. I mean, I know we've talked about this, Claire, but just like, 10 is...
It's rare earlier when I said I have contentious gaming opinions that we've talked about.
Yeah, I know.
That was what
now that I think about it, yeah. 10 is great.
It's...
Third favorite
It's not as bad as I'd like to pretend I think it is. I think it is a good game. I just think, like, what I want out of a Final Fantasy story, it does not particularly offer.
Yeah, like there's some other good isekais. I mean, there's like Dot Hack. There's like what Dunbine was the
Yeah,
not
I
the
know a lot of
isekai
people
one,
really
right?
like Escaflowne.
I know Inuyasha was pretty big too.
Yeah.
I can't I don't know how good that is, but I know it's basically like foundational. Alright, I guess just keep putting more of those up.
Yeah.
So the thing about isekai being dime store novel quality, which I think is a good way to describe it, is that unlike other genres, is that, like, it is a genre that broadly appeals to people who are bad writers. Like, the interesting things you could do with that genre are not typically done because the way that industry is now, it is built around lonely losers on the internet. This is why a lot of them are published as web novels originally.
I also do think this exists. I feel like they exist in the same the same vein as lit RPGs, and I feel like is also part of the reason I don't vibe with them. Is I think that it is a genre that inherently gives people a lot, because going into it, part of it is that 9 times out of 10 these are like very clearly like designed to be meta commentaries on the genre, that like on like the fantasy genre, and like it is assuming that the person is already imagining like a fairly standard fantasy, like medieval European world. I feel like oftentimes you get people that get to use that shorthand to not have to do the legwork of doing that world building or that description themselves, which
Yeah,
I personally just don't like.
I think half the fun of making a fantasy world is making dumb shit about it.
Yeah, I mean, so that's the thing, though, Claire, is I think that is true for people like us, but I think for a lot of people it is, oh, this is a comfort zone safe hand that I know, you know, everyone knows, and I can just use this as a pre-made, like, it's like a frozen TV dinner for, like, your setting. Like, this is a platform that we are so familiar with and is such a cultural touchstone that I can tell the story I want to tell on top of it, and a lot of the build and setup is done for me. Which I definitely see the appeal, and I think there's value in that, especially if you're like a newer writer, but just for me personally and what I enjoy, it tends to not be something I go to in my free time. I tend to want something that requires a little bit more for me, like investment-wise, and for the author too, I guess, to a degree.
Yeah, I've had, I really need to, I just think there could be some really cool fantasy worlds. Like, I need to get back to reading more Brandon Sanderson stuff.
Yeah,
like, his worlds are just like really,
Hey,
really
if you
cool.
like cool fantasy worlds, may I recommend the Elric side?
No,
I guess it's my
maybe, I don't know. I'd rather get back to like Sanderson stuff, just because I think it's interesting, because it's like, you know, he stated some of his influences, and especially since, like, you know, I read like, I don't know, like a third of Way of Kings, and it's like, I kind of like how it feels a little like video gamey in some spots, which I think is really interesting, because he's very much influenced by like video games.
Yeah, he grew up on like Kingsfield. Honestly, his favorite Final Fantasy is 10.
Like there's like a gimmick in that world where it's like it feels there's just like some people that have like superpowers basically.
Yeah.
And it's just like, yeah, this is basically
it's
a video
interesting
game,
because
it's kind of funny, but it's really cool the way it's done.
In fantasy literature circles, we're actually starting to see a little bit of a there has definitely been in like the past year or so a noticeable pushback to his writing, which I find interesting, because there's a lot. So part of it is that there's a lot of people that think that he writes a lot, but a lot of his stuff ends up feeling fairly similar, and not like, yeah. Which honestly, from what I've read, I can also see that a little bit. I don't mind it. There are also people that don't. So he's he is like the big popular fantasy author right now. Like,
yeah, he's the big one right now.
Yes. As a result, in like the past decade or so, there's been a huge push to have magic systems and fantasy novels with well-established rules, and like there are a lot of people that will even say like if your fantasy doesn't follow like a set structure and you like, you know, if it feels like it can do anything, that it's like bad, and like, you know, there
I
shouldn't.
don't agree with that.
Yes. So that's the problem.
I think magic is cooler if you don't fully understand it.
Same.
Like,
so,
like I will say, like I don't particularly love a lot of Type Moon stuff, but I think its magic systems are really cool because they give you just enough, and then there's just enough kind of left open where it's just like, well, it can really do anything, but it's like it doesn't feel Deus Ex Machina-y, you know?
I agree. So, there's been some pushback to Sanderson from people that wish that fantasy magic had more mystery to it, and I definitely agree with that. Though, to be fair, I don't think that
his fault, though.
I don't think. Yeah, that's where that's. So I think that his magic systems work perfectly fine for his novels, and the way that he constructed them, I think, serves his narratives particularly well, honestly. Because you get to see, like, what he does is he establishes a core set of rules, does a very good job of communicating and conveying them to you, and then plays around with the limitations and edge cases in ways that work for his novels and surprise you, and, like, that's fun. And I think that there's a value to having stuff like that. Granted, I don't want every fantasy thing to be like that, but I don't think the fact that that's popular and other people are riffing off of that is his fault, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, also, Joe, you mentioned Type Moon magic. Part of the reason my favorite, like, Fate series is the El Malloy Case Files is because it is a Sherlock Holmes-style mystery serial, except the crimes are committed using magic, which can do nearly anything, so it's like, okay, well, we have to find some other very weird ways to figure out how these crimes were committed.
That's like a reverse of, like, how murders happen in like Umineko, because it's like it tries to so part of the gimmick of Umineko is that it tries to paint everything as magic, and it's about finding what the non-magic way is of like solving the murders, which as the story goes on, it becomes more, the murders get more and more convoluted as a bunch more things get involved. Let's do one more and then like see what we can upgrade from there.
Okay, I have to go to my inbox now too myself.
Okay.
Julian, what would you recommend I do with my excess items? Is it best to recycle them?
Probably recycle in case you need the materials.
That's kind of what I thought too. I don't need any more
I mean, we don't need money. Yeah, we
Yeah.
don't need money at this point, so it just may as well recycle just in case.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite murder in the El Malloy Case Files is when a guy has the mystic eyes of retrocognition, so he slashes with a sword, taps with his eyes, and then, like, 2 days later, when a train is stopped there, he looks at that spot with his eyes again, and it replays the sword slash and cuts someone's head off.
One of my favorite things is in Kara no Kyokai, or the Garden of Sinners, depending on which title you prefer. When you cannot select anymore. Oh, damn, am I already maxed out? Okay.
Oh, you can only sell.
Yeah,
you
20.
just need to sell in batches of 20. Yeah.
Yeah, I just got confused because there's another one that limits you to 50, and I thought for some reason this one was higher too. I really enjoy in Kara no Kyokai, and like part of this is like expanded on and recalled out Summer, which is like a thing that was made later. But seeing Ryogi's mastery.
I think I might be done.
Ooh, congrats. But seeing Ryogi's mastery of Mystic Eyes of Death Perception go from, hey, I can kill people, to I can kill diseases inside of people, to I can kill magical things, to I can kill concepts of reality is incredible. And like just watching that like progression and wondering like when does this Yeah, and it's like when does this end is so fascinating. I love it. Or even like honestly, I think JoJo's is good at like I love the JoJo thing where, like, there's that guy that can delete space, and he uses it to get in close to people in combat. Like, stuff like that's always fun.
Alright, guys, I just got the Platinum Trophy in Babylon's Fall. Yo. I'll keep going with you, Razin, though, just because it's something to do while,
No, this is a cause for celebration. It is a toast.
Yeah. I mean, talking about this stuff is interesting, so...
Honestly, this has been a very fun and productive stream. We've basically recorded a podcast.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, like, Type Moon I think has really interesting magic, but like, I can't say I like many other things about it. Like, I think the Garden of Sinners movies, I have a weird, I guess, kind of relationship with those where I think they're conceptually very cool, but I just think that the character writing is just so bland and just so like sauceless that it kind of
Ah.
bores me, and it has the most like ill-fitting like romance that I've ever seen in fiction.
See, I
And it's
like it
just,
in
like,
part because it's so dysfunctional. Those two are the worst together, and I kind of love it.
they literally have like negative chemistry. Like I've never seen any two characters with as little chemistry as both of them do, and it's just like, and
That
and it's just I think some
that
of the
romance
movies,
starts when the guy decides to stalk the girl because he thinks that she's maybe a serial killer, but also is kind of into it and hot for her. It's so that it is
I
the
do
most
think
dysfunctional shit of all time.
I like the second movie the most because of because it's just so different from the other ones, and I just think it's really cool. Um, when does this game see success? I think like the 28th, early.
It's Monday. It's Monday night.
Monday.
I think.
Monday. Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was. I thought it was like Tuesday because that's the last day of the month, but I think it's actually
You have
Monday
a big
night.
2 days remaining at the top left of the screen, so.
Yeah.
All right. Let me know when you're good to keep going.
Yeah. Let's see. I'd like to apologize for accidentally starting the Holy Sky lit RPG thing. Christian, I think you're fine. Honestly, Christian, I think we had a very good conversation out of it, so do not feel
that was a
bad.
really good thing. Okay, so people always recommend the Locked Tomb, and like, I think I would like it, but the way it advertises itself makes me so off-put that I refuse to read it on principle.
Let me go. Oh, fuck, I need to go back to my inbox. Hold on.
Like, anytime someone tries to describe the Locked Tomb to me, it's like, lesbian necromancers in space. I'm like, okay, but what else is it about? And
Oh, wait.
people really
The
can't
inbox is up
seem
here.
to try or get over anything other than that. And I think that's just because of the type of people that attracts. But I have this thing about fantasy where if you can't give me a description of something other than the characters, I will not check it out.
Like, do you mean
Yeah,
like
usually
setting material, or like what exactly are you going for there?
Like, literally
Like surface
anything,
level, like what the characters are.
Yeah, like, if you just told me, like, again, Alex, since I was literally started reading the last book today, like, if you were to tell me Elric is an angsty sad boy with a cursed sword, I'd be like, I loved cursed swords, but what else we got going?
Oh,
But,
like, so that's what I mean. You need like other conflict details, setting material.
yeah, like,
Okay.
Elric,
I like
you could tell me it's about,
Plot structure.
yeah,
I
or,
like hearing a little
a
bit
guy
about
who
the.
destroyed his empire trying to, like,
Yeah, I'm
in his
a
mind.
big theme guy too.
Yeah,
I
like,
I
if
like
you told me
I
Alec
like
was
themes a
about an
lot more
angsty
than-
sad boy with a cursed sword, who is dealing with the question of what does it mean to be good, and once you've started down a bad path, can you go back and change that? And the answer is no, he fucking can't. Elric deserves every bad thing that happens to him.
I mean,
just
he
choked
doubles
on
down
water.
on terrible decisions.
Yeah, like, so, Rosa, how many Elric books have you actually read?
Like the first, and that's about it.
Okay, so you haven't
Wait, that's
read
not
Bane of...
that's not true. I read the first, and I read Stormbringer.
Yeah, so you haven't read Bane of the Black Sword.
No.
That's the one where Elric actually gets to be a good guy for once, and it is the most you will ever like Elric, because basically the first act, he runs into the Melniboneans who survived again, and he needs to work with them, and he has to reconcile, like, I am their emperor and they are loyal to me, but I am also the man who destroyed their civilization. And the second act I actually really like, but they just find a fucked up evil thing under a hill, and Elric's like, even I can't let this slide, and I want to chaos. And then the last act is, basically, Attila the Hun is coming to destroy Rome, and Elric needs to stop. And like he does something objectively good for once, and that's when he tries to get rid of Stormbringer,
Quest is up,
and
by
it
the
just
way.
reappears at his
Okay.
house.
That's good.
Anyway, if there's anything else you should get from my contribution to this stream, it's that you should read the Elric saga.
Elric's good. I like how I
When
was
they
the one
written?
who...
How old are they?
Like 60s, 70s, 80s. He's been writing it for a while. Claire, I like how I was the one who put you onto Elric, and you have now read more Elric than I have.
Yeah, well, honestly, it was also Matt Colville a lot, but like...
Yeah.
Actually, Matt Colville got me more wanting to read the Aracosa ones, but then you were talking about Elric, I was like, oh, those are the important ones.
Elric is so fat. Like, Moorcock's dichotomy of law and chaos being such a huge thing to just fantasy and, like, video game culture in general is just, like, endlessly fascinating to me. Like, so many things pull from specifically his cosmology.
Yeah.
And I find that so interesting. And also, shoutouts to the time that Wizards of the Coast just stole his fucking pantheon illegally for deities and demigods.
Yeah, but...
Extremely funny.
Listen, they didn't think anyone would notice.
There's a D&D 1E stat block for Moonglum.
Wait, I didn't know it had Moonglum.
Yes. No, Claire, in the Worlds Without Number setting I have, there's like an important demigod NPC that I use Moonglum's stat block for.
Oh, that,
yeah, he's just wandering around.
Yeah, so something they talk about in, I think they say it in it's either the beginning of Bane of Blacksword or the end of the Sleeping Sorceress, that Moonglum is kind of like, I think I am under some supernatural thrall as Elric's minion in a way.
Yeah.
But I don't want to admit that, so instead I'm just going to say that being around him makes me a lot of money. And Alec's like, I only allow him to stick around because he's such a happy dude that I don't think I'll accidentally kill him like I do all my other friends.
Yeah, I should really read Dune.
Yeah, Dune's incredible.
Yeah, like,
I love Dune.
I really enjoyed the movie, and I mean I've heard that the movie itself is a pretty good adaptation.
Yeah.
So, like I would probably like those books. Well, at least
no.
until the guy's son continues the story. That's what happened,
Yes.
right?
Yeah. And those books suck.
No,
I feel
Matt
like
Colville
feel
got
like
me into both Moorcock and the Black Company, and I think the Black Company is just probably my favorite fantasy series.
I feel like if I were to get into Dune, I would want to read like one of the books by like, the guy's son just to see.
Well, there's an easy
happened.
answer to this because it's what I'm going to do. So Dune was, Frank Herbert, the original author of Dune, was writing a eighth and final book for the series, and then he died, and then his son decided to make 8 and 9 based off of notes that his father had left behind, and apparently both of those books are fucking terrible. But that's what I'm gonna do for reading his son's work, is I'm going to read what was supposed to be the end of the main cycle. Now, to be fair with Dune, like, past the third book, basically all of those books could be, like, the ending of the series, and it would be fine. Like, they're all fairly standalone.
I think that's Liz saying she prefers the Dune prequels.
Damn!
Also,
the
hi Liz,
prequels-
I
were the
vaguely know
prequels,
who
like-
you are because I'm Rosin's other Pathfinder GM and he talks about his game with you sometimes.
Were the prequels written by the son? Was that what it
Yes, it was written by the
okay,
son
okay.
and also K.J. Anderson, who was like a known for writing a lot of like licensed science fiction works like Star Wars novels and I think some Star Trek novels and stuff too.
was? Were they good though?
I think it's like he's very prolific. I think it's kind of a crapshoot with his work from what I can tell.
Oh, okay. So the books that the son wrote were prequels. Okay.
Prequels with the one exception of them being a sequel.
Okay.
I haven't said much, to be fair, Liz.
Yeah, most of what he said about it was just like,
I play a funny Onion Man Barbarian in my other campaign.
Yeah. And that they're doing Kingmaker.
Yes.
Yeah, Dr. Granola.
Also that you
The
got
new movie was
ghosted by a
pretty good.
Redditor.
Yeah,
I remember-
yeah,
I remember-
I did tell Claire that we got ghosted by a Redditor.
I remember people saying that the David Lynch Dune movie is not great. But
It's not a great
I mean,
adaptation, but it's a hilarious, it's a very spirited adaptation of the work, let's say. I think it's worth watching. It's interesting. See, I fucking love Dune and Dune Messiah so goddamn much. I think Paul is just an incredible character. I think the idea that people read that first book and they weren't like, oh, I didn't realize he was supposed to be bad till Dune Messiah fascinates me. There is literally a point in that first book where Paul is like, but Dad, everyone loves you. You're like the good feudal lord. And then his son, his father grabs him by the shoulder and says, yeah, son, my propaganda core rules, huh? And it's like, how can you not, these are all terrible people.
Listen, whose father doesn't run a propaganda division? Or have a propaganda division?
True.
You know, now that I think about it, I've done all the branding stuff for my father's
have you
freelance
converted
business
any?
stuff, so
Have you
technically
converted
I
any
might
of
have
the?
propagandist.
Have you converted any of the tickets you've gotten for more items?
Ooh, the tickets.
Yeah.
Shit, you're right.
There's a
Yeah.
completion, but so
the,
you talked to
the Imperium Sanctorum, whatever.
Yeah, you talked to Pigma Lion.
Yeah.
And once you talk to Pigma Lion, you go to Trading Pokes, and then there's Imperial Signatums.
Yes.
Or Signatums, or however you say it.
Signatums. Let's see. Okay. So I need some of the. Wait, hold on. Let me get the big expensive.
You need a lot
one.
more of. No, don't get the big expensive one because you can get that as a drop. I have not had to buy one.
God damn it. We're up. Okay. Well, I fucked up. Oh well. Time to do another one.
I actually got 4 of those, and I've only needed 2.
Rip.
Okay, I haven't read Dune, but you know what? If my son was Neo Christ,
I was about to say just buy the purples because that's the one you need the most of.
Yeah, shit. I fucked up. Oh well.
Well, longer stream.
Yeah. And we're having fun here. Quest is up. But yeah. God, Dune is a fascinating. I need to read more of it. They get a little bit weirder as we go. That author wasn't the best about some things, but you know.
What, you mean libertarian in the 70s may have had some bad ideas?
Who disowned his gay son.
That's
yeah.
not great.
Nope.
Come on, Frank. Was the
and
gay
also
son the one who wrote the prequels, or was that another son?
I can't remember. I don't know.
Because if that was the gay son who wrote the prequels, maybe it was like, I'm gonna make a bunch of dog shit.
I do know, though, that the one who did write the prequel books has written, forewords, and, I think the copy of the book I had has a foreword by him, and he does state, sometimes he was not the best father because he was just, he put bread on the table by writing, and sometimes, he couldn't always be there for us in important moments when we probably needed him. But as we grew older, we kind of understood, this was the reality of being parented by an author, and, there was a very, mixed reception feeling there, it seemed like, from what I read. It was actually a very interesting foreword.
The most interesting foreword to a book I've ever read was longer than the actual book.
Damn. I really actually like, Claire, did your copies of the Elric stuff have Alan Moore's foreword?
No, the third one that has all the later stuff after Stormbringer chronologically does, but I have no intention of reading that.
Okay, it's, his take on the Elric stuff was pretty cool. I like reading it a lot.
So,
to be fair, Alan Moore's take on anything is always very cool.
Yeah. So, the first Saga Press volume has a Neil Diamond foreword, and instead of being, sauce or anything, it's a short story about a young boy who goes to Catholic school and doesn't masturbate and likes Eric a lot. And I was like, Neil, what the fuck are you doing?
That's the most Neil Gaiman shit I've heard in my life. I don't know how to feel about Neil Gaiman.
Yeah.
Like, I've just accepted at this point that I have a very love-hate relationship with his whole body of work. Like, this motherfucker can write, like, Sandman and shit, and then, like, be like, I'm gonna make this anthology called Trigger Warning, and if you fucking hate it, fuck you.
Also, my wife is the most annoying, or ex-wife is the most annoying woman on the thing.
I should finish American Gods.
Yeah. Was that the one he co-wrote with Pratchett?
I don't know, actually. I don't think so.
That might have
Maybe?
actually been Good Omens.
I think that's Good Omens. I don't know. Someone in chat will probably know. But
Yeah, Good Omens was Pratchett, and yeah, once I finish Alice, I'm gonna get back to reading more Discworld stuff, which I really like.
That's a huge area for me that I need to explore.
Yeah, there's Leon. 25 seconds later.
I knew we would have one nerd in this chat who would know. Leon, you don't disappoint. Thank you.
Yeah, and the Christian C. Shout out to them.
Shoutouts to the Rosenbrand chat nerds. I love y'all.
Got a lot of book fans in the chat here.
True. I need to read more. I just do. Actually, I've been reading. I've been. This isn't fun to talk about, so I'm not gonna dwell on it. But I've been reading the Diary of Anne Frank, and it's been I think good to revisit as an adult, and like just not reading it for like a school assignment or something. But there's just been some like I don't know. I've been like through a thing where I'm just like, I feel like as an adult I should like educate myself and like revisit some of the stuff like in terms of like the Holocaust and stuff, and not fun to talk about, but important. I feel so.
Since I've gone back into reading, I've made a concentrated effort to like read more nonfiction, like in between the fantasy shit I want to read. Like I mentioned earlier, but I read a forward that was longer than the actual book. That was the original biography of Leonardo da Vinci from the 1500s. And like that's a very significant text in art history because it was the first time anyone was like, maybe we should chronicle these dudes.
Claire, have you read the Communist Manifesto yet?
Actually haven't.
It's a good one. It was written to be.
I gave it to my brother for Christmas.
It was written to be legible.
It was written to be easy to like pass to the average layman and just like pick up stuff. So.
Man, I just hate how much like there's just so much jargon in a lot of like political text.
Yeah, I mean that comes with reading theory. I read
it does.
I read Che Guevara's book on guerrilla warfare, and I actually found it fascinating. I read it in part because of I wanted to do research for my fantasy mecha novel, which may deal with a like pseudo-communist uprising. Probably not like full communist because it's like feudalism, so skipping a few steps there. But
I have such a backlog of like art history books I own but haven't really read through that like I need to get through before I read anything.
Like I've read a good amount of like economic theory for like some classes, and it's just like you gotta reread the same thing like 8 times just to like understand what's being said sometimes,
Yeah.
And it's even like rewording it. It's like it's so specific that like explaining it, like I had to write a lot of assignments where it would take me a long time to write, like, and it was like we had to write like a 1-page paper every week, and even just writing that 1 page was very, very hard because you had to be extremely clear and like word choices, there's some words that are vaguer than others, so it went on to like what specific words you use that could have different meanings. Like I learned like Latin-based, like a lot of Latin-based words have a lot of vagueness in them, while a lot of Germanic words are like very direct and to the point. So we were encouraged to use more like Germanic words whenever possible, and it's just like that's how much goes into like writing theory in a way that's very understood, clear, and just like lacking any kind of vagueness.
I need to finish reading Capital.
It's tough. You want to go back in?
Yes. Hold on. I'm getting trash cans, as we affectionately called them.
I mean,
they do look like trash cans.
we didn't know what they were called because
Yeah.
in the menu we were looking at for upgrades, it just you can't tab over to see what
Yeah.
the item is. So to me, they just look like trash
They
cans.
do.
Because
They
were
do
this
look like
tiny
trash
little
cans.
icon. They
They
were this tiny little icon, and I didn't realize they were supposed to be like oil containers.
That does look like a trash can. It's on screen now. That very much looks like a trash can.
representative of Babylon's Fall, the game. Ayo.
Yeah, I think a lot of what I want to start reading, like non-fiction wise, I do actually want to read a lot about like language and stuff. I also think I want to learn a lot about like Brythonic history. Which, for those who don't know, is the cool based native
Oh my
people of the
God.
British Isles, unlike the bastards known as the Anglo-Saxons that became the English.
I'm like wearing like a chest piece that has like a hooded component, and it's like completely clipping with my like head, I think.
Yeah, that chest piece is from 14, by the way.
Yo, let's go! Oh wait, oh no, the hood is part of this. It just looks like it's clipping through on the actual in-game model.
Is it from 14?
It's modified, but it's the Valyrian Acton. It's from the FF6 dungeon in Stormblood. I don't know what it's called, but it's the one.
Wait, the
you fight
Valyrian,
Nitro
isn't it?
Rotor.
Isn't that? It's a tactics ogre thing then, right?
Ready up.
Okay, I think all the Valyrian stuff are.
I think.
Are tactics ogre.
Is
right?
is that Doma Castle?
No. It's Castrum something.
Castrum Abania?
Yes, Castrum Abania. But no, that's an FF6 dungeon. You fight a lot of shit from FF6. I think they just took the name Valyrian. Because our Lagoon set is called like Valyrian Rune Fencer.
It does. No, Doma Castle's from FF5, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I mixed it up.
Most of the previous FF inspiration in Stormblood comes from 5.
I can't believe it took me years for me to realize that Palace of the Dead was a Tactics Ogre reference. I know I've said this to you both multiple times, but like for the chat, I just never drew that comparison.
I mean, I never knew either. I haven't played I own Tactics Ogre. I've had copy in the drawer right next to me. I just want to finish a couple things first, just so I can fully devote my game playing time to it.
It's a great game.
Which is hopefully
I know. I know. I have a feeling I'll really like it, which is why I want to make sure I finish this other stuff that I've been.
I worry that I worry that I oversell it a little bit too much, but goddamn, I legitimately think it is the greatest strategy RPG ever made.
There's some stuff in Reborn that seems really cool. Like, I honestly really like the idea of there being a level cap, because if there's one thing that like my brief time with SRPGs has showed me, or at least, I mean, that brief time with SRPGs has just been a couple Fire Emblem, it's that you just end up with like a couple really overpowered characters sometimes, and it's just like, and then it's just kind of annoying because it's like, well, they're really good, and you want to, and it's like they kind of clear things really easily, but you also want to level up other things, and it just kind of gets annoying.
I think
like with the level cap, with a level cap, that raises as you go. With everything being at the level cap, it becomes more so about the strategy rather than, okay, well, I need to get this character this experience and this character that experience. So it becomes a little less. I guess it becomes more. It's to me, it kind of gives me the idea that it becomes more of a war simulator when you're not worrying about those gamey aspects as much.
Yeah,
I think. And then the chat is right. Doma 6 is or Doma is based on FF6. That was literally where.
Doma 6. Okay, that's what I thought. I wasn't sure if it was Doma was 5.
But like the next one after it, or maybe it's before. I can't remember the fucking order, but like whatever the castrum is, it also like it takes a lot of bosses from FF6. Like Magma Rotor is the one whose name I remember, and then there's I can't remember its name. It's a boss that's Pedu and Raidu.
I'm someone who subscribes to, like, I kind of prefer the FF Tactics Ogre style of SRPG more than the Fire Emblem one at this point. I think that the Fire Emblem one opens up a lot more, like, freedom in terms of build stuff, which I typically tend to, like, prefer, but I also think that the Fire Emblem school of design leads to a lot more fraught decisions that can, like, lead to unfun situations than the tactics stuff, which tends to just be a little more solid, and in my opinion, does a better job of balancing both the strategy and RPG elements of play. Whereas, like, Fire Emblem, I feel like Fire Emblem, like, needs to strike a very delicate balance with its design, and, like, when it's firing on all cylinders and everything is, like, really intricately, like, played out, I think it works great. But I also think that there's a lot of times where Fire Emblem leads to needlessly frustrating situations with how it decides to lay out maps, or how it uses reinforcements, or, like, specifically how, like, you know, character building can, like, some pit traps you can fall into in some of the games that maybe aren't as well-oiled, if that makes sense. I've played so many Fire Emblem games, and I still consider myself, like, a Fire Emblem noob, or, like, baby. I need to stop. I've played enough of those games to have opinions about them, but...
I mean, there's no one that hates Fire Emblem more than Fire Emblem fans, so, like,
True.
don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's one of those series.
Yeah, I mean, same thing with SMT. Any kind of series that has, like,
sometimes, but
any kind of series that has, like, a lot of variety and, like, tends to have some where people have some favorites and other people have other favorites, tends to lead to, like, almost like the fan base having a self-hating reputation.
The most vitriolic shit in the world.
Every Fire Emblem game is just
like
they
you have
to
that
be
with
very different from each other.
Like, you have that with Shin Megami Tensei, you have that with Fire Emblem. I mean,
Final Fantasy.
It's with Final Fantasy. It's like I can see it starting to get there with Xenoblade. Like, it's just.
Is it happening with Xenoblade?
There's a lot of argument about which game's the best one, and
that was inevitable, I guess.
It's the kind of thing where it's like, it's really cool that the entries in the series try such different things, but it also just leads to, like, stupid arguments and, like, people getting at each other's throats over dumb stuff.
There's, like, a weird blob on my fucking table. Hold on, I'm gonna get a wet wipe.
I do agree with Leon's point that, like, FE, you have a lot of situations where there is mathematically a correct action to take. And I think that's because characters in that game can't really do much to change the course of battle other than attack an enemy. Like, even the support class dancer, like, all it does is let people attack again.
You know, I see a thing on my screen at the top, total BP. Oh, total battle pass points. Okay, I was, like, wondering what that was, but yeah, it's cumulative of everything you got so far. Okay.
Just 2 days remaining.
Yeah, also something I'm excited for.
I am back.
Welcome back. Something I'm excited for Tactics Ogre Reborn is that it seems to have a lot of like a mix of randomness, like, thrown in with, like, there's, like, cards on like the battlefield that, like, give you different boosts, and it seems like they're just randomly placed. Like, from what my understanding of it is that they're not in set spots, which means that you could replay the levels and just, like, have and I don't know how impactful they are, but, like, theoretically they should just, like, change up how you go about doing those levels based on how they're allocated.
I can upgrade my
I don't know if they're
accessory.
random, but
I can't remember off the top of my head, honestly.
But I know that's a thing that was introduced in Reborn, I think.
Oh yeah, also I finished my last drink, that wild cherry. I now have a Mike's Hard lemonade black cherry, which I love these. Very good. I'm a big cherry alcohol fan. I have unclaimed shit in my inbox also, which I don't know. Do mats go in the inbox?
I would think that if you have, like, I mean, the counter just goes up on the material, so I mean you can check. But honestly,
yeah, that's true. I don't think they would.
I mean, you can
Unable
probably
to
just ignore it at this
participate in
point.
quests while inventory is full. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna go recycle
That's-
some shit.
yeah. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I guess take a couple minutes to do
Okay.
that.
T-Dolls, I get what you're saying about how, like, you don't know the exact difference in FFT versus in Fire Emblem. Having 10 strength is always, you can immediately tell how much improvement it is over 8. But I also think, like, I can just kind of assume 10 strength is better than 8 and whatever derivative stats are or come out of that. I'm fine with trusting the game's math on that.
Let's see. Fuck. Time to keep recycling shit.
Honestly, I think the game I got most into, like, the math of and figuring out substats in was Dragon Age Inquisition, and that's because I've played that game more than I should have for my least favorite game in that series.
Oh, really? You, you like it less than 2?
Yeah, so I actually like 2 a lot. I think it
Okay.
has...
I know that's the divisive one. I'm curious how I'm gonna feel about it.
So 2 just has a lot of problems because development was very rushed, and they were forced to basically reuse the same, like, 4 or 5 dungeons repeatedly.
Yeah.
But I think it has the best and most interesting cast, because they are the most, like...
See, I've heard that, and I've also
ideologically
heard...
different.
I've heard a lot of RPG nerds say they really do not like the simplification of the combat system.
Yeah, that's also a problem in Inquisition, if I'm being honest.
I'm curious how I'll feel about 2.
It has a lot of the game's politics. Like, all the world's politics have been concentrated into this one small city at their most extreme.
Okay, I think I'd like that a lot.
I think you would enjoy that. And all of your party members are pretty divided on it. Like, if you play as a mage, you're a mage, and you have intrinsic thoughts on mage rights. And if you don't, your sibling is a mage, and you can see how it affects them. But one of your party members had a lot of wrong done to him by mages, and he gets pissed when you recruit him, and he learns either you are a mage or you are traveling with mages. He calls magic unnatural. Also, he can turn his hand incorporeal and explode people's hearts in their chest, and he sees nothing wrong with that.
See, I love this. One of my favorite things, Claire, I'm sure I've told you about this a million times, but for the chat, when you're playing Baldur's Gate 1, that game starts you out, and, like, you can get, like, your, like, there's, like, a childhood, like, kind of, like, implied love interest, like, thief character who can, like, tag along on your adventure. But then aside from her, you also meet these two, like, this, like, husband-wife duo who are, like, do-gooders. And then you also meet this, like, evil mage man and his, like, underling. And if you travel with both, like, that, like, good duo and bad duo for long enough, they just start bickering and argue enough that eventually they will just fight each other to the death, and you have to pick a side, and I just love that shit.
That rules. I like in Baldur's Gate 3 from the early access how the cleric you get in that game is just... she is evil. She worships an evil deity, and she is obsessed with pain and torture and darkness.
I really need to play that Temple of Elemental Evil adaptation for, like, the PC that they made.
Yeah, I'm very curious about that.
There's, like, nothing covering that game, really. It's so surprising to me. Considering how, like, big D&D has gotten, I've not seen nearly as many people.
Elemental Evil, despite being dog shit, is a very legendary campaign.
It's baffling to me how little revisitation I've seen on that RPG in particular compared to things like Baldur's Gate or even like Icewind Dale and Neverwinter Nights. I feel like I've seen a lot more shit for. It's weird. And both of those are fucking weird to go back to.
Yeah, I like pre-established couple party members a lot too, UT. And
yeah, it's always fun.
The Kingmaker CRPG, there is a couple who, depending on your choices, you can break them up. Because they are kind of, like, really bad for each other. because one is neutral good and the other is chaotic evil.
Oh yeah, I always forget that Troika made that. Jesus Christ.
Oh, that was Troika. I had no
Yes.
clue.
Let's see. What the fuck am I doing here? My brain is just mush. What am I even trying to do anymore? Enhance favorites. You know, I say my brain is mush as if like, oh, I'm very tired, and not that I'm starting to drink, but you know, it's only 2 beers and that. I'm fine. Wait, baby. 1 out of 3 trophies, motherfucker.
Yo.
Let's see. I need to upgrade this visor too. Yo, I look like a fucking Kamen Rider villain right now. Hold on, let me. What the fuck?
Alright, I'm back.
Okay. I got one of the trophies, Julian.
Oh, which one?
The sword. Yeah. Weapon
nice.
upgrade.
Okay. So we're getting there.
Mhm.
Probably a handful more runs.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me buy. I'm gonna buy more trash cans.
Troika's Temple of Elemental Evil being unfinished and kind of messy, I think is very fitting for the legacy of what that adventure is.
I still remember trying to read that book as like a fairly amateur D&D DM and just being like, is this what adventure modules are like? How the fuck do people run these? And then years later, I just didn't use modules for the longest time, and then years later, just people being like, yeah, that thing's like fucking unreadable. I don't know how people like that so much. I was like, okay, no, it's just that one.
Oh, so could you give some context? I don't know anything about.
Yes. So. Oh, okay. So. Well, do you mean context for the game or Temple of Elemental Evil, the D&D module?
Whatever
Both?
the D&D module is.
Okay,
yeah, like, I have
so
no idea. I don't know anything about it.
Temple of Elemental Evil was this big module that was written for the original D&D by Gary Gygax, the creator.
You can put
of
up the
D&D.
quest, by the way.
Okay.
Just while we talk about it.
Yeah, hold on. I'm just gonna see if I can upgrade anymore. No, I cannot. So he wrote the first part of this adventure and released it as a thing called Village of Hamlet, which is like a just very basic low-level adventure, but very iconic and pretty well written for what it is.
Yeah, I mean, it is like the iconic starting adventure. Like,
yes,
it's just a very good starting adventure.
Yes, and then he was like, hey, I'm going to flesh this out and make this as part of a larger adventure called the Temple of Elemental Evil, which is going to be this big mega dungeon. Also, the quest is up.
I see it.
That we can all, like, you know, everyone's going to go into, and it's going to be this huge, like, adventure thing. It took, like, nearly 10 years to actually be finished and published, and when it did, it's, like, kind of unreadable because of how, like, scattershot it's organized. It's just not a very well-organized book. There are a lot of, like, leaps in logic. So, like, here's the thing, Julian. It's like a D&D adventure that someone wrote, but it feels more like their notes that they wrote for their game that they, like, kind of had, like, already made in their head.
Okay.
Versus, like, a published adventure that was meant to be used in some, like, other people's basements. So there's just a lot of weird leaps in logic. There's a lot of gaps that, like, you just need your DM to fill in, or just make stuff up. There's also, like, a surprise twist, like, true villain mastermind at the end that a lot of people think kind of robbed the story of, like, you know, quality. Just because it's like, oh, this evil goddess kind of shows up from nowhere. But it's still very iconic and very memorable, and like the dungeon itself is very beloved, in part because it's like it's just very creative, albeit maybe a little bullshit in several places, but that's just old D&D. But there's a video game developer named Troika. You may know them for making games like Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines.
Oh, okay.
But they made a computer RPG adaptation of the Temple of Elemental Evil in like 2000. But we were just talking about it because it's a game that it seems like not a lot of people have like gone back and revisited compared to stuff like Baldur's Gate or Icewind Dale or Neverwinter Nights or a lot of the other old D&D RPGs from the same period.
I was actually thinking recently about playing at least Baldur's Gate 1 before 3 comes out, because I'm actually not that familiar with Western RPGs, and that's something that I want to change.
So I
this year.
think the general recommendation is if you only do one of the old ones, it should be 2.
Baldur's Gate 2. Like I have a link that someone gave me to download like Diablo 1 that I've been wanting to give a shot, because I was like, you know what, like I want to kind of play like a decent loot game after Babylon's Fall, and I kind of asked a friend, are there any like action games that with the loots that are considered good? And
Path of Exile.
Yeah, so the
but that's just a Diablo clone.
I was gonna say the general consensus was, yeah, it would either like play Path of Exile or like one of the Diablos, but they're not as action-y as like this is, and generally, and this is something I would agree with. There was actually something along the lines of what I was thinking, is that action-type games don't really work too well with loot systems, because the loot's not very impactful, because like action games are more so about the skill. So it's like
that's the problem that
just like dodging and like doing stuff. So it's like the loot doesn't really have like that much of an like, and I don't even vouch for that in terms of Babylon's Fall. Like I'm literally equipping like whatever gear, and it does not change the way I play.
I've not had to think about my build in this game really, like at all, except for like I prioritize SP regen, and that's just because it makes mashing a little bit more comfortable. I'm not like using basically any strategy aside from that.
Yeah, and I can agree with that. You know, it's not the kind of thing that works very well with when you have as much agency in like what you're doing as like something like this. But yeah, sorry, I just had a text. But yeah, but I do have Diablo, like a thing for Diablo 1, and I'm gonna check it out sometime soon. Apparently someone like ported it to like the 3DS, so but I'm not gonna play that version because it sounds not very fun to play.
That's incredible.
Yeah. Apparently you can play Diablo 1 on the 3DS. So
that's incredible. Yeah, Diablo type games don't really appeal to me. But I definitely see the appeal. It's just like
I just want to give it a shot.
Yeah. No, I think it's a good. I think you probably like them more than I would.
I know that like Diablo's pretty foundational, and a lot of people like it, and I at least want to like learn more about it. And I do know that 3 is basically on its like last legs, and I
think they're worth trying out
too before like at some point too. Yeah.
I tried them a little, like, I tried them way back when I was just kind of like, I think it's like a little too much to like, I feel like Diablo, I get really overwhelmed, like, with balancing out like all the loot and stuff, and like it didn't really appeal to me. But I definitely think that like I see the appeal of it.
Yeah, I feel about it.
Yeah, I mean, also I feel like you would like it more than I would, honestly, if I had to guess. I definitely see the appeal of it, and I think that those games are like really intriguing. It's just it's like one of those personal taste things where it's like, it's not for me, you know?
Yeah, like I like loot in games, but I don't like it when you just get like a ton of it.
A shit ton of it.
Like I think it's fun when you kind of have to work for it, and when you do get it, it's much more meaningful. Which is also why I hate crafting in games a lot, because it makes finding cool shit.
I'll be right back in just a moment.
9 times out of 10 when I see crafting in a game, I go, ugh.
Like, it's not good in Dragon Age Inquisition or Skyrim or like it's fine in Atelier and Monster Hunter because those are part of the core gameplay loop. It's fine in Minecraft.
This is like, Claire, were you there when I gave my unhinged MMORPG take of, God, I actually just kind of wish these games didn't have in-game economies, because it seems all like busy work to me, and it seems miserable.
No, but I actually kind of agree.
Okay, thank you, because everyone else thought I was insane. But
no, like I understand why they do, and I think it is probably healthier for the game.
I get why they exist. It's just it does not appeal to me.
But also, I think
like
MMO gearing tends to be, you can either do it straightforward but kind of boring like 14, or you can do it in a convoluted and kind of rewarding way that is insufferable. Like, wow.
Yeah, so it's like it's an interesting conversation because like WoW and FF14 are like the big MMOs right now. Also, I think I might be stuck in like a loading screen.
Uh-oh.
It's not letting me go through, so I might have to reset the game. But because they're the big ones, but they're so opposite in that FF14. It's very much it's very easy to get gear, and once you get your gear, you're basically set. WoW is basically like a never-ending treadmill where the way you play fundamentally changes based on what gear you have, to the point where like if depending on the gear you have, it'll drastically affect your damage output, which is why there's like crazy damage variance between the classes, where like some will just be absolute like dog shit compared to others where they'll do like 30% less damage, which is very significant because of like gear giving you specific like traits that like really like buff you.
See, I like
so if you
WoW's
don't
gearing
have that gear,
because it's
you'll be doing
reminiscent of
awful. Which
TTRPG gearing, but it's
you also don't
horrible
rate.
for an MMO. Like
Yeah, I mean, I like it theoretically too, but it's not the kind of thing I would want to deal with long term. Which is, I mean, if you're playing an MMO, you'd be doing it long term.
Like,
but it is. I will say that WoW is really cool in that when you're doing the leveling experience and you run a dungeon and then you just get like a really rare drop and it's like a really good like shield or something that'll carry you for like 15 levels.
Yeah,
you know,
like,
I will say it's really cool, and I have to reset the game. It's just not loading.
Yeah, I will say, part of the reason I feel like I feel like this draw towards FF11, and I gotta say, I think that game doing a horizontal progression thing is very interesting to me. I really like the idea of you don't get better at dealing with like everything at a point, you just get better at optimizing for specific situations, and I'm like, oh, that seems really like, one, I understand how people waste their entire lives just improving their FF11 character, because that sounds ridiculous. But like, God, that's just sounds like such a fun way to progress your character. Like, oh,
yeah.
I want to get better at XYZ. This is what I need to achieve to do that, versus just like, oh, I want this because it'll, like, you know, it just makes me better at everything. I you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I think the coolest part of FF11, which, I mean, it's also kind of like a downside, is that people, like, in order to be effective in combat, you have to have macros that change your gear set for every skill you use.
Yeah, that's...
It's wild.
Like, oh, you need the specific stat for this skill. Oh, okay, well, make sure you have your macro that before the skill goes off, it changes your gear.
Late game Final Fantasy XI is like, an exercise in coding.
It actually is. It's really
fun. I should really check out that Horizon 11 server. I know Zay said that Zay started it, and she said that she has like a group of friends that she's been playing in with.
Okay, loaded me in. Am I in the same?
Yes, you are. It said you were. Well, actually, never mind. I don't know, because it said you're online.
Oh no! If it says I'm online, it doesn't mean I am.
Yeah, that's.
Are you standing in front of the quest board?
No, but now I am.
Hyper specific shit there is.
Okay, I do not see. You're gonna have to give me your.
Deal with that, like spells.
You're gonna have to give me your HQ code.
All right. Such a fun and stupid idea.
Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
974.
My favorite tactic in 11 was the
286
trick attack combo.
Okay.
66. It is 974 286 66.
666.
Yeah, I know, right? All right, gonna head out. Stayed way longer than I thought. Great chats, y'all. I'll talk to you later, and good luck with the last 2 trophies, Rosin. Thank you, T-Dos.
Thanks for coming, T-Dos.
But so, Julian, I probably mentioned this for Rosin, but I don't know if I did to you, Julian. So in 11, there is the sneak attack, trick attack strategy where so aggro is like an actual mechanic you need to manage, and it can be very hard to keep because
you want to put up the thing.
Yeah, sorry, I'm exchanging for holy oil.
Okay.
For sneak attack, trick attack, what you do is, or SATA as it would commonly be called, is you have the off tank pull the boss, and then you have the thief stand behind the boss and behind the main tank, because sneak attack does a lot of damage from behind, and then trick attack shirks all
Things
the
up.
thief enmity to whoever they are standing in front of, or whoever they are standing behind. So basically, thief grabs a ton of aggro for a second, and then just immediately transfers it to the main tank. And that's actually
Oh.
like one of the best ways to secure aggro at the start of an encounter.
Oh, that's funny. It's like
That's
old,
why
like,
Ninja used to
it's
have
kind of
so
like
much
Shade.
enmity shit in 14.
Yeah, it's like that's just Shade Walker. Shade Walker was the one that gave enmity, right? Yeah, because there was
No,
like
that
Shade
was
Walker and
a
something else.
smoke screen.
Oh, Smokescreen. Wait, I thought Smokescreen dampened someone's enmity. I thought Shade Walker gave your like a portion of your enmity, and Smokescreen lowered.
Yeah, I can double check. It has been,
Lowered
you know,
the target's enmity gain.
8 years.
Maybe I mixed them up.
I might have too. It has been a while. Okay, yeah, smoke screen
How
was.
close are you to finishing the upgrades, by the way, Rob?
I think I'm like at 9 out of 10 on my helmet. No, sorry, I'm at 8 out of 10 on my helmet, and I need 2 more upgrades for my accessory yet.
Okay, sorry, smoke screen was reduces target's current enmity. Shade Walker was reduces target's enmity gain by 80%. It does not work on tanks.
Well, is reduces target's enmity, is that referring to yourself? Because I know sometimes...
I think you could target
FF14
other people
tips.
with them.
I know, but like, I could have sworn that I thought one of them transferred like a portion of
There
your
is,
enmity
I
gain
can't
to
remember
somebody
what
else.
it was called.
It's
called
one.
a
It has to
shirt.
be one of them. I could have. That has to be one of them because I'm pretty sure that like lower target enmity is probably. It might just be lowering your own enmity. I don't know.
No, I think those were targetable, but there was also a shirt before it was called shirt.
Could have sworn that it was either Shadewalker. I could have sworn that Shadewalker was the one that like you would Shadewalker the tank, and it would like
it's
lower
kind of
your own.
annoying to find Heavenward stuff now, so the stuff I found
Yeah.
was Reddit quotes from a NeoGaf, or a defunct
Because
NeoGaf.
it would be funny. It would be funny when you would give someone like the wrong buff. Like
Reddit
like, you would
quotes
give,
from a defunct NeoGaf thread is the funniest fucking way to conceive of receiving information.
Because like
I'm sorry.
there was a fight. Because
Bearing
there was a fight.
2000.
Kefka, which would start with basically Kefka would lower your HP to 1 at the very start, and you would have to basically have the white mage heal bomb at the very start with tier 3, and that would generate so much MP that you basically have the ninja like lower their enmity. I believe it was Smokescreen was a lower enmity one, and
Yeah, so
it would be funny. It would be funny when the
lowered current enmity, Shadewalker lowered enmity gain.
okay.
And then they had whatever they called Shirk back then, which it did what Shirk does now, but it was...
Maybe I flipped them backwards, but I know one skill, like it would be funny because if you used the one skill to lower the enmity for the white mage, but then sometimes you would hear stories of the ninja pushing the wrong one, helping the white mage gain more enmity, and it would just lead to a like.
I got achievement Berserker. Bazaga.
So yeah, I didn't play in Heavensward or in Stormblood because I was still in college, so I was there for launch and kind of fell off after 4.5.
I'm excited to get to
Right.
Stormblood. I feel like I'll like it a lot.
It's I wouldn't say it's perfect, but I like it more than most do. It's definitely got some like imperialist stuff that you might not like.
Okay.
But
Listen,
I think it's got.
sometimes all the other Asian analog nations are united under the Japanese banner.
See,
there
like,
are no bad implications.
like I know it's about
Doma's more Chinese than Japanese, though. Like, isn't it? Is it
I
Doma's
mean,
more
like,
like
Yangsha is, but, like, the actual capital of Doma, like, Kugane, led by Hien,
Well,
who's a
Kugane's not Kugane's not the capital of Doma. It's a separate thing.
You're right,
Doma is the capital of
yeah,
Othar.
that's right,
And Kugane is like a separate island nation that is, I forgot, Kugane is not the name of the island. I don't remember what the island is called, but it's the reason why it's got a lot of Garleans on it is because it was a neutral city.
yeah.
And it was just used for trade. But
It's, okay, so, like, Yangsha, the region that, like, Doma Castle is in, is very Chinese-inspired, but Doma Castle is based on Doma Castle from FF6, which is very Japanese.
yeah, I mean,
And, like,
I
even
guess,
just
I
Hien
guess
and
you
his
could see
retainers'
it
names,
that way,
like,
but I think,
those are very Japanese.
yeah, that's true as well. But I still think it's supposed to be Chinese in influence. But yeah, I mean, Stormblood has some whack stuff, but I think a lot of what follows, a lot of, it's like, A Realm Reborn and Stormblood have a lot of this, like, foundation that I think is the reason why a lot of what's really cool about 14 is really cool.
Yeah,
While
I mean,
they themselves aren't cool on their own, they're so important to the lore.
I mean, that's the
that
reason I'm
you
not
can't,
fucking script.
like,
I know if I skip A Realm Reborn, I would be so fucking mad later on, you know, with the type of person I am.
oh, trust me. There's a lot of little stuff in A Realm Reborn that, like, you do not, like, if you miss it, like, you just kind of miss out on stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
And it pays off so much.
have you been to
later.
Little Alamigo, for example?
I don't.
You've been to Little Alamigo, right?
I don't remember what that is off the top of my head.
I know you went there.
He's done
'cause
any
you
quests there.
stopped-
He has been by there.
Yeah,
Is that the place with
definitely
the?
went there
Is that
on
the
the
place
way
with?
to do summoner stuff.
Is that the place with the?
That's where I flew in with. That's the place where I flew in with my Phoenix.
Okay, I was about to say, is that the place with the hot springs and shit that Claire made fun of me for?
It's
Yeah.
the other.
Well, that's like
place
the
Oh,
you
the
can
place
go
right
to.
before
It's
that.
up one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You flying in on that
Yeah, but, like,
Phoenix to give me
it's
a
like-
piece of cheese was extremely funny, by the way.
I thought I gave you an onion,
Oh, whatever it was.
an alien onion. That's what it was.
That was what it was. You're right.
I didn't have any cheese on me, but I would have given you that. But it's like there's just a lot of little foundation stuff. Blue Mage, I like the Blue Mage story, but it's definitely the
Second
kind of
trophy.
thing- It's very
Hey, one more.
I just
one
need the
more,
accessory.
and we
Blue,
can all
Blue
go to
Mage.
bed.
Blue Mage is the Blue Mage questline in 14 is about cultural appropriation.
Oh.
Where
I mean,
it's
that makes
hard
sense
to
for Blue
tell.
Mage, honestly.
I feel like it's not I like it overall, but I feel like it just needs to be a little bit more nuanced because it's like cultural appropriation and kind of like abusing that for like capitalist gains, but it's not direct enough that's a bad thing.
To be clear,
I
the guy
feel
who
like it's
teaches
not
you blue
direct
magic is
enough.
the capitalist culturally appropriating techniques.
Yeah. So basically, blue magic comes from fake North America from the natives.
Oh.
And
Like,
basically,
that region is literally called the New World.
Oh.
yeah. So basically, yeah, it's kind of is like where the job trainer literally comes to basically comes to like Eorzea, like from the New World, and basically like scams people and into like, you know, like kind of showing Blue Mage off as like this like weird new thing, and then it kind of becomes a thing. It kind of becomes a quest line about profiting off of it with like, you know, using it as like a theatrical type thing. And then there's a quest line in Stormblood where somebody from like the other side of the world then steals it from them, and it becomes this ordeal of, okay, well, we own this.
See.
We own this like this venture. And it's like I think it's interesting, and I would like it a lot more if they
Leaned into it more.
particularly pointed like leaned into the job trainer not being a good person, which they kind of do a little bit, but I don't.
Do
think
they
it's
just leave
direct
too
enough
much
where
room
he just
for
kinda
ambiguity?
Yeah, it's a little too much.
Okay.
Where the job trainer's name is Martin, and he's just kind of like he's and I feel like it kind
Wait, let me
of adds
cancel
to it that
this.
he looks like a generic like white guy.
I'm gonna use an item boost because I've been stupid and haven't done that yet.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Oh well, it's too late for me. I already got the shit.
Here, I'm gonna use the item booster.
Where he's kind of goes through like a decent amount of like misfortune, but like everything kind of works out in the end. And it's a little, I don't know. I like it in theory. It's just I feel like it could be executed a little bit better. But it's interesting. I think FF14 has a lot of stuff, really interesting stuff going for it, but it doesn't land all the time. I mean, like you saw it yourself with the early dungeon with like stopping like the slave uprising,
the slave
or
troll
whatever.
thing, yeah. That was the one part of
like-
FF14 so
like-
far I'm a little like, eh. I mean, there's also some like...
Listen, sometimes you accidentally open up a cavern of your ancestors' slave
I
trolls.
don't think its handling of it is the worst in the world. I am a little surprised at the amount of like sex trafficking stuff in the world building I feel like I've seen so far. Like especially with the pirate ship. Like I don't think it's handled terribly.
It's basically just a Realm Reborn thing.
Okay. I was just a little surprised because that's just not what I expected.
Don't really do that anymore after a Realm Reborn.
Yeah, that's probably for the best. But I was just a little surprised because I don't really expect that from FF, you know.
In the Stormblood patches, in relation to like one specific character.
Well, I know that one antagonist in Stormblood was like a sex worker, right? Like I know, yeah. I do know.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
And there's some stuff people don't like regarding that, and I don't blame them for it either. Regarding how that was handled a little bit. I could see that.
What they do with the pen is maybe the dumbest shit I've seen in my life. I got
like I could see what they were going for, but it was not handled with. It wasn't handled very well. But like, I just think I like.
The Uldaw does have all the like story shit.
But yeah, I like Stormblood a lot. I just think it's really interesting, even though I don't think it's all like I don't think it's all successful. I think it's one of the more
I started in Windsor.
Because like it feels a lot more based on reality, if that makes more sense.
Yeah.
You know, it's got a lot more stuff that's like, cause like Shadowbringers is like really cool and all, but it doesn't draw as much in terms of like real politics as like something like Stormblood does, you know?
I mean, how Endwalker is basically more about existential concepts than any tangible threat.
Well, that's just the JRPG life cycle of the story.
Man, there's an arc. I mean, I won't elaborate, but there's an arc in Endwalker that is really, 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 really good. I love it a lot. It's really messy. It's like really messy in like the best way possible, I think. In that because there's no easy solution, and the characters don't acknowledge as much.
You're talking about.
And there's no easy solution, and it's just like just going through that part of it is just like it's just kind of depressing, and it's like you can see how much of like reality you can like draw from that, and then the rest of Endwalker is kind of like more JRPG kind of existential stuff, and it's good, but it's like I really like it when FF14 kind of tackles that like.
Yeah, okay,
kind of
I guess
more
I
like
should say I don't mean anyone who didn't like that is an idiot. I just speak in hyperbolic terms a lot. I mean, I think like, I understand why some people were rubbed the wrong way by that part, but I think.
But the point of it is that there's no easy answer, and I can see why people were rubbed the wrong way. But it's just the kind of thing where it's just like really messy, and it's like there's not. It's really cool. I think you would like it a lot. Like there's a quest line in Shadowbringers regarding one character, like a side quest line that I think you would like, but that one was also controversial because it's like it's
Eh.
this kind of thing where it's
I
like,
like messy shit, so
I mean, it was it was the Gundam plot line. So,
yo, let's
like,
fucking go.
I will be honest, I also just don't think that one was handled very well, because it feels like it tries to be like, oh, this guy wasn't as bad as you thought he was, because there's
But
voice
he
cast
wasn't.
now.
That's not necessarily true. There are worse guys, but it's because of him. He's the one who kind of, so it's about a, so basically, without explaining too much, the questline revolves around a guy who was previously a villain in FF14, where it's basically him just dealing with the consequences of his actions and dealing with what followed the stuff that he kind of created with originally good intentions, which, I mean, Gundam's a lot of good intentions leading to bad things.
Yeah.
So
My
and
thing
it's
is,
just basically
I
the character
understand
just.
it was trying to make. I just kind of don't think it made that point very well.
I mean, it could have done better, but also like that quest line is like those trial quest lines aren't very long, and I think it did pretty well with the time it had.
It did what it could, and like I don't think it's like bad. I think it handled a topic that I think probably needed more than just quests to get you to fights to deal with.
I can agree with that, but I still think it's pretty cool.
Yeah,
like, I like the idea, and I think it is not as bad as it could have been. But there are points where it just sometimes it feels like it is kind of ignoring what he has done before.
I don't agree with that. I don't think it ignores what he's done before.
It's also been,
the entire
3
quest
years
line
since it came out, so
the entire quest line, like, I don't like the people that say that that quest line redeems him, because it doesn't.
I will say I also don't think it does that or really tries to.
It's basically just like that entire quest line is just the character suffering, basically, and coming to terms with the fact that I did this really bad shit, and I didn't realize that like what I had created led to this, and I realized that that's wrong. So what I can do is all I do now is try to atone and try to make the world better, with like what my abilities and what I can do and what my strengths are. But I know that I can never be forgiven for what I did, but all I can do is the best that I can. And I really like that. I think that's really interesting, and 14 does that in a handful of places where it kind of tackles this idea of forgiveness or redemption or the lack thereof, where characters believe that they can never actually be redeemed, but they can try to make things better with the time that they have left. There's another character in Stormblood who's really important to the story, who also kind of discusses the idea of I can't be forgiven for what I've done. I'm not sure if you know who I'm talking about, but it's a character that we alluded to before a little bit. You can you can put us up.
I mean,
for
there's a couple of characters like that in Stormblood.
I do want to say,
I think that's really cool.
Christian in the chat said, I bet I could guess that you started in Ul'dah based off that. I didn't. I started in Limsa, and it's all of the pirate shit, specifically that pirate dungeon you do. There's like a side room that you can go into with a bunch of like hostages, and very heavily implies that they're there for like forced into like sexual slavery. And then also the other thing I can think of is that the Arcanist questline, which I actually liked a lot, and I really like this character, Kilia. But she is traumatized because of her experience as a prisoner of, like, the antagonist of this quest, who is a pirate, and, like, they all but imply that, like, he did horrible things. And, yeah, I was just like, I don't think that I think the game actually handles it. I'm not a big fan of that existing in the setting and it being there in the way that it is. Like, I feel like it's leaning maybe a little too close to, like, including it for I don't want to say shock, but to, like, deepen or motivate characters and like make villains seem worse. Like, you know, sometimes the problem with like this existing in a lot of fantasy fiction is that it becomes a very convenient shorthand and does not necessarily responsibly deal with the trauma and actual impact that these types of things can have.
That's why Aralfi's shorthand for evil was always them killing the dog.
Yes. I think that FF14 rubs up against that. That being said, I do think that the actual depiction and, like, bringing up of this stuff is probably as tasteful as it could be if they do decide to include it, so I do at least appreciate that a little bit. Still not a big fan of it being there in general, but I was just a little bit surprised that like a numbered Final Fantasy like included like it to that degree from what I saw, like just going through A Realm Reborn. It kind of took me by surprise. It could be a lot worse, granted. I've seen many pieces of media and games handle it a lot worse than 14 does, in my personal opinion. Yeah. But I do think it's funny, though, that it's like, oh, you're bringing this up, you must have started this area, and it's like, oh god, I didn't even start in that area, what's going on in that one? But yeah.
At least the old starting quest line, if I remember correctly, it's been a while since I've seen it. It deals a lot with corruption.
Oh, okay, I see.
It deals a lot with corruption, and I mean, you and even in the main story, you'll see some corruption in Ul'dah and, you know, stuff like that. You know,
I need to
like,
get back to streaming 14.
I
need to get through a
But I mean, I think 14's story, especially AR and Stormblood, does a lot of cool things overall. It's not always successful, but I think it's always interesting.
Yeah.
It just feels a little tedious going through it, but
I guess that's how I feel about Orwit is I don't really think it does what it tries to do successfully, especially because there are other characters who make similar, not the same, but similar points, I think, more successfully, but they're also given more time to develop.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, it's also just a matter of, it's not the main story, you know, there's only so much you can do with it, but yeah, I do think it's, yeah, like I said, 14's not always successful, but I think it's, most of the time it's pretty interesting, except for the current arc in the story right now. I do not think it's very interesting, which is sad. UT pointed out, you know, kind of wishing Endwalker didn't integrate the trial series with, like, the main story, and yeah, I 100% agree. Because, like, this recent patch just kind of felt like filler just to fight, just to do more of the, like, the current, like, story
fights. We have
fights.
to fight the 4 elemental archfiends, so we gotta drag it out, like...
Yeah, like... It feels dragged out. This arc
like
kind
the
of feels like
FF4
filler,
ones?
which is weird.
Yeah. Ooh, fun.
Yeah. So it's like the fights are neat, but it's like it's weird because the story feels like filler when the actual subject that it's tackling is something that's very significant to the world of FF14. So it's a little weird. And I'd say this is probably, at least so far, the weakest, like, patch series.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, it's most... like, I'd say, if I had to rank the patch series, I'd say, like, Stormblood has the best one, followed by Heaven's Word.
Yeah, I've always been curious about that,
Shadowbringers.
because I've heard people say that even, like, I've heard a lot of people say, like, oh, I don't like Stormblood the expansion, but the patches for it were really good, which, like, that's very interesting to me.
The trend... The trend for a lot of the expansions, except for this one, because Endwalker was a different situation just in general, is that in the base game you get a lot of, you basically get like the first half of the expansion. It introduces all the areas, you know, you get all the dungeons. It's kind of like, it's almost like the expansions are the excuse to show you the new areas, and then once you get to the patches, it's like the second half of the story. Well, you already have all the areas. So that's where they really focus on the characters, because they can't really introduce any new areas. So that's where they like spend more time focusing on characters, and that's where they're more interesting, especially Heaven's Word and Stormblood. Shadowbringers, I mean, it's a hot take for like just in general, but I wasn't very hot on the patches there. It felt like the pacing was really weird, where like the first 2 patches were like kind of slow, and then literally everything happens.
Yeah, it's honestly, I
and
think the reason
literally
so many
everything
people
happens
like
in the third patch.
Shadowbringers
It feels
patches is because it was the first time they were around for patches as they were coming out.
I don't know if I necessarily agree with that because I know some people who still really liked it, but it just the pacing felt a little off. I don't think it sucks, but it was I thought it was a little bit disappointing. Uh,
I'm
it
starting to
almost
feel a
felt
good
like the
buzz,
patches
so I'm
kinda
gonna
did
go
like
for
a
one
fake-
more
fake-
drink.
So,
Okay.
I don't mean like they only liked
Let's
it
do
because
one
of
more,
that.
and then
I
you can
just
check this,
feel like
and you can buy stuff.
a lot of people liked it because they got to be there and got kind of the
Yeah.
MMO experience of being there when new stuff is happening.
Yeah, and you're right. The new patch did feel like a character study.
Right at the end of the
But-
stream here, y'all are gonna be able to enjoy Drunk Rosin.
But like, even though it felt like a character study, it wasn't of like a character that I thought think is particularly interesting because it's like, I feel like it's like a character development that I've seen like 10 times already, where like the character herself is really cool, but like, I don't know. I feel like the character development is a little bland. And,
Yeah, okay,
you know, they
here's
could
the-
change that, but, like, at least in this patch, it wasn't very interesting.
I really like her character archetype, and she's hot, so she has that going for her. I think they are not developing her in the most interesting way I've seen that archetype develop. And again, I really like that archetype, so every time I see it, I get really excited.
Oh! I completed 10 sieges. I completed 10 sieges, which means I think I'm done with the weeklies. Woo! Oh, and then I get upgrade materials from the weekly because I completed the thing. Let's go. Oh wait, hold on. I might be done. Am I done? Hold on. Oh, I got a new title, Siege Lord.
But yeah.
Anything that's
Yeah,
inhuman character tries to understand what it means to be human, I'm like, yeah. Which is also because
I think it's a
went
cool
through
idea. I just
a not insignificant portion of my life where I kind of considered myself subhuman. Being a teenager sucked ass.
yeah, like I think the character archetype is cool, but it's just like for a story that is coming out episodically like every 4 months, I feel like the recent patch just didn't have enough. Like I said, it felt filler to fight the Archfiends. Like it just didn't feel like it was good enough, you know?
Hold on, I might be done.
How long's the stream been going so far?
6 hours, 25 minutes.
Oh shit, it's 1 a.m. Oh my god.
Julian, I'm so fucking close to
didn't
being
realize
done,
how
man.
late it is.
Hold on. Okay, so I just need to upgrade one more accessory, and then I got the plat. So, I think we should turn it up a notch.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I think we should go to the next siege tier.
Alright, hold on. I haven't equipped gear in a while. Let me, like, adjust my gear. See
I'm
if I have
getting
anything
some
better I
gear
can-
going. Oh, I'm really starting to feel this drinking. I think this is the first time Drunk Rosin has debuted on the channel. I'm excited. I'm gonna get canceled. 6.5 hours into Babylon's Fall.
Are you... like, what? You
Getting
think you're
canceled
just gonna
over
say
your
slur or
Babylon's
something?
No. I'm gonna say some shit like Babylon's Fall. The worst Babylon's Fall game is better than the best, or the worst Babylon's Fall game is better than the best Shin Megami Tensei. And my audience.
Oh
will
yeah,
never
I'm
forgive
looking at
me.
the stream right now, and I'm looking at your stream right now, and your face does look kind of red.
Which is funny because here's
up
the
the quest.
here's the thing though is that I actually have like not really been drinking that much alcohol, but it's because I'm like I think I'm like right at 1,500 calories for the day that I think it's hitting me harder than I normally would. What's my power level at? Wait, what?
Mine's at like 260.
Hold
Someone
on.
put up the siege quest we were doing, but for like a half second, they probably just started it. And
Oh,
then
I'm at 231.
started
Okay,
it
let's
right
go.
away.
Let's go.
All right,
All
let's
of
do the
life.
next one then.
I love these quilted pants. They look like shit.
Like your face is really red. I'll grab
Yeah,
some.
that's
I'll
what
drink
it's
some. I'll drink some water after. I'll be fine.
So how much do you have how much do you have left to upgrade?
I need one more accessory. I think I just need the golden oil.
Okay.
So either like 3 more runs if I don't get the drop or whatever. You said that the golden oil drops, right? And I have a
At least
booster.
it did on the last one. Yeah, I guess I just got really lucky because I got a couple of those.
You know the
before
best
I
part
even
about
did
this game is playing it drunk does not make any difference.
Wait, this siege is different. Hold on.
Well,
Is
then
this
I think
considered
you
a
should
siege?
recut
Did you
the
see if this
audio
was
from
considered a
this
siege?
as the Rosenbrand and Friends Fantasy Literature Podcast.
Yeah.
But I feel like there was such like a small. Oh my god! I just got like blown off.
I don't know at this point. Time is an illusion.
I feel like we only talked about that for like maybe like an hour out of like the 6 that the stream.
It might have been 2.
Really.
Okay, here's
I
the
would
thing,
maybe go
that's
back
still
through.
like a podcast worth of content.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But like,
I'm just gonna tell people like, hey, fucking listen to this because it's fucking. This is the best stream I've ever done. I love you guys. Oh fuck. Oh no, I am drunk. Oh fuck, this is bad. Oh no, what am I doing?
I started saying I love you guys. I was like, oh, that's the drunk Rosen.
That's when you know. Oh my god. See, the problem is that I don't think I'm not. This is not New Year's Rosin though. Claire, were you there for that? I don't remember.
No, I was at Bump's house playing the Bloodborne card game.
This is not New Year's Rosin though. I can tell that there's a difference. Part of this has to be performance. I think. At least that's my copium. Compared to New Year's Rosin was Fang joined the call and I cried. That was bad.
Oh.
Yeah, well, because I was sad I couldn't visit him in San Francisco like we had planned, because like the plans kind of fell through. And I started thinking about how sad I was I wouldn't be able to visit Fang, and then Fang joined the call right after I got done whining about it. And then I went, it's Fang! And then I started crying.
Yeah, I just want to say though, remember that you are streaming right now, so maybe don't talk too much about personal stuff.
I won't.
Just a reminder.
I won't.
Just a reminder.
I don't. I appreciate it.
I don't want you to regret anything you say publicly.
No, I appreciate you keeping me in check. That is a very, very good thing to do in this situation.
I guess we go to the. I think we just go to the next area here. Yeah, so just keep that in mind.
I will keep it in mind. Don't worry.
Man, this siege is
you
not as fun because I can't turn my brain off. I can't turn my brain off and mash as much.
Fuck.
I actually have to like run and do. I actually have to do.
Oh
like,
no, this is a problem. Oh no, oh no. Okay, hold on. I need to focus really hard.
You don't have to focus that much. Just like.
No, Julian, I just dashed into a pit 3 times in a row.
I did to watch this on the street. There we go.
Oh shit, I need to heal. There we go.
Rosen, do you remember the Rosenbrand panty?
No, what? Shut the fuck, what is this?
Way back on your server, like, I don't even remember why, I just remember the phrase came up, and it was really funny. And I don't remember what brought it up.
I was about to say, what the fuck is the context for this, Claire?
The phrase, the Rosenbrand panty raid has stuck in my mind.
I'm sorry, that's bad.
It was funny at the time. So.
Yeah. That sounds skeevy, I don't like that.
I want to say it was just like, you made a vague statement, and someone was like, what are you trying to imply, Rosen? And someone was like, the Rosenbrand panty.
Yeah, that sounds like that would happen in that server. Wait, how the fuck do you get up?
There's a way to climb up over there.
Oh, okay, there
oh
we
fuck!
go.
I just fell into the pit.
I hate the weird filter camera bullshit they do when you're underwater.
Yeah,
in
I
this
know.
game.
That just made me die.
Why is the siege so much more complicated?
It says traversal.
What?
Well,
this isn't a siege?
The the name of the level was traversal, so it
Oh.
might still be a sequence. Maybe it's like a part 2. Maybe it's supposed to be like a linear sequence of like where it's
That's
kind of like a
probably...
mini line.
That makes more
Maybe,
sense.
I don't know.
That
I
makes
mean,
more sense.
This is more involved than like regular levels are, with like the amount of like platforming and elevation there is.
Yeah.
You know, there's actual level design here.
Yeah, I was
Right,
about to say,
it's
this
just
is
like-
what everything else should have been.
Yeah, like there's like, instead of just hallways, there's actual level design here. So you know what? I'll give this game some props for that. But also, it shouldn't have to take us like 30 hours to get here. I mean, 30 hours is an exaggeration. It's probably more like
I think it was 30.
20.
I
think so?
I think it might have been 30.
I don't
We've
know.
been playing this game for, I think, longer than either of us want to admit to, Julian.
I don't know. I don't want to know how I've played this.
We
I've
can
definitely
check.
played this
Can
more
we
than you,
check?
like-
Wait, I can check with PS5 now. I think the PS5 tells you. I can look. I'll look at some point. I'll tweet out.
And
I'll
it's
tweet
like,
out the
I've
answer.
definitely played this like way more hours than you two, because like I got like way farther ahead of you and also repeated a lot of content with you.
Yeah. Where's the ending?
So
Didn't we end?
there's like a block above. Oh, there's a thing to like grab onto from this block.
Uh-oh, where? What block? That block.
I'm like,
I'm
go back.
following
Yeah,
you.
right there. Look up.
Oh my, what? Huh? Oh, there we go. Okay.
They have been playing this game more than 5 hours. Like, this stream alone has been 6, but like,
Oh yeah.
they
shit.
have been playing this throughout the past week.
Yeah. God, I probably have spent like 30 hours.
I think it's probably been about 30 for us. I'll tweet out after.
I've
what?
definitely spent like I've definitely spent like 5 more hours than you playing this.
Yeah. I love fighting this
Anyone
little
been here for
stupid.
that long? I'm sorry.
I'm not. This is, I think, the best stream I've ever done. I'm drunk, so take this with a grain of salt.
Think so?
But I think this is the best stream I've
I
ever
feel like
done.
the content
No, they
is
made
a
Ridley
little too...
white.
I
Whitewash
feel like
Ridley.
the content itself is. I feel like the content itself is a little too boring.
I mean,
for this to be the best stream.
I think your conversation did a good job of carrying it, though. I do have a lot of fondness for the Minnesota Freedom Fund stream marathon that I did, because it was a very impromptu stream, and we managed to raise $2,000 for a very fucking cool cause. And it also made a lot of right-wing shitheads mad at me, which, you know, I always appreciate, too, on top of helping out people for the right reasons. But this is...
Is that it? We finished it?
I think, are we done? Are we...
I think, oh yeah, that was, because like we had like the
Yes.
blue,
Walton
we
is
had the
like, I'm
blue
playing
like swirly
Babylon's
thing.
Fall to own the lids.
I would never do that.
No, Babylon's Fall wasn't on sale. It's just ending in like 3 days. So like like the service is ending. Like you cannot play this.
Pyro,
game.
we're playing this because we're stupid motherfuckers and are trying to get the platinum trophy.
Yo,
for
we got
that.
matching pants and boots.
Yo.
We got matching pants and boots.
I'm gonna like that, baby.
Yeah,
I
well,
bought
he
it for
$30,
He
I
bought it
think.
like months ago.
Yeah, I did buy it months ago.
I bought it on.
I bought it
eBay
for $30.
$15. Like 2 weeks ago. I wanted to buy it digitally.
Hey.
But apparently they stopped selling it digitally in like September.
I wouldn't normally say this, but
So
I'm
it's
fucking
like,
drunk, so fuck it. Part of the reason I'm doing these streams is to recoup some of the cost on me paying $30 for Babylon's Fall. Bad idea. But, you know.
Also, you know, you're having a good
Alright, let's-
time with your friends.
I got more
Alright,
than
let's go back
$30
to, like, the
worth.
Do
Hold on.
you think
I'm gonna test
you have
and-
enough?
I'm gonna test and see. Enhance, filter by favorites. All I'm missing is the fucking oil. Hold on, let me see if I have enough to trade for it. If not, I only need to do like 2 more. I
Which
think.
one?
The
Sorry,
divine oil, like the gold one, the gold rarity one. I need 40, and I have... Wait, how do I have 24. I need to do 2 more raids, so we can just do the 1 raid 2 times.
All right, let's do the 210. Let's do the 210 one because that one's fast.
That's very fast.
And also, we don't have to think as much.
I need to use the bathroom really bad. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Alright, now's a good time to read some donations.
Oh.
No
Oh,
one
by
wants
the
us
way,
to
UT,
kill the animals.
if you're still here, I actually forgot to buy the house last night because I was busy playing Babylon's Fall, and I wasn't. And I actually don't have the money on my main. I only have like 2.5 million on my main, so I needed to have someone transfer the money from my alt to my main so I could buy the house. And got so busy playing Babylon's Fall yesterday, I forgot to do it. So I have to wait for a couple days to do it. Um, but yeah, I mean, houses should still be available. There's a lot available in FC wards and no one's taking, so. Mostly just want a house to set up submarine stuff. What do you mean, what?
You should name your FC Babylon's Fall.
No,
It'd be
I would
funny.
never. Absolutely not. I hate this game. God, even getting to Endgame, it has like no drip. No, UT, don't worry about it. I mean, I realize that like there's a ton of houses available, so it's like doesn't even matter really. I spent so much money. I've you have no idea how much money I've spent, like, because I have my alt and that all owns an FC. I've spent so much money, like crafting shit and like stuff for submarines. I finally have enough to like fully upgrade all the submarines. I'm just waiting for one more to get to level 50. But like now, then I'll be able to make steady money with that, and I'll be able to use that money to like keep setting up more submarines with my main. So I'll have 2 sets of submarines running. So should be good on money for like ever once I recoup some of the costs, some of my costs, and just be able to use that money to fund gear for like raiding and stuff.
I'm back. Fuck, my controller dropped. I'm back.
I mean, I guess I could maybe rename the FC to Babylon's Fall if you want to.
Don't do that.
It'd be so fun. No, Rosin, it's not the one you're in. It's
Oh, I don't care then.
No, it's not the one you're in.
Did I bitch to y'all about my double flushing toilet that I hate?
No.
So I had to repair the toilet handle on my apartment's toilet because I'm not gonna call maintenance for that. Fuck that. And I got it, but the problem is that no matter how I fucking, I'm putting up the quest, daddy. So the problem I have with this is, am I muted? No, I am. Never mind.
No.
So
here. We
so
respond to the things you said.
that's true. So the problem is, I had to replace the toilet handle on one of my 2 toilets here in this apartment, and if it's too loose, then that's a problem. But like the way I have it tightened is that it doesn't return until after the toilet double flushes without fail, and like that's wasting water, and it makes me upset irrationally. I know it's not that big of an issue, but it just pisses me off, you know. Like, you want a toilet handle that single flushes and then returns.
See, this is what drunk Rosin brings to get toilet talk.
I'm surprised I didn't talk to y'all about this yet, because I dealt with this for like an entire night, and I was just like, I guess this is just my life, I'm gonna have to live with this now. And like, I don't know if my landlord's gonna give me shit for it. I mean, they fucking shouldn't. I paid for a goddamn new toilet handle after my fucking toilet lever broke. I had to look up how to do that.
My toilet makes like a weird sound. I think it's related to the pipes, where sometimes it'll make like a very high-pitched sound that'll just last for like a long time. I can stop it by flushing the toilet or like banging on it really hard, but it's the pipes. But yeah, my house is kind of old.
The other day, the in my guest bathroom.
UC, I think he's not the best president we've had, but
I've never used a bidet, though.
I want to use one so bad.
Wasn't be like I want to
Oh,
get
okay, well,
water
you don't need
squirted
to
up
be-
my ass so bad.
You don't want to. You don't need to do that enthusiastic about it.
I mean, they just seem so clean and hygienic compared to the shit we do here. You know what I mean? But yeah.
I mean, yeah.
That's all I'm gonna say because I
yeah,
feel like
I
talking
guess.
about my asshole while drunk is a recipe for disaster. Let's see. Fuck. Why are we talking about toilets again?
Because you were talking about.
Oh, because I went to the bathroom and then my toilet double flushed and it made me mad. Then I brought it up here and I'm surprised that I didn't talk. Yes, and yeah. Okay, I'm caught up.
He's already forgetting.
True. So we're not done? Oh my god. This game sucks, Claire, I'm sorry. But like...
Did you expect this stream to go for like 10
No!
hours?
I thought we were gonna be done.
I mean,
at
I
4.
told you it was gonna be a while. I told you. That's
You-
why, you know, when you were dicking around at the start of the stream, I was like, hey, you know, we should really like...
I had to
really
kill.
progress the
I had to
story.
kill Kerr on very hard. I wouldn't have been able to forgive myself if the servers for Babylon's Fall went down before I beat that fucking bullshit ass boss fight. Oh my god.
I'm just glad I was here to help you out, or else you'd be here for like another 2 hours, maybe.
It's fine. That, you know, I would have had a good time probably. But
I will confess if this
Oh.
went on for like another hour, I would leave.
that's okay.
We're almost
This
done.
just fits
Like,
my
we have, like,
Byronic
maximum-
hero archetype, Claire.
We have like maximum one more run after this. Once you get to like the loot screen at the end, check to make sure you don't.
Yeah,
It'll tell you if you got it as a drop.
Yeah,
that way
yeah,
we
yeah.
know where
I'm
to
looking.
run it one
I'm
more
looking.
time.
Trust me.
You just need to go. You said the divine one, right?
Me?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm playing Babylon's Fall. I'm doing good. I'm getting pure platinums. I think that means I'm cognizant. I couldn't drive right now.
I
but,
got
you
an
know.
in-game achievement like 30 minutes ago for 100 like in-game like pure platinum.
I thought you were gonna
Like-
say hours, and I was about to be like, Julian, no.
No fucking way. I would never spend 100 hours in this game.
Yeah, the hammers don't really seem to have much like pyro. Like,
I was angry when I came back from Japan and no longer had Bidens and bidets in public bathrooms.
Bidens in public bathrooms. I
Sorry,
wouldn't
Claire
want
made the
Bidens
joke
in
earlier, and I
public
think it
bathrooms.
broke my brain for a minute. It just made my brain to macaroni and cheese.
you know how there's like a bunch of Japanese toilet spirits?
Yeah. Isn't there just the one?
Biden was one. There's multiple.
Oh, okay. I did not know
Both,
this.
Monica song and the one that offers you toilet paper, and if you say the wrong thing, it kills you.
Which one is the Majora's Mask one based off of again? Like the hand coming out that's asking for paper? Well, I guess the one that asked for paper would be the one that the paper was based.
No, that one offers you paper, and it's
Isn't
like.
that
if
one
you
in
want-
Skyward? Isn't that one in Skyward Sword?
I think. You cannot ask me to recall anything from Skyward Sword when I'm inebriated.
I think it's in both.
I should replay that now that the Switch version's out.
But, no, the one I'm thinking of is like, it'll be like, do you want, or like you're in a toilet and you're out of toilet paper. And it will go, hey, I have some. Do you want red or blue toilet paper? And if you say red, it slits your throat. And if you say blue, it strangles you. So what you have to say is yellow. And it gets confused by that long enough for you to run away. This is a recurring thing in Japanese urban legend.
Yeah, I feel like I was about to say, I feel like I've heard that a lot with like Japanese folk, like horror, or like yokai and stuff, where it's like you
Yeah,
have
like
to give them the
Hichizake
answer that
Onna.
makes. Yeah,
Did,
like
did you get the drop?
yes, is Divine Oil.
You get the gold one?
Divine Oil's the one I'm looking for. Yes, we got it.
You got it? So you're done?
Well, like, there's the one, isn't there like the slit mouth woman that like?
Yeah, that's Hichizake Onna.
What's the thing you have to tell her again that confuses her?
She asks if she's pretty and she has a mask on over her mouth, and if you say no, she kills you. If you say yes, she pulls it down, revealing her cut mouth, and says, "How about now?" And if you say yes, she calls you a liar and kills you. And if you say no, she gets mad and kills you. So what you have to say is, so, and this confuses her long enough for you to run away.
True. Okay. Alright, I think we're doing it. Let's go. Let it be known on February 26th, 2023, midnight 22 a.m., Rosenbrand became a Platinum Sentinel.
Hey, I know you should change
Yo,
your
big
hat
congrats.
too.
Platinum Sentinel?
Yeah.
Platinum Sentinel.
No.
See, what you need to do is in honor of this game, you need to like have in your like world building of your tabletop thing or your whatever or your like story that you're writing, you need to have like an homage to you need to do an homage to Babylon's Fall by calling your mecha the Sentinels.
I'll figure it out. I'm gonna write a thing and publish it. Probably more based off of this than I would like it to be for a tabletop adventure, but I can't talk about it. Well, we did it, gamers. I got the... So, I've technically... I think this is the third platinum I've ever gotten in my life. One of them was on my IRL account that I don't use anymore, that I used in my PS3 days, because back when I was, like, starting this YouTube thing, I had a Rosin account and then my personal PSN account, and I had a few platinum... Like, I think I had 1 or 2 platinums on there, but I just didn't bother to get back on the Rosin account. So yeah, this is one of the platinums I have now, is Babylon's Fall. Isn't that incredible? This is... I don't know if this was worth the joke.
Can I not change other people's nicknames on Discord?
No, why would you be able to do that?
You
Because
can,
I want to make your name
if
Platinum
you give the
Sentinel.
permission to.
Don't do that when
If
I'm
you-
drunk. That's mean.
We can't do it on that Discord, but like it is a thing that you can change to like I think.
Well, I
we
think it's
don't-
because we
it's
all... I
our
think
own.
we all have equal admin access, because that's how we set it up.
So we can't.
So we
yeah,
can.
So we can't.
Damn it. See, I could do it on the Pathfinder server, but it's not the same.
Only Leon would get it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, where the fuck are you, Neil and Zay? Why didn't you watch this? Calling you out. I need to drink some water. I mean, I don't know why we're here anymore. I think we're good. Can we stop? I think we can stop, right?
All right. Bye everyone. Thanks for coming.
Good night, Reddit.
Hold on, we're gonna finish by watching the Legend of Dragoon opening cutscene.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm almost done with this can of Mike's Hard Black Cherry.
I don't know what caused you to point at the webcam because we're delayed, but it's very funny.
I was calling Neil and Zay out for not being here for my...
I see.
They basically, like, didn't show up for my wedding. That's, like, the same, like, affront that they've committed.
See.
This was quite the stream, Dr. Granola. I'm not gonna make on-stream drinking a habit, by the way. This is just a very special occasion.
All right. Oh yeah, I should have uploaded my screenshot.
Goodbye, Dr.
That
Granola.
was
Thanks for
all.
joining and talking isekai and literary RPGs with us.
Yeah. I'm glad you didn't start drinking at 8 when you initially said you would.
I think it's probably a good idea I waited up.
No, Babylon's Fall is a lot like a wedding.
A marriage of bad gameplay design and terrible live service model, if I've ever seen one. And the honeymoon was this platinum trophy.
Yeah, I'll probably write
something
something up too.
in a couple days.
I've been enjoying lately, at least, like writing like review type stuff, just for fun. So I'll probably write something.
I have a whole... Today when I took a Babylon's Fall break before I ran to get groceries, I sat down on my bed with a notebook, with a pen, And I thought, what am I going to write about Babylon's Fall for a review? And I wrote one sentence, and it was that Babylon's Fall is a skeleton. And I'll expand on what that means in a video soon. We watched The Legend of Dragoon opening, so we're done. Bye, everyone.
Good night. Good night,
I don't feel
Brother
good. I need to
Nation.
drink water.
Yeah,
Bye.
please drink some water.